Good morning. We'll begin in just a moment.
Oh my gosh.
And thank you so much, Noel. Chair
Civic War?
Gore,
He's really good. Hello, Marcy. We good?
we're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to call our meeting to order, our March 22nd meeting. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. If I might, would ask former council member Ernesto Oliveras to lead us into the pledge, if you don't mind. Yeah, thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I appreciate that. Marcy, do we have Supervisor Hopkins logged in?
Chair Gore, yes, Supervisor Hopkins is here.
Okay, sounds good. So let's go to a roll call.
Supervisor Gorin,
Present.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Here.
Supervisor Corsi,
Here.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Present.
Chair Gore,
Present. And Supervisor Hopkins, thank you. Understanding that you have some family issues. I mean that in a positive way. I hope that we'll see you soon. We're going to see you in person in about half an hour or so. So thank you for calling in virtually. Okay, so we're going to move forward. Just a couple announcements as we get started is that per our rules and procedures, we like to kind of remind folks that we go into public comment for each item. So I think I mentioned to the folks who are here, we'll make sure we allocate appropriate time. In the back, the microphone will be live once we get going. And for anybody who is joining us who speaks Spanish, por favor tenga en cuenta que la interpretación al español está disponible en Zoom. Para usar este servicio de interpretación, haga clic en el icono del globo al pie de la pantalla de Zoom y seleccione español. Si durante cualquier comentario público un comentarista está hablando en español, nuestros participantes de habla inglesa pueden ir al globo de interpretación y seleccionar inglés para escuchar la interpretación del comentario. Say that in English is just a reminder that the globe icon in Zoom can be clicked on to select Spanish or English. And if there's any Spanish speakers who are commenting, also those who are listening on in English can also switch over to the English channel. It starts at just the general original audio channel. So thank you very much for that. And so I want to move over to the approval of the agenda. Note that items 12A and 12B have been added to the consent calendar by addendum. And please note that the title for item 18 has been amended by addendum to read as follows, which is the Board of Supervisors will consider the following in closed session. This is for our closed session item: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2, credible threat of litigation against the County of Sonoma by the City of Sebastopol, seeking recovery of losses arising out of a fraudulent wire transfer of funds involving an outside third party. So I'm going to go to a roll call vote for the approval of the agenda as it stands. Supervisor Horn.
through the chair, I just wanted to alert you. I'm not sure, you can't see Supervisor Hopkins' raised hand. So I just wanted to note for you that that was there.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Gorin first before I move on.
Thank you. And I do thank the chair for moving the item regarding Memorial Hospital onto the regular calendar. As we can tell, there are some neighbors actively engaged in this issue. Just as, can we give them a heads up about how long they might be able to speak so that they can think about tailoring their comments?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that. So on the approval of the agenda, we're moving item number 5. I was going to wait for the request, but we'll just do it. Item number 5 will be moved to the regular calendar. We will take it up immediately after we pass consent, so it'll be right off the bat for everybody. Usually we provide about 2 minutes each for folks to come up and speak. Obviously, discretion to the chair. If you need a little bit of extra time, you can always request it, but try to keep it to that. And obviously, I'll be respectful of you all and anybody here's and your time. So with that being said, is that enough for you on this item? Okay. Okay. And Supervisor Hopkins, do you have a hand raised? Was that with respect to the?
Yes, with respect to the approval of the agenda, and I wanted to check in with County Council and make sure this was appropriate. But my understanding was that the vacation rental ordinance item that was scheduled to be heard before the Board of Supervisors has been pulled from that calendar. And I wanted to ask through the chair that it be reinstated just to provide an update to the board and a calendar going forward, and to provide the Board of Supervisors any opportunity to comment on what transpired at the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. I appreciate that. I have actually been kind of working on this, and we'll get some clarity coming forward. But what I'm thinking is to leave it on as a consent calendar update item from Permit Sonoma, and if needed, we could make comments on it based off of that, as opposed to a full presentation and a review and an amendment of what the Planning Commission is already reviewing. So we'd still be able to pull it and make some comments, and others be able to review that. Would that satisfy that request?
That would be great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. That's the plan.
And if it's regarding short-term rentals,
Yes, it
I
is.
suspect there are a number of folks wanting
Yep.
to comment on that, and the board may want to have an active discussion. I don't know. I don't know what's coming out of the Planning Commission.
The only issue is that the Planning Commission was set to review it. They did review it. They did not take action. So since they are reviewing it again, and it will come to us, it has gotten into a world where instead of coming before us on April 5th, the next, we're pretty slammed with our agenda until August. But for us to, if we were going to amend what they are already reviewing and is under review, that's a more significant process.
It's
So-
awkward.
So it is awkward. It's awkward for us to get in and start to legislate intent on top of something that is already written and before a planning commission. But so since it's an item of significant interest with us, with us and with the planning commission, and if it's going to delay that long, I also do not want to have 5 months pass before it comes to us. So what I'm trying to do is split the middle and give us an update on consent. If people want to call in, they can, but legitimately there was already 3 hours of public comment at the planning commission, and there'll be another 1 or 2 sessions. So if it's on consent, we would be able to pull it and make some comments on consent for our, or do an abbreviated one. But I also don't want us to get into a point where we're re-legislating something that was, and starting the process over and delaying it even further.
And just know that it's entirely possible you may have an hour or 2 of public comment
Understood.
on an item on consent. So it's being left on the consent for April 5th. Is that correct?
That's what I'm planning on doing.
Okay.
And honestly, even if it's an hour, that's okay if the public wants to be heard, or if we want to. We have the allocated time on that agenda to do it. But the difference between that and holding a full hearing as a regular calendar item as it's being reviewed before the planning commission, we haven't done that. So more, I want an update to come back to the board so that the public can know that this still is interest.
So we're getting an
and for
update
you.
about what the planning
Yes.
commission is considering. I
Mhm.
think we need to make it very clear to the community and to the supervisors exactly what our intent is, and to let them know that the action is still occurring in planning commission. We will just be receiving an update, and it will come back to the board after the
Yeah.
action of the planning commission. And we need to make that very clear to the community.
Crystal,
Thank you.
thank you. Appreciate that. Other comments from my supervisors. So with that said, we're going to pull back item number 5 on the Emergency Medical Services Level 2 Trauma Center redesignation agreement with Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. We're going to move into that in a heartbeat. And the update on the calendar stands, the rest of that. So let's go to a roll call vote for the approval of the agenda with those changes.
Supervisor Goring,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So that being said, now we'll move on over to the consent calendar. I know this seems pretty bureaucratic for anybody who's watching or listening, but Pledge of Allegiance, translations, approval of the agenda. Now we go to consent calendar, and then we'll go to regular calendar items. So for the consent calendar, which is items 1 through 12B, sans item number 5, I'm going to be looking for any, I'm going to go to public comment and then come back to the board. But so the first thing is let's, for items 1 through 12B, not item number 5. Marcy, let's go to public comment on consent calendar items, 2 minutes.
Thank you. If you could please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you'd like to comment on any of the aforementioned items. And again, this excludes number 5 at this time. Thank you, Chair Gore and Board. There are no comments for the consent calendar.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on the approval of the consent calendar items left over without item number 5 once again.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, moving on to the regular calendar. So we're going to start with item number 5. As we've talked about, I do want to acknowledge Supervisor Gorin requested for this to come off of consent. I believe there's interest from other board members as well. So would love to have Director Rivera. Hi, it's good to see you. Come on up with your team and you can lean in. And as we move into that, Supervisor Gorin, any quick comment on why you pulled this off of consent and any hopes on things to review as a part of the presentation?
Part of the gift of redistricting is that I find that Memorial Hospital is now in District 1. And so I dove into this issue, and thank you, Chris Corsi, for gifting me this issue. Appreciate it. But it is, I'm very responsive and I've heard from the neighbors, and I want to thank you and the board for pulling this off consent, because I think it does bear a larger conversation to let the other board members know how complicated this issue is, with the city of Santa Rosa having some authority to approve buildings on around Memorial Hospital. And I think that occurred maybe when you and I were on the council together. And certainly, and I will let the neighbors know, and all of you know, that I was one of those neighbors when I first moved to Santa Rosa. I lived just south of Doyle Park, was startled awake multiple times by the big lights from the helicopters. And so I fully appreciate the challenges that the neighbors are having right now. I won't go any further, but I thank all of you for being here today, being very involved in this issue. And I know your presentation will help the board understand the various responsibilities of the levels. I want to thank you, former council member Oliveris. It's a pleasure to see you and work with you in this issue, and really want to thank all of the neighbors for being so organized and together in their comments. So I'll take it away.
Thank you. Pass it over to you, Director Rivera.
I do want to acknowledge who is here with us today. So joining me with respect to this, our County of Sonoma, Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital Level 2 Trauma Services Contract. Our staff joining me is Jen Banks, our Emergency Medical Services Coordinator. She's here with me in the chambers. On virtually joining me is Brian Cleaver, our Regional Emergency Medical Services Manager, Lucinda Gardner, our epidemiologist. And also joining us virtually is Frank Byrne, our Regional COO for Providence, Northern California Regional. Chuck Cassis, Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital Chief Executive. And then, of course, we've also introduced Ernesto Oliveris, the Northern California Regional Manager for and Public Government Affairs. I wanted to mention a couple of things before we begin with our presentation. With respect to trauma care, it's vital to our public health and safety within our community. Trauma centers save lives by providing immediate coordination of highly specialized care for the most life-threatening injuries. Communities with access to trauma care centers have been known to mortality and morbidity rates from traumatic injuries are significantly reduced when they have access to trauma centers. So with respect to that, public health and safety is foremost in our care for this particular vital resource within our community. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jen Banks to begin our presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Director Rivera. My name is Jen Banks. I'm your Emergency Medical Services
Could you
Coordinator.
pull the microphone a little closer to you? Thanks, Jen.
There you go.
Okay, how about there? There we go. Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Jen Banks. I'm your Emergency Medical Services Coordinator with Coastal Valley's EMS agency. Thank you so much for letting us pull this item as a presentation. Originally, this was about a 30 to 60-minute presentation, and I'm going to knock it out in 10 minutes here. So we're going to boogie through it. But if you have questions, please let me know. So our current contract for Level 2 trauma services, the County of Sonoma and Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital entered into the agreement for Level 2 trauma services on May 1st, 2010. This was an 8-year initial term contract with the option to extend. It was executed, the extension, May 2018. The current agreement is set to expire April 30th of 2022. So we are on a time crunch with this one. It is important that we renew this contract on time as it is supported under an EIR study. And if we let the contract lapse, it does set the County of Sonoma, the hospital, and the City of Santa Rosa up to have to conduct an EIR for these services, which would take about 2 years of time. So trauma contracts historically have extended terms due to the overall cost affiliated with providing higher level of services and allows a mutual term for the EMS agency to provide all of our oversight and our proper audits of that facility. Our current trauma center is American College of Surgeons verified, and they have been for the last 16 years. At Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital, they provide the community with a team of doctors that are immediately available to handle life-threatening injuries in any of our trauma patients. And those capabilities far exceed the highly trained emergency room staff and trauma surgeons immediately available to handle advanced trauma level care, but extend to our neurosurgeons, trauma orthopedic surgeons, plastic surgeons, urology, interventional radiology, ICU physicians, and anesthesiologists. Next slide, please. So the current contract and authorization with Memorial Hospital has been in place since 1999. We used to just do that through a letter of authorization as a designation of a facility. With that, in 1999, the City of Santa Rosa, in partnership with the hospital, did conduct an EIR. Part of that environmental impact report identified that the hospital shall support the neighbors and the surrounding geographical close vicinity to the hospital area. And so we have what we call the Santa Rosa Memorial Neighbors Group. We do meet with that group quarterly. I've attended and participated on that meeting for up to almost 10 years now. And we are, as the county, a standing agenda item to the neighbors group to always be present to discuss any inquiries they might have with emergency medical services or flights coming in and out of that hospital as we provide oversight to our EMS aircraft providers. Over the years, just to identify some of our successful mitigation efforts, in 2013, our GMR partners known as Reach and CalStar, they did outfit a fleet with quieter engines to reduce sound impacts when coming into the hospital. Adventist Health in Mendocino County has received level 4 trauma designation. That includes both Adventist Health Ukiah Valley and Adventist Health Howard Hospital. We have worked with our aircraft partners to create what we're calling a mitigation smart sheet. And that's so we can move forward and better identify all of the data on inquiries that we receive from the neighbors group surrounding any flights in and out of the hospital. And then we also have our ongoing, as part of the EMS agency, our EMS aircraft committee, which meets quarterly for any education and call review needed to ensure that we're providing the best care possible for all of our patients. The big question that we get asked is, why only one level 2 trauma center? It really comes down to cost, skill base, experience, and staffing. Running a trauma facility costs millions and millions of dollars annually for that hospital. And we have to ensure that they have long contract terms to recuperate the cost affiliated with providing the service. They want to keep their surgeons. They don't want to lose surgeons to other hospitals. So short-term agreements are not inviting to trauma surgeons because they can go to another hospital where they could have a 10-year contract rather than a 2-year contract. So that's really important when we also go through looking at this contract coming forward with you today. Experience in staffing, we have some of the best trauma surgeons in the state at our hospital, and they've been here for a long time. They've served this community well. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a quick snapshot of last year's trauma volume at Providence Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. As you can see in the slide, we served up to 3,047 trauma patients. This does include 41 pediatric patients. Our pediatric population is aged 15 years of age or younger. Some people say, hey, that's a pretty small number for pediatric volume. That's because most pediatric patients, unless they are injured in this community, they are not flown to this facility for trauma services. They move forward and they go to Children's Oakland for specific pediatric care. Next slide, please. So prior to bringing this to the board today, the neighbors group requested that the County of Sonoma host a community meeting and requested the leadership from the Department of Health Services, County Council, the Board of Supervisors, and Coastal Valley's EMS agency all be represented and present to hear their expressed concerns. So on January 24th, we did host a community meeting, and that included everyone identified on the screen with the slides there for representation. All questions and comments submitted through the meeting were submitted with this item as public comment, so I hope you received that and reviewed it. And of that meeting, 4 members of the public did submit additional questions and comments. All of our responses were provided back to those 4 individuals in writing on February 24th, 2022. Next slide, please. As a result of that community meeting, we did hear concerns, and we really wanted to make sure we addressed the concerns from the neighbors group moving forward in the next contract cycle. So the new language, really, we just extended the date term on this contract, but we felt it was required to add some sound impact assessment language. So with that, we have added the language, as you see on the screen in front of you, that this contract will have an 18-month term for the hospital to, an 18-month term for the hospital to conduct a sound impact assessment. The hospital met with us in negotiations. They were 100% on board to support the community and the concerns of the neighbor. They have offered to pay full cost for this sound assessment going forward. And our EMS aircraft partners are also very supportive of this sound study moving forward. So that is the revised language that you will see in the contract in front of you today. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Another concern that we did hear, and a question that's commonly asked, is how many flights actually come into Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital in the global picture? So really about 95% of our overall EMS trauma patients are transported to the hospital by ground transport units. So really 5% of our patients arrive at the hospital by EMS aircraft. And of those EMS aircraft flights, the hospital did provide us just a quick snapshot of flight inquiries. Of the 264 landings, inquiries were filed on 13. So that's less than 5% of the flights coming in that received an inquiry back from a neighbor or a member of the public. The majority of the inquiries were on the College A approach. College A, and we're going to dive into this in a couple slides. College A is a Caltrans identified approach to the helipad, but not a preferred use approach by the neighbors group. So we do have 3 identified flight paths that our pilots do try to fly when they fly at the helipad at Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. Before we do a pictorial overview of what those flights or those flight paths look like, I wanted to just quickly go through the exact roles and responsibilities because this gets very convoluted and a lot of misunderstanding takes place here. So it's important for everybody to understand that the EMS agency is responsible for the designation of the trauma center. The Board of Supervisors approves the contract that allows the EMS agency to designate trauma centers. Caltrans is only responsible for the helipad at the hospital. We call that our heliport. Caltrans cannot dictate how a pilot flies into the hospital, but they can provide information to pilots using their heliport on what flight paths are identified as preferred paths, if that makes sense. And then the Federal Aviation Administration, also known as the FAA, they conduct all the research and development and develops the systems and procedures needed for a safe and efficient system of air navigation and air traffic control. So it is only the FAA that can dictate how a pilot is to fly into a helipad or a heliport at a hospital. The EMS agency and the County of Sonoma cannot. We have no legal jurisdiction to dictate the routes of our aircraft. We do, however, have our identified preferred routes into the hospital that are identified as the least impactful on our residents. Next slide, please. So jumping back, just so everybody understands our 3 preferred flight paths, here you have College A, College B, and our Doyle Park access routes. With that, College A is definitely what we've heard from the neighbors as the most preferred flight path, and we do encourage all of our pilots to use that whenever appropriate. College B and Doyle Park are also preferred flight paths, but they do seem to generate a little bit more noise impact to the neighborhood when the pilots access them. However, pilots sometimes choose to use those flight paths because a lot of time wind at a higher elevation is much more impactful on the aircraft than it is at the ground level. So that is complete pilot discretion to decide which path and route is the safest route for them to fly in to appropriately land at the airport or at the hospital. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot so everybody can better understand Caltrans' role in this. So this is you can go to the Caltrans website and you can Google heliplates or heliports or helipads, and you will get this pictorial guide. At the very bottom, what's important here is it does state that this document is for informational purposes only, and this is not intended for navigation because Caltrans can't regulate the flight paths of our pilots, only the FAA. This is also a really important website as it does help educate and inform any pilots that are coming in from out of the area that might not get the day-to-day education that our local pilots receive through their ops managers. So if, say, a flight's coming in from Stanford, those pilots do understand that they can always refer to the Caltrans heliplate website for appropriate flight landing information at that facility. Next slide, please. EMS aircraft provided data. This was just another snapshot. We felt it was really important to stress with you here today that between 2019 and 2021, 25% of all flights in the northern region, that's Lake Mendocino, Napa, and Sonoma, landed at Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. So this is a global picture. This is not just a trauma patient reference. This is all flight reference. Of that, 75% of flights were routed to other hospitals. So a very large majority of our flights go elsewhere, just to put that out there. And a very different perspective when we're looking at this, the big question is, what would flight volume look like if Sonoma County did not have a trauma center and all serious trauma patients had to be flown out of the hospital to receive trauma care that is currently provided in-house? The answer to this question is we would still be flying patients out of the hospital, and potentially we could be flying more patients out of our hospital because we'd be transferring all of our trauma patients that couldn't no longer be treated in-house to other trauma facilities. So by having the contract, by not having the contract, it won't alleviate aircraft noise that we're currently hearing public concerns on. Next slide, please. And last for me today, I just wanted to put up on the slides. This is just a guide of our ACS verified Northern California Trauma Center hospitals. These are only the identified hospitals that we primarily use in the Coastal Valley EMS region in our catchment area. So you can see the list there. And just for reference, other nearby level 2 trauma centers that are often also used for trauma care services are Mercy Medical Center, Enloe Hospital, and John Muir Medical Center in Contra Costa County. And then our local hospitals that are level 4, which is usually a treat and transport facility, Adventist Health Ukiah Valley, Adventist Health Howard Hospital, and Sutter Lakeside in Lake County. With that, I'm going to turn this over to our epidemiologist, Lucinda Gardner, to further explain some of the important data that we've collected for this presentation today. Thank you, Lucinda.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just have to, I want to weigh in. I'm going to say this respectfully. I thought we were doing a 10-minute presentation. Where are we at with respect to everybody going through? I just want to track it. Tina, how long?
We're just at the data pieces and then we'll wrap this up.
Okay, thank you. I don't I'm okay with this. I
Mhm.
just want to make sure I do a check-in.
Yeah.
Excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. We're going to look at inbound trauma transports for both aircraft and by ground, and we're going to start with aircraft. At our request, Memorial provided the number of helicopter landings per month going back to September of 2019. And this number of landings fluctuates by month and season due to weather, with fewer flights during the rainy season. On average, 63 flights land at Memorial per month, and this ranges from 25 to just over 100, depending on the time of year. In the next few slides, we're just going to look at the data for inbound EMS transports from our local data system, which is called Image Trend. This only captures information on EMS calls originating in Sonoma and Mendocino counties. This will not show all inbound traffic to Memorial, but it will give us a sense of the proportion due to trauma. So this slide shows inbound aircraft to Memorial from 2018 to present. The seasonal pattern of helicopter traffic is very easy to see. The light blue bars represent interfacility transfers from other hospitals, and the medium blue are 911 response calls flying directly into Memorial from the field. This next graph shows the same data from the previous slide, but now any flight that has sent a pre-arrival activation to the trauma team is in dark blue at the bottom. Overall, these trauma calls represent about 15% of inbound aircraft transports. Now we're switching to look at ground transports. Here we have the total number of inbound ground transports to Memorial for the same time period. Similar to the previous graph, interfacility transfers are in light blue and 911 response transports are in medium blue. You can see that Memorial receives about 1,100 transports per month. And again, the same data, all ground transports, but now pre-arrival activation for trauma is shown in the dark blue at the bottom. Overall, trauma transports represent about 11% of all inbound ground transports each month. With that, I'll hand it back to Jen and Tina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lucinda. And with that, our staff recommendation is the approval of this contract for the Level 2 trauma services with Providence Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. And of course, if this is approved, the contract would move forward and the residents, the neighboring residents and the visitors of Sonoma County would continue to be assured that highly trained and specialized, skilled medical care professionals would be immediately available to respond and provide life-saving interventions with respect to patients who are suffering from acute injuries and illness. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Gore, for questions and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Rivera. Before we get to our public comment, I want to go to questions of the board and Supervisor Gorn, and then anybody else.
Again, thank you so much for this information. I really appreciate it. I suspect what we will hear from the neighbors are a couple of things, and that's the genesis for my question. Thank you for the flight data. It shows about 4 or 5 years of flight data, but we know that the helicopters have been coming into the hospital when they were coming in when I was there about 35 years ago. So do we have information on the website that shows the increase of flights over the past 20 or 30 years?
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. I don't believe the hospital posts any flight data information on their website, but I will defer to them. And the reason that we only present data to this board from 2018 to present date is prior to that, everything was still on a paper system. And so we were really uncomfortable with the vetting and assurance that that was clean data that we were providing to the board and to the public. So we opted to pull the data that we could identify as clean, vetted information only.
As Ernesto knows, when I cleaned out my mayor's office, I love paper. So yeah, it is what it is. We have heard from some of the neighbors and asking for the sound studies in anticipation of evaluating the routes coming in and out of the hospital. And thank you. I appreciate that. There's language in the contract for that without a lot of specificity, but people are also concerned about vapor, especially the helicopters landing around the hospital and how the larger buildings may have impacted those close-in neighbors. Have we considered vapor studies connecting with the BACMed on some of those issues? That is not included in the contract, but is that something that we can consider?
We have not considered vapor studies, but our aircraft are not designed where we have leaking fuel, as the neighbors have purported. Jen, would you like to speak more about respect to the fuel leakage?
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Rivera. We have heard some recent complaints from the neighbors that they are identifying that there's the potential of some vapor fumes. They have intensified. Recently, the hospital did finish construction on a parking structure, and we just don't know if that created some type of barrier or a wind shift through some of the neighboring facilities. With that, we can assure that all of our aircraft are a closed fuel system. Aircraft don't fly through the sky leaking fuel. That would be a major safety concern to everybody, not just the immediate neighbors of the public, and FAA regulation would be on top of that very quickly. So just to put that out there. But to address why we didn't put that language into this agreement, we really felt that the county is responsible for the trauma services and the trauma agreement for the community. This air pollutant concern, we feel, is better handled with the hospital and the city of Santa Rosa, who probably conducted studies prior to completing construction on that new parking structure. So we felt, and council agreed, that it was best to defer that to the city of Santa Rosa and the hospital for further acknowledgement.
Former Mayor Corsi, Mayor Gorin, and Mayor Oliveris are all in the room here. I'm not sure any one of us really looked closely at the EIR with anticipation of the vapor studies. I may have some comments after that, but I think some of the neighbors will be commenting on that. And my last question is, regular neighborhood meetings, and thank you to Memorial Hospital for making a commitment to have regular neighborhood meetings. It is not specified in the contract what that might mean or the commitment that you might make. And the method of outreach. I know a number of neighbors were disappointed that they were not involved or notified of the meeting recently. So is there somewhere in the contract that really specifies and affirms a commitment to regular neighborhood meetings on the part of Memorial Hospital?
Yeah, there is a commitment to continue those regular neighborhood meetings. I don't know if you want to speak more to that, Jen.
I'm not sure I saw it in the agreement. I looked through it a couple of times, but I may have missed it.
So in the current contract, the mitigation standards are still current language. We didn't change the mitigation standards. And part of the EIR mitigation is that we will participate in a regularly scheduled meeting with the neighbors. So that is captured through the mitigation language that already exists in the contract. And then in our new language, we went ahead and did a whereas to recognize the neighbor concerns. So they are identified as, a partner in this, just being good neighbors in the community, working with the hospital. And then we did add the sound impact assessment language.
And thank you so much. And I guess I'm asking Ernesto, in your mind, you've come from government. What does regular mean? What kind of a commitment will the hospital make to the neighbors?
Thank you. Regular for us means we've been meeting quarterly, and we have these meetings that are at the hospital on site and invite all the neighbors. And through that, we're able to evaluate some of the issues that have arisen in the past, and to also respond to some of the mitigation that has occurred over that time period as well. And also looking for ways of continuing to improve the process of communication with the neighbors as relates to number of flights, how to file a complaint or an issue with us as well.
Great. And I would love to work with you or maybe the neighborhood group on better notification of the neighborhood meetings. And you and I both know it's so difficult to do that, but let's figure out if we can make that work.
I look forward to it.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Other questions from the supervisors? Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for being here, Mayor. I'm kind of curious in terms of, are we just seeing an increase that's proportionate to population, demographics, age, or is there something more systemic? Because I'm thinking, so it's increasing, the flights are increasing exponentially. Maybe that's paraphrasing. What is causing that? And what can we do at the other end to address that? And it goes back to perhaps the discussion we had with COVID in our hospitals. I know my son is a CAL FIRE firefighter up in Lake County. If they have any kind of trauma that they're responding to, they call the ambulance on the way there, or they call the helicopter on the way there. because there's the likelihood that an ambulance will be too remote and take too long. So I'm just curious if there's some downstream, or perhaps that's upstream, I'm not sure which, that you can look at to find out. Obviously, I mean, to be honest, right, if you do an EIR of any issue that would constitute a statement of overriding consideration, I would have to imagine this would be it. At the same time, I know that the neighboring residents are, put up with a lot of noise through this. Can you just speak to the trend and what could we do to address that long term?
I'm going to go ahead and speak to that, Jen.
Yes, thank you. And Lucinda, if you're able to bring up our aircraft transport to Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital slide. I don't have slide numbers in front of me. I apologize for that. But this is a great pictorial overview. Because yes, we do know that flight aircraft, historically over the years, it has increased. But looking at the snapshot from 2018 to present day on this slide, it really shows that our flight volume has stayed fairly consistent and the numbers haven't significantly gone up. I do want to identify that in 2020, our aircraft volume looks significantly lower than it does historically. With that, we definitely attribute that to COVID, people sheltering in place, not traveling, not being out doing recreational activities, which greatly reduced some traffic into the hospital. With that, neighbors were also home more during 2020 rather than being at work. So of course, they probably went, wow, there's a few more aircraft flying in during the day than we're used to because we're usually not in our homes during the day. So we've also recognized that comment when we look at our data. And I don't know if we'll get it up there in time, but Cinda will do her work to post it and you can take a look at it, hopefully before the presentation is over. Thank you.
Lucinda, I'm not sure if you're thinking that you're sharing the slide, but we're not seeing that right now.
Supervisor Corsi, as we're waiting for that to come up.
Yeah, maybe while we're waiting, we can invite the neighbors to weigh in here.
Absolutely.
And if needed, we do have paper copies if you want to
Okay.
take a look at it.
Thank
But there
you
you
very
go.
much.
It's on the slide.
Okay. Thank you very much. From my side, I have some comments towards the end. I mean, we've dealt with this, in our airport quite a bit with different flight paths, FAA authority, how we work with neighbors, how we do this appropriately, what are preferred flight paths versus ones that are really based on safety and security versus ones that are based on the preference of a pilot. And I think that's there's an interesting thing here about what is black and white and what is really the gray going forward. So I do want to go to the neighbors. Thank you all for joining us here today. We're going to give you 2 minutes apiece. We're going to start with those here with us in the chambers. So if we can get going, we'll allow you some time to step up. If you don't need the full 2 minutes, just state your piece and then you can say, you can just pass it on to whoever's next after you. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Ready?
Okay. Yes, good morning, supervisors and everyone. I'm Christina Sunderlage on Talbot Avenue in
sec,
Santa
please.
Rosa.
Do we have this figured
We are
out
here to
yet?
comment.
Excuse me,
obviously,
1
on-
second, please.
Sorry,
Sorry, apologize. 1 second.
is
I
it
can't
on?
hear it.
Oh, no,
Yeah, but
It's
is
not
this working?
working?
Because we can't hear it. Here.
We can
Close
hear
up?
it in Zoom.
There you go. Thank you, Noel.
Is this like karaoke or what? Do I have to touch it? Okay. Sorry. Well, good morning. I'm Chris Sunderlage on Talbot Avenue, and we're here obviously to speak about this issue. And I want to speak very clearly for the group that we are in no way looking at the trauma center going away. We respect that it's here. It serves a great purpose, and we appreciate the level of care that Memorial Hospital provides. Brief history: just our houses were built in was actually designated, oh, now it's better, was actually designated in 2000. And the report or the designation that Jen was referring to was the 10-year redesignation after the 2000. So we are really going back.
Can you give us, appreciate it. We'll keep going through with yours. I can hear you, but you know, Noel, can we switch over to the podium right here? There's no reason to have tech hold us back. This was last week too, a little bit. So. Yeah, if you don't mind, we usually can kind of sit up here. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Deputy.
Okay, so
It's good to see you.
start over, right?
No, she's gonna go ahead and turn it on in a second.
Mhm.
Through the chair, if someone's speaking into a microphone presently, we're not hearing them in Zoom.
Marcy, are you here? Can you help set up the podium? We're trying to switch over to the podium, but
Maybe disconnect.
Hello? Oh,
there we go.
good. Sounds
There
good.
we go.
Okay, where was I? So anyway, Trauma Center was dedicated
Mhm.
really in 2000. So that means it's 22, 23 years that we've been at this. And at that point, there was no cap in flights, allowed because it's, you have to bring everybody in. So, and it also, we serve 5 counties, not just Mendocino and Sonoma. So that is significant. The EIR mandated meetings with the hospital and the neighbors, and there was a city planning commissioner at the time appointed to attend the meetings as a facilitator. And we still continue the meetings as was stated, but we don't have the facilitator any longer. And sometimes that has been a problem because contentions can build and a facilitator that's independent is helpful. So in these last 22 years, there's been quite a few changes, as we all know in all of our lives. But number one, Memorial Hospital is now Providence. REACH and CalSTAR are combined, and they are now called Global Medical Response. And we are dealing with huge corporate entities at these meetings. So number two, of course, the increased number of flights, and that has equaled to increased air pollution and noise pollution. And that also equals increased number of pilots coming into the area, and not just the 5 that we started out with in 2000. And that therefore equates to more errant flights. Since the 5-story buildings were built on Montgomery Drive 2 years ago, there's been a significant increase in the neighbors noticing the fumes and the noise levels. And there was no EIR done at the
Thank you very
time. I
much.
don't know why.
I appreciate it. I apologize your time.
Oh, sorry, I
Do
didn't
you
know.
want to pass it on to somebody else or do you want to finish up?
Yes, and
a
I
few
just want to say I
comments?
concur with my neighbor's comments.
Okay, thank you
very
very much. Appreciate it. I'm sorry for the tech issues. Come on up. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Warren Schenstrom. I reside at 253 Doyle Park Drive.
Mhm.
For the record, I would like to state that I support Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital as a level 2 trauma center.
Mhm.
Hopefully, you have had an opportunity to review the videos that I sent by email of low altitude helicopter approaches frequently over my house. Now multiply that visual by 500 or 600 for an average number of flights into the hospital during a single year. What the videos do not document are the exhaust fumes from these flights. These lingering fuel odors can be so strong that they cause my eyes to water and create a fuel taste in my mouth. I am requesting for the contract to include language for an air pollution study to minimize this impact to the neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate that, sir.
Good morning, board members. Matt Mullen. I've lived at 1420 Parker Drive since 2003. I hope you had a chance to review the letter I forwarded to the board last week with what I believe is a better option long-term for the residents and for Memorial and for the EMS agency. And for the record, I believe our proposal is actually more favorable long-term to Memorial than the one you're suggesting and proposing today. Also, appreciate the effort to add the noise study to your draft, as well as a study of alternative flights to try to minimize the impacts on the neighbors. Much appreciated. What is missing, however, is the air quality study, specifically related to fuel vapors that come back into the neighborhood. We can explain it away and say the helicopters are designed to be fuel efficient and so forth, but we have the same thing with our automobiles. I just tried to take my car in to get it smogged, as we're all required to do, and it failed. That car's designed to not pollute, but I had to go in and do some repairs. Why not do the study and verify that the helicopters are doing the right thing? They go hand in hand. Noise and air pollution on helicopter studies go hand in hand. You can use the same sites. I don't understand why it's such a big deal unless we're afraid of what it's going to tell us. We've already talked about the studies relative to the building impacts and what it's caused. That's an element that deserves to be studied. We will honor those. And lastly, my question is relative to how will these studies be implemented into the contract? Is it a simple amendment? Is it a simple agreement? Is it something that will slide right in and automatically become the new standard? So with that, I appreciate the time and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And I should have probably mentioned before is that as you're speaking, the timer is also there. You did great. Thank you. I apologize. But up here also, there's a green light and it switches to yellow and red when you reach the 2 minutes. Thank you. Come on up, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. David Zarro. I live at 245 Doyle Park Drive, within about a block of the helipad. There's 3 approved flight paths into Memorial Hospital helipad, College B, College A, and Doyle Park. Many of the flights come in correctly, and many of the flights take a long and winding road to get there, directly over the neighborhood. When the flights do not follow the approved flight paths, we have the option to make a complaint, which is theoretically a feedback loop to minimize the negative impacts on the neighborhood. There's a problem. The problem with that is I've been going to the meetings myself regularly, and I don't know how to lodge a complaint. I don't know who to contact. I don't know how to contact them. It's not clear, and it changes quite often. Once the complaint is entered, months go by without receiving any kind of a response. When an errant flight is identified, the response that we receive is, yes, it was errant, and we will talk to the pilot. We've been hearing this for years and years and years. There's no consequences when the errant flights even when consistently done by a certain provider like CHP, for example, there's no consequences. And the complaint procedure needs to be clearly distributed to all the residents, not just the few people that attend these meetings. That we need to get a half-mile radius and let everybody know that there is a process in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up, thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Deborah Solomon. I live on Reagan Way. I'm here to talk primarily about the communication process between the hospital and the neighbors. I want to start by saying that a number of us who are here today went around and collected signatures on a petition, which we turned into Susan Guerin. She got the originals, but I want to say that we had 108 neighbors who were totally signed on to, we need to look at these issues. We have too many overhead flights now. We have too much noise. But what was most surprising of all to me as I went around was that nobody knew that a contract is being renewed between Memorial and SCEMS. Nobody knew that there was a Board of Supervisors meeting that would be voting upon it. It took 15 minutes with each signature here of the 108 just to bring the neighbors up to date. And I have to say, I think this is representative of at least 500 people, because honestly, we all have lives and we don't have that much time to get around to all of the streets that are impacted. And so communication is failing. And part of the problem is that we're relying on a neighborhood hospital email list that was established maybe a decade ago for neighbors who said, yes, I want to come to quarterly meetings. Well, that's a very small segment of the population that's impacted by what's going on. And in a similar thing to what Dave said, the form for complaint was sent out to that small email list. It was a link within that email. So even if you're on the list, open the email, read it, you have to keep the link and be able to find it. And when you complain and nothing happens, people are like, why am I bothering? So the neighbors that I talked to also said they had no idea that there was a method for complaint in place. We need snail mail notification of how to complain, when the meetings are, when a big contract is coming up. We do this for much smaller things in the city. We find out about a historic tree coming
Thank you.
down.
I hear you. We hear you. Thank you. Well put.
Good morning. My name is Mary Pack and I live on Doyle Park Drive as well. I think we are heavily impacted. There's a lot of people on Doyle Park Drive that complain of the same things. I want to just talk about a personal story, well, the story of our life. We do smell fumes. We smell them regularly. During the summer, I wake up to them when I have my window open. My husband works outside a lot and he comes in weekly because he's smelling fumes from the helicopters. So I just beg you to please include that kind of study so that we can find out what's going on. I'm not talking about fuel. I'm just talking about fumes and vapors. We smell it on a regular basis. I'd really like these studies to really focus on our neighborhood. We've lived at Doyle Park Drive for 17 years and we've seen a huge change in the amount of flights, in the noise, and in the fumes. Yes, it sounds like Reach has quieter engines, but there's a lot of different helicopters coming in and we can't even keep track of them. There's so many different helicopters and pilots coming in. So there is this trend, is that my minutes? No. There's this trend that there's increased noise, there's increased fumes, and there's increased these flights that are going right down our street. And then all we hear is, oh, sorry, that pilot, yes, he or she went off and we educated, but it's not changing. It just keeps happening over and over. Nothing is really changing. We keep getting those wild flights right over our neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Keever and I live at 260 Dole Park Drive. And I appreciate everyone, the opportunity to speak to everyone. And Sue Gorin has been very responsive to our community. And I appreciate that, Susan. Appreciate it. So I know we don't have time to iron out all the details and how to operationalize point 5 in the contract draft. Oversight and mitigation measures are imperative. And I would ask you please to include language in the contract that requires an addendum to be prepared, presented, and approved by the Board of Supervisors as to results, recommendations, and mitigation measures within the 2-year period after we do our studies. That will give us an opportunity to use as a tool moving forward, an oversight tool, a mitigation tool, and an ability to update, evaluate, and communicate to the board on an ongoing basis. I appreciate all of you addressing this issue. And we need the trauma center.
Thank you.
I want to thank you all for being here and for inviting us into your house. My name is Christopher Doyle. I've lived on Reagan Way for 22 years. I'd like to summarize what we're asking. We are asking for a 24-month continuation of the existing contract while the following things take place. Noise and air pollution studies are conducted. And I want to be clear, the sound studies should include both the noise related to the flight pattern and the noise that is created at the helipad with every takeoff and landing. Also, that mitigation measures are enacted. Flight routes that eliminate neighborhood flyovers are established, and improved communication between the hospital and its neighbors is put in place. We will then support a new 10-year agreement which includes mitigation measures in the contractual language. We are also requesting that the quarterly neighborhood meetings continue with an impartial third party leading it, and that notes be taken and kept to record the things that we decide. These changes can easily be added to the existing contractual language. Nobody here is against the hospital or the helipad. We want to have peace, quiet, and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, Thomas. If anybody else has any comments, please come on up and we'll go to Zoom right after this. Thank you.
Do forgive me for intruding, if you will. It is a transportation issue. I'm a civil engineer and an environmental engineer, and the sound is one of those issues that we deal with. I was also on the task force for the homeless, and we had a group called the Healthcare for the Homeless Collaborative under Georgia, Berlin. And so all the hospitals came, the hospital directors and the operations manager for Memorial came, and he was advocating for the level 1 trauma center. So I was familiar with that whole situation. But the issue is, I think, sound. And a lot of times, and I'm in Santa Rosa all the time, and they come in and they're very low. And the typical elevation or required elevation is to be there's a ceiling not to be below 500 feet. But both the Sheriff Henry 1 and the Reach and everyone, they come in, and these people know, they're at 100 feet. So they're just above the treetops. And there's a lot of noise, particularly from the rear rotor as it turns. It has a lot of effect when that happens. But it's very low. And rather than coming in at the normal ceiling of 500 feet, they don't do that. And if they did that, it'd be a huge change in the noise. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Going to go to our online comments. Marcy, first of all, anybody who's looking to submit comments on this online, please click your hand to be raised, your virtual hand. And Marcy, what do we have?
Thank you. Currently, I see that we have one person. Brad, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Supervisors Gore, Corsi, Gore, Hopkins, and Rabbit. Thank you. Thank you for having us this morning. I'd like to point out one issue with the hospital is the interfacility transfers. Up until several years ago, the number of interfacility transfers was equal to the number of trauma scene calls. In recent years, the interfacility transfers have increased dramatically. The wording of the current contract is vague about who qualifies for a helicopter transfer. It says whenever it's medically appropriate. We need greater transparency. We'd like a study that looks at the percent change in interfacility transfers over time. We'd like a clear definition of which conditions or circumstances necessitate that transfer patient be flown into the hospital. We recognize the hospital can't limit crisis calls. However, reducing the number of interfacility flights into the hospital would significantly lessen the impact on our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
And thank you. That will conclude public comment.
Okay. I'm going to come back for any follow-up questions or comments. But what I would also like to understand is from the board members is potential ways to address this going forward. So I'm going to start with Supervisor Gorin. As much as we go through the details now, I think we're not set to go through all the details. So the question is are we going to move forward to approve, or are we going to look to bring this back this month with some potential changes to review?
And thank you. That was my question. I know that the contract expires April 22nd. We are under the gun, and we have 23rd, 23rd, 30th. Thank you. Oh, so we have another week. Yay. And I know that you've heard from me and the neighbors about a couple of requests. So regarding perhaps a 2-year contract with an extension to extend maybe 8 or 10 years after that, giving some leverage to the completion of the studies, the inclusion of vapor studies as well as noise studies, and some commitment in writing regarding neighborhood meetings. I don't have a copy of the resolution in front of me, so it may be there, but I haven't seen it. So my question really is, how can we tweak some of the language? And first of all, thank you for including the language in there about the sound studies. I think it's much appreciated by the neighbors, and implicit in that is that there will be some evaluation of the flight paths, recognizing that the Board of Supervisors does not approve the flight paths. The hospital doesn't, it's Caltrans, so it's a complex process. But do we have time to add a couple of elements in the contract, the agreement, and meet the deadline for the expiration of the current contract?
I think it's important right now that we hear from Frank Byrne, who is the Chief Operating Officer. Frank, can you speak to some of this?
Sure. Thank you, Tina. Appreciate it. Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity. A couple of quick comments in response to some of the discussion in the neighbor commentary. One, I would respectfully submit that the notion that this is a corporate problem or that Providence is a variable in the mix is a red herring. Santa Rosa Memorial has committed to Santa Rosa and the greater Sonoma County area for 72 years. It's a local hospital serving our community. There's no change. There's no variation in the commitment. Two, we've committed to the sound studies If it is the will of supervisors, we respond to the mitigation strategies and tactics that are in the contract. We have fulfilled the contract up to this point diligently. We will continue to fulfill the contract. If the belief is that a noise study is valuable, so be it. We have no problem with that. We are a resident of this community. We're a neighbor in this community. We serve this community. Three, a 2-year contract is exceptionally problematic. We spend tens of millions of dollars annually in service commitment to this community, to this trauma center. To make that change contractually is putting our ability to provide that service and the stability of the contract and the trauma center at risk. That's highly problematic for us and for the many residents that we serve, and will make differences, literally life and death differences to family, friends, neighbors. I think, beyond, I would just suggest to the board, you have a contract, it's got terms and conditions that have to be fulfilled. If we do not fulfill those obligations, you have the ability, and we would encourage you to terminate the contract after having an opportunity to repair any breach. We've fulfilled our contract historically, we'll continue fulfilling our contract, and we will responsibly act upon whatever information is advanced as a result of any noise, environmental study. We've relied upon the technology that's in front of us. When our subject experts tell us that these are closed systems and they don't put off vapor, we depend upon that. We're not subject matter experts in this area. We're a healthcare system providing service to this community, and we will continue to do so with great focus, great emphasis, and great care. Thank you.
Supervisor Gorin, if I may, one thing that, one potential is to look to bring this back this month under consent. But what I would do is ask that you and also Supervisor Corsi, as previous and current county supervisors, is work with staff to bring back some potential language changes to meet the timeline, but also for us to consider some of those and to potentially have a conversation with staff and with the hospital network to do it. With all respect to everybody who's spoken, the requests from the individuals, a lot of them seem to be germane relevant, as you've talked about, and about the how we do business, not the what. The contract is the what, but obviously I don't want to risk this. But this also gets into another question. We've had a variety of contracts come before our board, and one thing I want us as a board to review is how we encourage or require contracts to come to us with more time before deadlines, because we've had this, once again, we don't want to threaten our contracts. We don't want to be up against the gun in terms of an EIR, but at the same time, there are considerations we've had in multiple contracts. So I see one supervisor leaning in. I wanted to see if that works for you in terms of a bring back.
Thank you. I appreciate the suggestion. I think Supervisor Corsi and I may want to meet with staff to talk about what kind of language would not imperil the existing contract and would meet the timeline to move forward on a new contract. And I would welcome that conversation with our Director of Health Services, Jen Banks, and everyone involved.
And the things that I've heard is link the current is a potential proposal, but obviously this has to go back and forth, is about the contract and the current identification of a flight path study, but also the request, what I'm hearing is air pollution and noise mitigation measures, and then communications. Those are the keys that I've heard today.
And potentially vapor studies.
Air pollution, I
Yeah.
can think that's in the same vein. Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks, and I'd be happy to work with Supervisor Gorin on this. I just want to acknowledge the frustration of the neighbors. I've been connected to their email list for a couple of years almost now, and I recognize why there's frustration, and that's because they've been offered and take part in a seat at the table. They have a voice, but there's not a lot of feedback to that voice, and complaints don't seem to go anywhere. I'm not sure if that's fixable, the way that this is set up. The regulatory disconnects that are created between FAA, Caltrans, the city, the county, it's a difficult situation. We're also talking about people's lives here. I don't think that, we can limit the number of flights. I think we have to recognize that when medical professionals decide that something is necessary, that we need to listen to them. All that aside, though, I think that there's a trust issue here with the neighborhood, because while they may be heard, there's not a lot of attention paid to that hearing. Bringing this back at the last minute exacerbates that trust issue, I believe. And I just want to acknowledge that. That frustration may not be fixable, though. Peace, quiet, and harmony may not be achievable living next to a trauma center. But, well, harmony might be. Peace and quiet, I'm not so sure about. So, I support a contract that ensures that a sound study is done, and that an air quality study is done, and that mitigation measures are approved by the Board of Supervisors. I think that that's essentially the least we can do at this point. Whether we call them vapors or exhaust, air quality is an issue around jet engines. They don't leak fuel, but anybody who's been on an airport runway or to a NASCAR race knows that exhaust has smells, and it's more than smells. It's a physical impact. So happy to work with Supervisor Gore, and look forward to bringing this back at some time.
And I just leaned over to talk to our representative on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and perhaps we can connect with them to place some monitors in some of the neighborhoods to really look at air quality issues. Here we have a healthcare organization, and we should be concerned about that.
Yeah, I can't promise immediate monitors, but I can promise that I will absolutely bring this back to Bay Area Air Quality Management District staff. And I do want to acknowledge that it's an interest that the Air District Board has taken sort of a particular interest in over the last couple of years. We've been having a number of conversations around the impacts of airports and helipads on local community health. And so I think it's very, very appropriate to refer this to BACMD, and I look forward to following up with you. And I want to make sure that I am compliant with the Brown Act. So maybe what I will do is connect staff. So maybe sort of connect Director Rivera over to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, because if they're working together, then I can't work with you, but I will work through Director Rivera.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may, I wanted to.
Absolutely.
Yes, I wanted to make some comments related to our commitment to our quarterly meetings. We are committed to continue to do that, always looking to improve communication processes. We did hear about the need to reach out to more of the residents around the area, so we're looking for a way of doing the snail mail contact to them. The county has worked to develop a web-based process for neighbors to do immediate reporting of issues that so far has only been in place since October, so we're still working out some of the bugs on that. But we're also looking within the hospital to put that link on our own webpage as well. So just again, try to provide more and more opportunities for neighbors and residents to be able to submit comments about some of these issues real time. And again, some of those are reviewed with the county and our flight partners at these quarterly meetings too, to better understand what some of these issues are.
Thank you. Yeah, I think having dealt with this a lot on a different facility, very different, obviously. I mean, you all operate, and I heard from the neighbors as well, and consensus from the board is a amazing community benefit, not just for us, but regionally. And the mitigation of that can't always be 100%, and that's understood. And I think that's what I've heard acknowledged as well. But it sounds like we can improve always. And so I appreciate you being here today. I appreciate your COO weighing in. Thank you for sharing, acknowledging the community benefit of this facility. And so we want to keep going. What's that, Supervisor Gwen?
I think Supervisor Rabbit wanted to make a comment earlier
Anything?
and we sort of jumped ahead of him.
Yep. Anything, sir?
Well, I think it's been said, but I didn't hear anything from the neighbors that didn't support a better process going forward.
Yep.
And it's all about communication and it's all about trust. And quite honestly, I'm not sure if I really got that from the gentleman from the hospital. But I think that we need to make sure that we build that trust, we build that communication, that there are processes in place. I look forward to the discussion on the air quality. I don't know how helicopters are regulated or not in terms of their exhaust. I know it's all about fuel efficiency and noise, but I'm not sure if they've emphasized enough on aircraft for exhaust. But I look forward to that as well. And I would imagine that the hospital, and the trend is going up. The 2 years that you showed were the only 2 years that were pre-COVID actually showed a trend going up. And so I still think that there's a reason to go back in the systemic issues that are there. And we know that we have those in this county with our hospital partners. So I look forward to that as well.
Thank you. I don't hear anybody interested in getting in the way of a trauma center. I hear everybody interested in improving the process of not just the what that we all support, but the how and the integration with everybody. So I want to thank you for excellent presentations today, for a reminder of how this works. I anticipate this coming back on consent, not with full perfection in what's going to happen go forward, but potentially a way that that sets a new path going forward for you all and for all of us. So I want to honor your time today. It's actually a pleasure to see folks. I know you had to take time out of your day to be here, but it shows the import that you have, and likewise. So we're going to bring this back. We're not going to take a formal vote on this today, and I look forward to continuing the good work with Memorial, and thank you all for being here. Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you all. Thank you all. Get my notes together. Okay. Now we're going to get back, and I want to thank the folks who have been waiting. I first of all, District Attorney Ravitch, I actually feel kind of remiss, or there we go. Chief Deputy District Attorney Carla Rodriguez. It's a pleasure to see you. This should be this is a pretty pro forma item, but ultimately a hope that looks like we're going to see a lot of you going forward. And so we won't get into that, but I'll just say I appreciate you and your service and being with us here today. I'm just going to sneak one thing in before we get to this item that I didn't mention on consent because it was on consent, but I don't know if you all saw, but the appointment for the 4th District Fair Board, Alma Bowen from Nuestra Comunidad, which is the organization we all know that does great work, great background in North County and in agriculture. I want to thank you all for voting for that approval. It's a great moment. Alma is going to lean in hard with some of the great appointees that you all have made. So without further ado, I'm going to go to item number 13. It's good to see you. To you.
Nice to see you, Supervisor Gore. So I'm never having done this before, by request today, and thank you for having me, and thank you for letting Ms. Ravitch put this item on the agenda. We are requesting that the Board of Supervisors reappoint retired Deputy District Attorney Barbara Nanny as an extra help position to fill a critically needed position. We're very busy. COVID is lifting and the courthouse is humming. We have 45 attorneys. 4 of them are on leave right now. We've had a vacancy since November of 2021. That attorney has not started yet due to military service. So Miss Nanny would be helping us with critical jobs such as filings, handling post-conviction relief under SB 1437, SB 483, all the new laws that are happening. We have frequent and constant resentencing issues happening, going on. And so we would be most appreciative to have Miss Nanny allowed to come back to help us out. And we would be paying for this position with savings from the vacant position.
Thank you very much, Madam District Attorney, Chief Deputy District Attorney. I appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you to our District Attorney, Joe Ravitch, for allowing you the spot. And any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, going to go to public comment, open public comment on this item. Bringing this back to the board. First of all, wait, I didn't check. Nobody here. I'm getting used to slamming. Anybody online? I should be appropriately.
No, but nobody online.
Thank you, Karen. So we're going to come back to our board. Roll call on this item.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, good. Let's go.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Carla, your first vote with the board is a 5-0. May there be many more. Okay. Moving on to the next item. Director Kiff, Tina Rivera. I see Tina here. Do you want us to? We could take a bit. You know what, Tina? It's been a long morning, but this is an important item. I'm going to give us 3 to 5 minutes to the board to use the restroom. We'll come back and have you set up and ready to go. This is going to important deliberation. And for those listening in online, the next item is an update on Project Home Key or Home Key 2 and an allocation of early capital match. So
Thank you all. Just one moment while we get our sound back. And it looks good once, if we can unmute in the chambers.
Thank you, Marcy. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, now we have a series of pretty meaty items. So just to check in also with the board and also with staff is that we have, I have some pretty strong estimates of time that I want us to be better than what is written before me, if at all possible. Obviously, we have to allocate appropriate amount of time for public comment. But we have an update on item number 14 on Home Key 2, allocation of early capital match. Then we have emergency rental assistance program, ERAP update and tenant protection for COVID-19. I have that estimated as an hour and a half. That does not seem like Interim Director Kiff wants that to be an hour and a half. I'm not anticipating that either. We've done this a couple times. I think then we have the SB 160, the implementation into our emergency operations plan. That'll be a good important item with questions, and then the resilience centers on the tail end of it. So once again, I just want to encourage my colleagues. Well, I want to encourage staff to be succinct with your presentations, look for questions from the board. And I want my board, I'm not going to stop anything or rush anything, but I want us to be very clear about things we have questions on and what we have direction on that we want to pull forward. So I'm going to try and get us through these efficiently so we can stay on track. We have a lot of fee hearings this afternoon. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Director Rivera and Interim Director Kiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. I'm Dave Kiff, Interim Director of the Community Development Commission. I'm joined by my colleague, Tina Rivera, Director of the Health Services Department. We've been working together on Project Home Key. It's an important collaboration. It's an important collaboration with the cities, with the Continuum of Care Board, and with the county. And I'm here to hopefully tell you some good stories about what's going on out there. Next slide, please. I appreciate my assistant, Susan, running the slide today. So we applied for a number of applications, as you folks know, and three of them have already been approved. And those are in Petaluma, a large permanent supportive housing project, 60 units. Runner Park is an interim housing project, another 60 units. And then in the North County, this will be the North County's first site for homelessness. I'm not calling it a shelter because it's interim housing. It's a great proposal of 25 beds at L&M Village in Healdsburg, but that'll be North County's first site. We've also submitted two more applications, one for George's Hideaway. We submitted that probably in mid-December and just heard recently that we're beyond the geographic set aside. I'll talk about that in just a second. Homeless Action Sonoma's project is not submitted yet, but then we also submitted a transition aged youth project for unincorporated Santa Rosa. That's called the Redwood Inn. Next slide, please. So the news is the Bay Area's geographic allocation was over allocated. And we were one of just two subscription areas in the state that received this over subscription, which is exciting for the Bay Area because that's a lot of important changes, but sad for us because we wanted a couple more projects funded. Now, importantly, the state's 20% discretionary allocation is not allocated at all. And that's over $200 million. And then the other geographic set-asides, for instance, in San Diego County, there were no applications. All that money is going to be funneled back in Home Key 2, this current round, for projects like some of the ones that we submitted, including George's Hideaway. The TAY, Transition Age Youth allocation, is not oversubscribed. And then Home Key 3 begins again with the same amount of money in just October 2022. And I think both Director Rivera and I agree, this is a game changer for homelessness in Sonoma County and across the state. Getting this many new permanent supportive housing, interim housing units approved is tremendous. Next slide, please. State has a terrific dashboard about this. If you ever want to take a peek at it, talks about all the projects that are funded. Next slide, please. I don't want to spend too much time on these. You can see the Bay Area's allocation. We're right up there. Sonoma County, we have 3 approved, and that's as high as any county in the region. So we were aggressive about this because this is the future state of how we solve homelessness. This is less money going towards kind of struggling with
the current problems and really looking at what's our future and how do we solve this. So we'll really embrace that. Next slide, please. Why we're here today is to give you this update. Certainly welcome my colleague Tina's comments, but specifically it's to allocate what's called the early capital match. And your board agreed to do this in October, and now we have at least 2 applicants that have asked for that. One is in Healdsburg, one is in Petaluma. You see the numbers are a little different there. They're up on your slide. And the cities kind of approach this a little differently. Petaluma put in, for instance, is making a lot of management and ongoing commitments. And then Healdsburg is also making commitments of amounts to continue the operation of their site. Because it's a small site, the economies of scale are not as good. So I was comfortable in taking a look at these numbers and looking at what they've requested and recommending this allocation for both Healdsburg and Petaluma. Now, these come from what's called HAP funds, homeless housing and assistance programs. This is the intent of funds like this to do things like construction as well as operations. But working with Director Rivera, we've come up with the plan, and with County Administrator Bratton. So this is kind of the fruition of that plan, at least in this initial stage. I'll stop there. Welcome any comments from Tina and your board.
And then to provide you with an update with respect to the wraparound services and supports for these projects. These key and critical projects that have already received Project Home Key support add to the pool of Project Home Key supports that we received from round 1, Mickey Zane Place and Elderberry Commons, which collectively provide 75 units of permanent supportive housing for our Sonoma County residents. Your board approved a Project Home Key cohort using Measure O funding. And so we have been in discussions with our city stakeholders, our city partners, looking at how we design that particular cohort to provide an integrated care service delivery approach for individuals living at these particular facilities or units or housing, if you will. And so this also would be a game changer at how we deliver wraparound services and supports to these home key projects. We would integrate staff from our city partners or community-based organizations onto this particular cohort with our county staff. We would provide skilled staff from our Department of Health Services, our HSD staff, human services staff, and also our community development staff, and then integrate city staff onto this cohort, and as well as a data analyst, which would be important and key to ensure that we are measuring those outcomes, that we are providing appropriate reports, not only to your board, but also to our city partners and the COC board, so that we are looking at the performance of these facilities, the performance of these housing facilities as we move forward into what we're doing in providing services and supports. Because we know that with respect to providing housing, whether it's interim or whether it's permanent, it's important to provide these wraparound services and supports to encourage individuals to remain stably housed. So it's not enough to just put them in a housing, but it's important to keep them housed. And we do that by providing the wraparound services and supports that they need. And so thank you with respect to approving the Project Home Key cohort that will go a long way to keeping our citizens who will become residents in these facilities to remaining stably housed as they go forward. So more to come on how that service delivery model will work as we continue these discussions with our city partners.
Excellent.
And I'll turn it back over to you, Dave.
Well, I want to pass it back to you real quickly with just one thing, which is maybe a prompt as we get into specific questions about the projects and the overall allocation. If you can, conceptualize what this means in terms of our overall plan for homelessness. And, I say this because many of us talk about this being one of the key drivers. If you're going to put one-time money towards something, what is it going to be that can achieve success? And on the other side is remind folks of, even though this allocation is going in, is what's the allocation that comes in from the state on top of these as a high level? And then also talk about just this coming from city applications with us supporting as opposed to what we were doing in those jurisdictions before. Just not a lot, but just if you can hammer that in.
So your board, of course, was a leader in this concept of non-congregate shelter at Los Guilacos Village. And that was a major commitment, and also really moved the ball forward on getting some of the most chronically homeless folks, the most challenging folks, into housing, because it's private. It's not the congregate shelter setting. So more people are willing to go into that. So if you look at what Home Key is doing, Home Key is doubling and tripling and maybe quadrupling our capacity in that regard, because now we'll have a location in West County, a location in North County, and then a large location in Roanoke Park and Petaluma. And when I say we, I mean the whole continuum of care. Placements in these will be somewhat localized, but they'll also be part of coordinated entry, so that this will be the county with a small c, the region's network of this important part of the housing continuum that is the stabilization part, where if I'm chronically homeless and get a roof over my head, I can start to get services, I can start to get recovery services and things like that that are going to help me move to the next part of housing, which is affordable housing, or maybe permanent supportive housing the rest of my life. But either way, I'm off the streets and I'm stable, and I'm going to do well there.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to go to questions from my colleagues. Start that on this side. Supervisor Rabbit, anything? Okay, Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks, and I'll have some comments later, but I just want to make sure that the request here is within the framework that you presented to us earlier about how we pay for these services, the wraparound services, over the next 7 years.
It's within the where we had kind of a 230 bed idea, and we're still below 230 beds,
Right.
so it's still falling within that.
Yeah. So we're still expecting positive responses on some of these other ones. We have that capacity.
If we got, for instance, all 5 projects that have an application in, we'd be right about at 230. So I'm not concerned about 5 projects. I would be concerned about 7, but as I say that, as Director Rivera knows, there's lots of different ways that we can, and it's all, sorry, just for background for the folks at home, this is about the supportive services costs. They're very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever ways we can be more creative with state dollars and local dollars to either bring those costs down or just spread them out better with economies of scale, I think we can accommodate more. And then there's a hope someday that the more people you're stably housing, maybe you can start to pull some costs off of street outreach and off of emergency shelter and move those kind of towards this better future look.
And we've also talked about trying to reduce that daily cost, but with, different types of security situations, different types of food service applications. So I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that while we've got these applications out there, we still have an idea of how we're going to put the services together with the rooms. Thanks for this report. Supervisor Gorn.
Thank you for this report, and really thank you for your incredible efforts working together and forging great collaborations with the city. If there's something that I've heard over and over again from the cities is we're not being included in the county's efforts. And I think the grants that are outlined in this item really speaks to the regional efforts that the county has been working on. And that has been my consistent theme. Let's not just build the shelters in Santa Rosa and focus the services. And yes, it's the awards are along the corridor, but I love the fact that George's Hideaway and Homeless Action Sonoma are in the wings, ready to be mentored, nurtured, and maybe round 2, 3, or whatever measure that is. So thank you for that. The question, and I will refrain from making the same comments about LG Village. Thank you so much. It is expensive because of shuttling food security. And the solution really is regional services in the Sonoma Valley area, because those folks in Sonoma Valley don't think of LG Village as their home. They don't want to go to Petaluma or LG Village. So thus, we're moving forward. Thank you, Dave, for your work on that. I was at the Yosemite conference this weekend, and I met Jason Elliott, who is the head of housing and homelessness for the state, an amazing young man, brimming with ideas and enthusiasm. He thanked Sonoma County, and another speaker thanked Santa Rosa and the Sonoma County for the philosophies that we've been developing over the years. And I said, funding, bring it on. Yes, we had the discussion about the grant amendment, but bring it on. We want that funding. He mentioned an encampment resolution grant, and it was only $50 million, but I wondered if you'd had explored the encampment resolution grant at the state level and whether or not that had any value for us moving forward, because I hadn't heard of it before.
We have applied, actually, and so did Petaluma. Petaluma actually integrated a staff from our IMDT team into their encampment resolution grant. They were awarded. We were not, because the parameters around this particular grant dealt with the encampment size. So there were some specific criteria that you had to meet with respect to that particular grant. So we are excited that Petaluma was awarded, and we look forward to moving forward in a partnership with Petaluma.
Great. I suggested that to Homeless Action Sonoma, and they said apparently that fund had already been oversubscribed. But if there is a way for Homeless Action Sonoma that could potentially take advantage of this as they are moving folks from the streets into interim and transitional housing, that would be much appreciated. The Transitional Youth Fund is not yet oversubscribed, and we do have the SAY Dream Center and Tamayo House with, I think, some vacant spaces there, vacant beds, because they don't have the funding to support that. Is that something that we might work with them on to figure out if they can take advantage of that funding?
It could be a possibility for Home Key 3. When I was writing these slides and noting that they're not oversubscribed, they're at 90%. And
Close.
then, right. And then we just put in our application for ours. So we're hoping we squeaked under but Home Key 3 comes around in October.
Great. And I would love it if we could work with SAY to figure out if in fact they could qualify for additional funding and moving homeless youth, transitional youth off the streets and into SAY with the support system. So thank you. I may have a few more comments, but I think I snuck them in.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you so much. And I was hoping that you might be able to provide the board with an update on the status of George's Hideaway and the potential threat to the acquisition of that property if we're not able to move forward.
So one of the challenging things with Home Key is that you need to go in with an application and have something close to a purchase and sale agreement, and we have executed that with George's Hideaway, but it's contingent upon the funding. And the owners there have been, I'll call them, just incredibly patient with us. But patience runs out, and there is an expectation that their patience will run out by April 6th, which is when the last of our extensions goes through. So I know, Supervisor, you and I had talked about whether or not there was merit in purchasing the George's Hideaway property using other funds. And I later then consulted with our state team. We have a state consultant team that's free to us, but tremendous resource. And they ran that up and down the flagpole and seemed to think that would not harm our application to square away what would be the equivalent of early capital in George's Hideaway before an award.
Thank you. And just sort of a preview for discussion, but I will be asking the board to consider providing direction to move forward with the Georgia's Hideaway acquisition, not using general fund, but using funds that have already been specifically designated for the Lower Russian River area, and particularly the $400,000 in safe parking funds that were already allocated, and then the remainder from the Russian River shelter redevelopment funds. Because I think that one of my biggest fears is that if we lose this opportunity, I can tell you with certainty, having been through the ringer out in this community, that this is the only location that the community supports for homeless services. And we have, attempted other suggestions that has been met with tremendous community pushback. And yet there's a growing sense of desperation that we need a solution. And this is really, I think, the one location that almost everybody in the community has rallied around. So I want to make sure, I know that we sort of had asked County Council if this is something that the board could take action on today. And my understanding from Travis was that the answer was yes. But I just want to sort of double check in with County Council's office that we would be able to potentially take that action.
As long as it's related to the overall item we're talking about in the home key, yes, I think we can at least provide direction to staff on that item.
Thank you. And I know that there's never certainty, right, in this world. But could you also provide any insight that you have from that state team and from what you've been hearing from the state with respect to another round of home key funding?
So we were hopeful here by March 22nd that we'd hear more about the reallocated geographic set-asides. So for instance, the San Diego money that was not used at all. And then some of the state discretionary money, which again is upwards of 350 million when you start to compile it all. So we expect to hear that by the end of March, maybe by early April, that the state will say, here's how we're allocating that. And Georgia's Hideaway scored very highly. It's an important need. You see the scores of each application, and that's one that scored highly. So I'm optimistic that it will secure home key funding within weeks. If that fails, the next round is just in October, and it's the same amount of money, and we would just resubmit the application.
Great. And I'm sure that my colleagues will be interested to know sort of what the risk would be, right? What if we purchase this property and then we don't get the funding? What would be the likely cost? I mean, it would really be around securing the site for as long as we kind of own it before we are able to secure funding, or sort of what are your thoughts on the potential downfalls or risks?
That's about it. The securing the site, there's a question of, could we make it a safe parking site in an interim use? That would be something we'd consult closely with Tim Miller of West County Community Services about. So to me, the risk is, it's not inconsequential, but it's also small.
Thank you for that. And then, final question is that we've really experienced a number of homeless encampment started wildfires, unfortunately, in West County. Is there, how else, I guess, can we increase capacity? And could this potentially also be we had a very, very successful during the pandemic navigation site, which just allowed folks a place to be 24/7. That was held in the parking lot, the parking ride sort of across from Safeway. But could this potentially fulfill some other interim need like that, basically to try to decrease the fire risk in the area?
I think that's a commitment from our staffs as well as from West County Community Services to try to do that and figure out how to do that. We have a couple of tools. This is one of them that might be able to accomplish that.
Thank you so much. And then actually I lied. I have one more question, which is regarding sort of ongoing funding for the Guerneville Vets Hall shelter. That has been extremely successful. West County Community Services has been working hard to get placements from folks into the Vets Hall. And they're also hoping that, fingers crossed with COVID, they might be able to actually expand the capacity and sort of have a few more beds based on a reduced social distancing. However, I know that's also scheduled to close. For the duration of the pandemic, it was really operating 24/7, which I think made a very positive impact in Guerneville. And I actually have some budget figures for sort of what it, would potentially cost to keep that open a little bit longer. I'm wondering what potential revenue sources do we have to operate that as a 24/7 shelter in the future. And I know that in the distant past, pre-pandemic, that was always funded by the county as a seasonal shelter, I believe using the HAP funding. So I just want to sort of, what more HAP funding is there if we do move forward with the allocation for Petaluma or Healdsburg, or are there also other funding opportunities that we could look to make sure that we do have a shelter out there in West County?
Well, we have an opportunity that the staff has taken advantage of with the CDC to apply for reallocated state emergency solutions grants coronavirus funds. The state had a little bit extra. We put an application for that. This is a great use for those funds. That would fund things through September if we wanted to. And then I think there'd be a conversation between your board and Director Rivera and the county administrator as to what HAP resources might be available as well. HAP is dependable, but it also goes up and down depending on what the state is authorizing that year.
Great. Thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate it. And thanks for
Yeah.
entertaining my West County questions.
Well, I think I'll just dive in a little bit more on that because this is important. The first thing I want to acknowledge is that how awesome it is that all of us are sitting here vying for projects to deliver on homeless solutions in our districts and in our area. This has been a long road to hoe, but there's been a lot of work up to this point. But I don't know any other jurisdiction that's working this hard to say we're going to own this together in every district. And that was a commitment. Actually, I looked down to the end, Supervisor Gorin with, the difficulty in standing up Los Gillicos Village, but it was to come in and say we're all going to share in solutions, and we need this to be regional and community-wide, not just in a city center or otherwise. So the other thing is I do want either Supervisor Hopkins or maybe Director Kiff to kind of go into this a little bit. First of all, I want to hit on this George's Hideaway kind of issue and then come back to a couple other questions on the current applications. But, just so that everybody knows, this funding pot that Supervisor Hopkins is talking about, my understanding, Supervisor Hopkins, is it existed before you entered office. I remember your first month in office, I think there was articles about you sitting before 500 people, screaming out in I'm going to say this in the Guerneville area because of a different potential to use this money. So this money has been set aside for this use as R&R funds from the past, formerly redevelopment funds potentially or whatever it is. But I guess the key here is that if we used this item to actually secure that property, which you say is the only property that really is viable for you in West County to deliver a solution, it could be used, number one, is to apply for home key. But at the same time, I think there's options that we could in an interim potentially use it for a navigation center or other things like that. So I just wanted to clarify those two issues. One is this funding area for kind of a West County shelter exists already. And you mentioned a parking fee as well, kind of two of those together. So I just wanted to get a little bit more clarity either from you or from Mr. Kiff on that, whoever wants to lean in.
So the other funding that I was referring to was allocated by this board in December of last year on the December 7th meeting, specifically to support, I believe, the Project Home Key application match. Is that right? So this would essentially be sort of pre-spending that. And then what we would do is we could then sort of backfill any required match from the Russian River redevelopment fund. So it's sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Okay. On the point of, that's good enough for me on the George's Hideaway. I want to go back to a couple other things. Is first and foremost is talk about the difference between on this chart now that we have interim housing versus before what we funded as permanent supportive housing through the projects that we have. And then we also very well understand the Los Gillicos Village model and then the congregate shelters that we have already existing throughout Sonoma County. Talk about interim housing. I saw not only the Hillsbury, the L&M Hotel, but others in there. And where do they fit in the cycle of these housing options?
Well, I can talk about interim housing. There's a continuum of care. And so interim housing solutions are really important across the continuum because what they do is they provide an immediate solution for an individual who is unsheltered to get off the streets, if you will, and provides them with a solution to become sheltered while they seek a more permanent solution into permanent supportive housing, whether it's with a housing voucher or even onto a leased solution along the continuum. So these emergency shelter, interim housing solutions, permanent housing solutions, affordable housing solutions, leased housing solutions. These are all housing solutions along what we call the continuum of housing care solutions along the continuum. And so interim housing is really a key element to really immediately house someone off of the streets immediately. So it's really just a key piece of that continuum solution. So oftentimes individuals are able to use this interim solution, and it's cheaper, if you will, than permanent supportive housing, and they're able to cycle individuals and serve more individuals in an interim solution more so than they would a permanent solution. So we're able to serve individuals in an interim housing solution and get them housed. So it's really a really critical piece of the continuum.
So you have our existing shelter network, let's say pre-Joe Rodota Trail, right? You have the expansions that are going on with those. You now have Los Guilacos Village as an indoor-outdoor shelter. It's considered a pallet shelter. You have Interim, which would also be another place aside from like Los Guilacos to fill that immediate need to go in. And then all those individuals, whether it's in like Los Guilacos or the congregate shelters or the interim housing, are ultimately destined to have an opportunity to move into either permanent supportive housing or other options. Is that correct?
Correct.
So with interim housing, you're not anticipating you're going to have somebody there for 6 months or a year?
You could.
Or they could as it takes time to transition. It's just that it's not permanent. We're
It's
not looking
not
at
permanent.
multi-year.
It allows that individual
Okay.
to stabilize and
Okay.
prepares them for a permanent solution. So it's really a critical tool along the continuum.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if you look at where the interim sites are located, they're Rohnert Park and Healdsburg, where there isn't a shelter. So the interim is a more usable option where there's an area without a shelter. But for instance, in Guerneville, it's a shelter at the Vets building and permanent supportive housing at George's Hideaway. In Petaluma, it's shelter at Mary Isaacs and permanent supportive at the building in North Petaluma.
Okay. Talk to me about the individuals in all of our communities that say, if we're going to have this in our community, is it going to serve our regional homeless population? You'll see people who say, are you going to be having people from the streets of Santa Rosa come up to Healdsburg or out to Los Guilacos or other areas? And once again, understanding that there's no world where it's only identified specific individuals, but is there a prioritization for individuals served within that community? Because we have a lot of issues where folks also on the opposite is from North County or West County won't go into shelter networks in City of Santa Rosa or other places that are congregate.
Well, that's just it. That where folks become homeless are usually where they have an affinity. It was my home, is where I had a job, is where I went to school, where I was a young person. So this will just out of function end up being regional. These will be regional neighborhood locations versus countywide locations. Now, that said, everyone's required to participate in coordinated entry, but there can be a local system set up, provided that you're not housing someone with completely low vulnerability at the expense of somebody with really high vulnerability. But you can create more local solutions within that.
Well, a lot of times what this gets to is individuals who say, just like us, is, hey, you're delivering solutions, but I want to see results. I want to see the individuals in my community taken care of, right? And I want to see the results on the streets. And so as much as we say, oh, the shelter is full with individuals that have spilled over from an encampment somewhere else, as they want to see those. So is there anything, is that just a discussion, a policy discussion with the COC or with us? Or is there anything within the contracting language of like an entity like this? So for example, the L&M Hotel in Healdsburg is going to be serviced by Reach for Home, a local homeless provider. Do they actually have beds allocated to deliver on the solutions for their clients in North County? Is that in the contract of services, or is that just a cooperative effort going forward?
It's more collaborative region-wide, but
Mm.
there is a nuance that allows,
Mhm.
because you have a regional service provider, the regional service provider can work closely within the system to ensure that the very local needs are addressed within
Okay.
that.
Okay, good. The other part is really accountability of delivering on what's been said to the public. And this gets into a lot of the questions that we always have anytime one of these opens is, are you really going to be able to manage so there aren't offsite impacts? And Director Rivera or Director Kiff, can you talk about our success to date in managing the existing facilities? I think it's important context. Everyone will say, hey, this is going to ruin this area, this neighborhood. And from my understanding, we spend an exorbitant amount of money on security to be able to manage that. But what's our commitment from the government partner side, not only us, but with putting money into these cities that they deliver on security and they deliver on mitigation of any impacts that come from this being in those areas?
Yeah, and that's all a part of the conversations, and that's all a part of the model is the security, is the mitigation. And not only that, but it's the communication and the outreach and the engagement with community, because it's not just about us together coming together with the cities and having these communications and discussions and looking at best practices, but it's also having conversations with our community to communicate, hey, and outreach that this is what we're bringing into the neighborhoods, but this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to mitigate the impacts. This is how we're going to address your concerns, and looking at what are your concerns, and then absolutely laying out the plan as to this is the security that we're providing. This is the trash collection that we're providing. These are the service providers that we're working with, laying all of that out, not only internally with our stakeholders, but getting out into the community and working with the neighborhoods to ensure that they understand that we are going to be good neighbors. And we've done that over and over and over. And also not just having one or two meetings, but having ongoing engagement with the neighborhoods so that everyone understands that. That's key. It's important.
So there's two sides, like you say. There's the soft side of collaboration, partnership, communication, and then there's this hard side, which is what is contractual agreements that you make in terms of accountability. So if you can speak to me about what you see in these plans that you've reviewed for Petaluma and for Hillsburg with respect to accountability for service providers, for the city, for the county as a partner, because a lot of people look back at us, and I want to acknowledge this and say, that's great, Gore, but you're going to be gone in 5 years, right? And there's going to be a different county administrator, and there's going to be other people at the city council, and this is going to change. So as much as we talk about, trust and all these other things, you might not be there in a while. So what do you see in these agreements that holds that accountability over these home key applications? And what have we done in the past to do that? For instance, is the security work, is that in a contract kind of as a covenant with the community? Not looking for like the soft kind of collaboration and community engagement, but like the hard things that we hold ourselves accountable to as an institution, and things that we might want to put into.
Yes, you want to speak to some of that?
In their home key applications, in this case, Healdsburg and Petaluma, have to submit their management plan for supportive services, as well as things like meals and security and maintenance of the building and all that. And that's something that the state views as important and relies upon to make the state's award. I do hope, I still hope, kind of with our county examples, that over time, when the neighbors realize these are not bad neighbors, these are not bad things to have next to you, and they really can be run very well with a good service provider, that those security costs will be able to be reduced.
I think one of the things too is you all have done it with some of us in the past, but as we do this, I would appreciate an offer being made to the cities to have, if they have any neighbor groups, is for them to be able to visit some of our existing facilities appropriately. We all know that you don't just take big groups of folks into non-congregate or congregate shelters and just run around the place, but that there's appropriate ways to talk with service providers and others. So I'm going to have some more comments as we get to it, but I want to thank folks. I hear a couple things. One is the item before us, and then I hear another thing that'll come back to us in the comments, which is a request to look at purchasing a facility with existing designated Russian River funds. I'm going to come down to, I know it'll come down to this side. Anything else, Supervisor Rabbit? I didn't get you on the first round. You good?
No, I appreciate the work and thank you for the, obviously the dollars on the Montero project in Petaluma.
Good.
But I do applaud the board as a whole and staff for certainly jumping on this home key from the beginning. And I'm glad we've had that success.
Well, it's amazing. We have everybody's pushing for more money to be put in this, but this whole idea of is there a better expenditure into homelessness with one-time funds in this to match with 75% from the state and then some depending on how we hit the markers. So I want to go to public comment on this item. We're going to allow, first of all, internally, Thomas to come on up. If you can, anybody who's online, please raise your hands if you're going to provide public comment so we can get a count before I state how much time we're going to allocate. First, I want to see the number if you can, please. Okay, we'll do 2 minutes each. Thank you, Thomas. Good to see you in person.
Without a mask. That's great. We're so lucky now. Well, I just wanted to address the question that you were asking about where the history has been on the local entity and how it provides housing. And what happened was the COC changed, as we all know, and there was a process there that implemented both the housing first and the coordinated entry. And the coordinated entry was a countywide process, and it caused problems, particularly with the housing first program that was being implemented, that didn't really allocate the beds all that well. And so that has been returned to the local agencies now, is that it's not the county, there's still a countywide coordinated entry, but the beds are allocated locally. And they're the ones who know who's homeless in their area, and they're the ones who allocate the beds. And that has been responsive to that. And that has been a process that was, I would say, strengthened by the communication between the local entities and coordinated entry as that whole process went through. It took several years. But that was a really important question. And that was how they answered it, was to return it to local.
Great. Appreciate that. And thank you for staying close to this over the years. We have some online comments, at least one.
Yes, we do, Chair Group and Board. Just one moment while I pull up our slide.
Session binder, just because mine's in the back.
Apologies, we lost one of our colleagues in Zoom who runs this. I'm just setting one up. Should be. Should be able to see the timer now. And if Karen, if you can please unmute and begin.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Gore and supervisors and members of the community. I'm Karen Shimizu. I'm the housing manager for the city of Petaluma. I know we have a busy agenda today, but I just wanted to take a few minutes to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the agenda item before you this morning in consideration of funding for our project, The Studios at Montero. As a member of the City of Petaluma team, I want to just briefly highlight the importance of the Home Key project to our community and to our region. The project will provide real options for our most vulnerable, 60 units of permanent supportive housing with rental assistance and on-site support services. So this project will not only be focused on providing housing opportunities, but supporting them and maintaining their housing, keeping them connected with their support services, ensuring they succeed. To date, I wanted to acknowledge there have been several key partners working directly with the city. The key partners include Burbank Housing, COTS, the County of the Sonoma CDC team, as well as the County IMDD team. They have all provided support and information to shape the project and to support us in submitting a successful application. As a regional team, we've been working on the project since last August. I think there were some questions regarding the funding award. The city of Petaluma for the Home Key project was awarded $15,680,382 to support this project. The funding before you, we're looking for capital match. The total local match that we need for the application is $1,583,000. I also wanted to mention that the team was focused on working since last August, but this included finding the right property for a program and a project like this, submitting the successful application, and now most importantly, that we've received an award, moving the project forward with design and permitting and leasing up the property. The city's established 3 key teams to ensure we meet key deadlines. It includes an acquisition, legal, and finance team.
And thank you so much for the comment. And then the next commenter is Rich. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. It's Rich Wallach with Burbank Housing Development. And we are going to be the owner, developer, and manager of the studios at Montero. I didn't want you to cut off Karen. And I think if I recall, what she was saying was specifically around 3 different groups. One dedicated to acquisition and the initiation of the project. The second would be design and construction, and the third would be lease up and services. I just want to speak to the board and thank them both for the award today, hopefully, and also for the commitment of 60 vouchers for the project, which was absolutely critical. If we had not received those vouchers, this would not be feasible at all. We appreciate the additional funding. That match allows the state to provide additional funding to the project, and we will look forward to implementing this and meeting the deadline of November 1st for occupancy. That will require a team effort, and we do have a strong partner in the city of Petaluma working with us very closely to achieve that goal by expediting permitting and working with us on the design. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's anybody else, Marcy?
Supervisor Gore, there are no additional hands.
Okay. Coming back to the board. So I think, as I heard before, I'm interested in if there's any other things that we want to put into this, but what we have before us is item A, to receive an update on Project Home Key Round 2 efforts, and B, authorize Mr. Kiff and the Community Development Commission and designee to enter into agreements with cities to distribute the early capital match for Home Key 2 projects in this manner: $950,000 from County HAP 1 or 2 for the city of Hillsburg, and Reach for Home for the L&M Village, and item 2, which is $600,000, City of Petaluma, on the and Committee on the Shelterless Cots at the Montero Place. And I assume there is a C that we would be adding to this before we would take up a vote. But any other comments? I'll start with Supervisor Hopkins and then maybe we'll keep moving.
Yeah, I just wanted to request that the board also consider providing direction to staff and sort of the budget authorization for the monies that are already earmarked for the Lower Russian River and for the George's Hideaway project to move forward with the acquisition, because I'm very concerned that if we let this opportunity slip through our fingers, that it will just be gone. And this is a long time coming. As Supervisor Gore, Chair Gore mentioned, one of my very first, I guess I could say, knockdown, drag out town hall meetings, because that's really what it was regarding an alternative proposed service site location. And it was so bad that severed pigs' heads were literally left on the facility site. There were signs that went up all over the community saying not in our town, and it was extraordinarily divisive and ultimately defeated proposal. And so this is something that we actually have community support for. It's a big deal. There are so few properties that are not in the floodplain or near a densely populated area, or I mean, it can go on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really do feel like it's finally time. And this is something that we came very close to pulling the trigger on 6 years ago before I was on the board. And it would be really make me sleep better at night knowing that we at least have something moving forward.
Supervisor Hopkins, can you restate or Director Kipp, however we want to do this, the overall price and then the allocation for the purchase of that?
Perhaps Director Kiff could state the overall price. And then my proposal was to use the 400,000 of safe parking and then the remainder from the Russian River redevelopment funds, and then use sort of the balance of the Russian River redevelopment funds as a match is needed for Project Home Key.
Right. And the overall price is, I think, $849, could be a little bit more with, that's the purchase sale agreement price.
Okay. And what would be the way that, so first of all, if we give direction to bring this back, we'd have to bring back a budget item that we could bring on consent, anything allocated out of budget. That's not during allocated, that's not during our budget hearing, has to have a 4-1 vote, or at least a 4 vote, a 5-0 vote. Christina, just any thoughts on if we give direction, can we give direction now, or do we need to bring that back as a second item?
We would need, thank you through the chair, we would need to bring a budgetary resolution, as you said, to get the budgetary authority to complete the purchase from the sources indicated.
Okay. Any thoughts further on that?
So I think that then my sort of request would be to essentially direct staff to bring that back on consent. I believe that our sort of contingency concludes on April 4th. Is that correct? So if we could get it on the April 5th meeting, and if we could share with the realtor that this is moving forward, I think that would hopefully give them the 24 hours of patience to wait to have that finalized. Do you think that would?
My sense is just your board's action today will go a long way towards if we even needed additional time, but not much more time. But I'll need to work with the county administrator office to make sure we get that on the agenda.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, before we move to a motion, I want to keep going through this. Supervisor Corsi. Actually, beforehand,
Thank you to the chair. And if for specificity of staff, if the board chooses to support that direction, the sources would be a good thing to identify too on the direction.
Yeah,
I can repeat that
one more time. Yeah.
So 400,000 from the safe parking funds that were allocated specifically for the Russian River and Guerneville and George's Hideaway. And then the remainder, which I believe would be 440. What did you say? Did you say it was 840 or 8?
Yeah,
So
but
849.
If you might
just
give
say
me a little bit
450.
more room. Yeah, in case I've misremembered the number.
Okay. The balance of roughly $450,000 to come from the Russian River redevelopment funds that were set aside before I was on the board and have sat mostly unused except for a few exemptions since then.
And just one question. I'll come right over here after that. This is also, George's Hideaway would also be able to be utilized as a, if I remember correctly, not just supportive housing internally, but has property that could be used for a safe parking program. Is that correct?
Well, the Home Key site envisions using all of the property with tiny homes as well as renovating the lodge. That's where we get 21 units.
Okay.
The question is, could it be used in an interim basis as the Home Key site is being developed for safe parking? And that's a conversation I think we need to have with Tim Miller and the team out West County.
But outside of programmatically, if it would be used, physically, could it be used? as a potential? I mean, is there a spot on the property to be able to use it in that interim time if we get there?
There may, although the home key application includes infrastructure construction. We need to take that from septic to sewer.
Okay.
So that can be disruptive to the overall site.
Okay.
Right. But there's a possibility of, say, for instance, using porta potties or sort of temporary facilities, just like we did in the parking lot. And the property it's sort of like a canyon. It goes way back. So there's sort of the lodge and then kind of potential apartments over on the right-hand side. And then it goes sort of far back away from the road. And we have actually had Fire Marshal Cindy Foreman out to sort of look at it for this potential use as well. So we've also been consulting with Sonoma County Fire District.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate, I want to be supportive. I just want to understand fully the source funds and any other expenditures that were anticipated to come out of those. And I realized that the safe parking was sitting there, obviously waiting for a project, it sounds like, but on the redevelopment side, I'm not sure if that's used now to pay for other items or not. And if it needs to come back with the item, that's great too.
I can actually provide, because I track that money pretty closely. It has been a lump sum that has sat there since sort of the closure of the redevelopment agency, sort of like the funds that Supervisor Gorin has for the parking out in East County, right? And sort of the plaza that you had earmarked. It's a similar kind of an earmark.
Our TOT or tourism impact funds pay for the parking enforcement.
No, your sort of parking lot redevelopment funds. Your Sonoma Plaza. Is it parking in a plaza?
Yet to be determined.
Right. So, but like that, it has sort of essentially they have sat there unused. And I believe that we have only pulled it post flood as a sort of flood recovery, homelessness kind of prevention and diversion, but they're not used for any ongoing basis.
Well, that could come back as a part of the consent item. So let's just plan on that.
Through the
Okay.
chair, and we have, as Supervisor Hopkins noted, we have confirmed those sources have not been used, the $1.2 million set aside. I do also want to point out that the December item did set up $500,000. I do not know what the status of it is, but it was set up for, at the time of the item, City of Santa Rosa 24/7 safe parking. So if I'm looking at the item.
I think, are you?
Are you looking at December 7th?
Yes, I'm looking at December 7th. So we can bring it back with the item, an explanation of validating those items. Definitely, I know personally that we validated the redevelopment dollars. And in scrolling down this item, I was trying to quickly ascertain, as Supervisor Rabbit said, the original intent of the safe parking. And then from there, with staff, validate that we haven't indeed dispersed any of those funds.
Yeah, my understanding was there was specific.
Yeah, let me ask Mr. Kiff, if you don't mind. Go ahead, sir. Because I know there was 2 million total allocated to safe parking.
Yeah, I apologize. There's a lot of complex things going on. One is we're looking at a better way to fund the Sebastopol Horizon Shine Village project. And because of some moving of sources, the best source for Horizon Shine is actually the county's safe parking fund. So we're intending to bring that back to you versus state ESG CV funds. So ideally, the redevelopment dollars, the 1.2, would be perfect for this purchase of Hideaway. But I think that's a good conversation to bring back in the staff report.
So I don't know if you heard this, Supervisor Hopkins. What Director Kiff was just saying is that the safe parking funds might be better utilized for the Horizon Shine, and the R&R funds, as we call them now, is used for this purchase. But could both of those, we're sitting here going through this, open to whatever mixture that's appropriate to make sure that both of those projects move forward.
I would be pleased to work with the supervisor's office and county
Well, why don't
administrator's
you-
office and Director Rivera to bring something back that works.
And my colleague here to my left is on the homeless COC board, so why don't you check in as well, or with me or one other, not Brown Act, right? Like do this right, but like I say over with the COC and kind of other things, check in with a couple, bring it forward I anticipate that we're going to be, it sounds like everything we're talking about is, hey, if you're looking to liquidate a fund to be able to move on a homeless solution in West County, let's go. So I think the only question here is which monies are most flexible if you also have a Horizon Shine. And if you bring that back, I just want to state to everybody, to me, this is a growing the pot scenario. When we get to budget time, also, if we have lump sum money and there's other projects that come back, I don't know about everybody else, but I'm going to be looking to support, not just like us dividing and conquering this funny money, but if we need more safe parking money, we're trying to develop solutions on this, not just trying to, we are. So I think that has to be said as well. So yeah, Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks. And I'll be happy to see this come back with a staff report that provides clarity for us, transparency for the public.
Yeah.
Supportive of this, but want to understand if it has impacts on other things that we've been talking about,
Yeah.
how that all fits together. So I do have one other question related back to Supervisor Gore's questions about coordinated entry, about vouchers. And we've talked about vouchers a lot in this community over the past several years, and how they are allocated, who gets them and who doesn't. On these projects and these vouchers, can you explain how that will work, how they will be allocated, who makes the decisions about who gets vouchers, and how that fits into the greater voucher pool?
Certainly, Supervisor. So remember with the Housing Authority of Sonoma County, which is in the CDC's agency, and then there's the Housing Authority of Santa Rosa, you have mostly mainstream vouchers that are tenant-based. They go with the individual. The individual finds a landlord willing to accept. If it's me, and I work on renting that apartment from the landlord with my voucher. What we've done for Homekey, much credit to the Housing Authority and Martha Cheever, is to make a number of these vouchers project-based, meaning they go with the project. So with Homekey, the only ones that are eligible are where you have a permanent supportive housing. So the project in Petaluma was eligible for project-based vouchers. The project at Hideaway is, the project at Redwood Inn is, the others are not. But so your board, just a couple of weeks ago, I think, following a request for proposals of the Housing Authority, I submitted proposals for Homekey to compete with other ones, and it's a fair competition. We won some, we lost some, but those were awarded to these projects. So as Rich Wallace was talking about, 60 units go to the Petaluma project on a competitive basis, and 21 vouchers will go to the Hideaway project if it's completed. And again, that was awarded on a competitive basis.
Okay, so and the vouchers now belong to the project. The decision about who gets to take advantage of those vouchers is still through the coordinated entry system.
It's actually through your board. So
we're not making decisions on individuals who are going to.
Sorry, I see what you're saying. Correct. I see what you're saying. Exactly. Right. A person who would reside at Petaluma or George's Hideaway would be assigned there through the coordinated entry system, generally with a local twist to it.
Okay. Thank you. And I just want to appreciate Tina and Dave for being aggressive on Homekey, for being creative, for being collaborative, for being cooperative, all the if words. This has been the two of you working together. It's been working together with cities, with the continuum of care, with community groups. You talk about the future of homelessness. This should also be the future of the way that we do government business. And I really appreciate it. I think it's been a remarkable development and really appreciated. And I'll move item B on number 14, parts 1 and 2, and I'll let Supervisor Hopkins on C.
Okay, so we have a motion for item B on parts 1 and 2, 950,000 for the city of Hellsburg and the L&M Village, and then 600,000 to the city of Petaluma. for the project at Montero Place. And then I will look for a second and an amendment.
I'll second it. And
Okay.
do you want to move it separately or do we want to move it
No,
together?
You can
Okay.
just amendment to add.
I would sort of amend that to add that we provide direction to staff to bring back an item on consent at the earliest convenience, looking to move forward with the purchase of George's Hideaway and sort of working with our office to ensure that there is, accountability of funds and that is brought back forward before the board for approval at a future date.
I have a motion and a second. I'm going to lean in and just not.
If
ask
that was a
much.
friendly amendment, we should probably check with
There
the
you go.
original
That's the amendment.
mover. There we go.
Thank you very much. Okay, a motion, a second, and a friendly amendment. Is there anything before we make that vote that you all need, or Christina, you need clarification on this item? Okay, before we go to a vote, I just want to state one thing, which is, as much as we thanked all of our staff and all these other things, I want to thank these cities and the community members for leaning in. This is significant. We went in as a county into incorporated areas the last round, but we were also in the middle of a chaos and a crisis. This Hillsburg proposal has come out of a big amount of work, a huge amount of work on regional efforts that we have backboned. There's more stuff coming online, but all of you, I just want to make a commitment that even though we're backboning 2 projects today, or actually 3, if others come online, you're going to have my support when we get to budget season to do more and make this not only deliver for the individuals, but deliver on the streets. So with that being said, I want to go to a vote. So I'm going to look at Supervisor Gorn. First of all,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
And that's an aye for me for a 5-0 vote. Thank you very much. Going to go on to the next item. As we go into the next item, item number 15. So this is, once again, I have you as the main presenter, Interim Director Kiff. So once again, I kind of am looking at this. As I said before, it says an hour and a half. I'm looking for you. How long is your presentation on this?
Actually, I'm just giving you a verbal presentation because I really simplified this agenda item. Although thankfully we have Elizabeth Coleman with us.
Good.
For the questions about the eviction protection, which is not well beyond my wheelhouse.
Well, I think the important thing here is we have one item, which is to get an update. Item number 2, which is to basically apply for and accept reallocated state and treasury funds, which is, I think, pretty straightforward. The next one, which is this whole question about what we do going forward with emergency rental, tenant protection, is more about us deciding when we want to bring this back, and if it's tied with the emergency order and tracking where that is, or if it's something that we're going, and once that happens, what are we going to do? And so I want to look to my colleagues and just reiterate that, like for me, item number C, as much as we have questions and back and forth with Elizabeth, what I'd like to do is for us is to focus on timeline as opposed to content on all of those things. If you want to weigh in, you have a difference of opinion, let me know. This is your meeting as much as mine, but I'd rather get through that and then allocate a time when we can really dive into tenant protection provisions and when we should bring that forward. So with that being said, Director Kiff, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman Gore and supervisors. So this is a fairly simple item with a simple request, although there's a lot of complex layers below it. And that is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which the county has run as what's called an Option B county. We decided back when this program began over a year ago that we would partner with our community-based organizations to help distribute the funds versus having the state do it versus having the county do it alone. There's been 4 different buckets of funds coming through. We have about $45.8 million assigned to us. We're now at the point of expending about $33 million as of just the latest report. You folks are aware that we put a pause on new applications. We're still accepting them, and that gives some protection in terms of folks' ability to not be evicted for non-payment of rent. But we're now processing the remaining applications. We do think that we may need additional funds to complete the obligations of this project. And that's why your board is being asked today to authorize me to apply for reallocated state or federal funds. We expect those to come through in the next couple of weeks, upwards of $20 million. I don't think all of that will be necessary, but that's the amount I've asked for. And we will then hopefully fund any remaining applications that are in the queue. For the folks at home, you should know that we've been prioritizing applications at 30% of the AMI or less. So that we're going through those as quickly as we can with our community-based partners. We appreciate everyone's patience on that. With that, I'll stop and see if County Council or Elizabeth, as County Council, wanted to offer any thoughts about the tenant eviction protection side, but that's kind of the assistance side.
Through the chair, I have not prepared a presentation. There is a brief summary in the written item, but I'm prepared to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Well, first I want to look around and see if there's any questions from the colleagues on the first set, not the tenant protections and the evictions and the just cause and the other issues. I want to see if there's any questions on the initial items, which is the allocation of the 20 million.
I think you answered my question. First of all, thank you for this item. I know that we have quickly oversubscribed this program and desperately needed. I think you alluded to the challenge that we had in Sonoma Valley about the North Bay Organizing Project having a workshop where they took applications and then abandoned the processing. So are we working through those applications, and are we pretty close to completing the legwork on those?
Supervisor, I believe so. All of those applications have been assigned to solid community-based organizations at this point, and they're working through them. I'd need to give you specifics as to whether or not they're done with all those, but
we keep having questions from constituents in the Valley concerned because they have not yet received the follow through on this. So if you could check on that and then get back to me, appreciate it.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Others on the items A and B? Nope. So we will come back for comments on that, but I'm looking at questions. Okay, so I want to go to questions to Ms. Coleman. So I'll start with one on my side, which is, Liz, if you can remind us where we currently stand in terms of timeline, process, emergency orders, what we're attached to, and otherwise, just the structure of what we agreed upon and where we're at, and anything that we have in terms of guidance or lack thereof from the state in terms of when an emergency declaration would stop, or if it's a local declaration, just work through that from a structural for us real quickly.
Understood. So the county has itself adopted 2 separate ordinances related to protection for tenants from eviction associated with COVID-19 concerns. The original, the originally passed ordinance was passed prior to the first state action, which protected folks for non-payment of rent associated with the pandemic, so long as the rent was paid prior to the end of the repayment period that was set out in the ordinance. The way the ordinance was originally drafted, the repayment period was 60 days from the end of the local declared emergency. The state law then passed to provide specific protections for renters who did not pay their rent based on certain articulated reasons under the COVID-19 emergency. That law revised the manner in which local agencies could limit eviction for non-payment of rent. So the way that the state law overwrites the county is to some extent, it does what's called occupies the field. So it's a broad state level law that covers much of what the county might otherwise have had in place. So when you read them together, whenever the county's emergency proclamation ends with respect to COVID-19, the repayment period will then commence, which gives folks 60 days from that date to repay 25% of the back rent for the covered period being the beginning of the pandemic through the end of September. So there is not currently any protection from the county ordinance for tenants who have a new non-payment starting on or after October 1st. And you will note, and Director Kiff has noted, that there are state level protections related to requesting that landlords may have to request payment through the state process prior to evicting a person for non-payment. So that's the status with respect to the non-payment. And note that the way that the state has set repayment periods to trigger, the repayment period must start by May 1st, which means even if the county's emergency proclamation is still in place at that time, that 60-day repayment period will start on May 1st. If the county lifts its emergency proclamation prior to May 1st, then the 60-day repayment period with respect to the covered period will commence at that time. Forgive me, it's a mouthful and it's really complicated. The second half of that is the Just Cause Ordinance, which was passed to augment the state level protections for what are the appropriate bases for evicting a tenant. These do not address non-payment issues. So these are things like breaches of a lease, whether an owner wants to move back in, that sort of thing. This ordinance is tied also to the prior ordinance regarding non-payment of rent. So whenever the repayment period ends under the county's non-payment ordinance, that is when the Just Cause Ordinance will also sunset. There are limits to the extent to which the county can reach back in time and change its own non-payment ordinance. It has more discretion as it relates to the Just Cause Ordinance, which, although the board did tie that to the repayment period, that was done for a small note of simplicity in this rather complicated process. Those two can be separated from each other if the board at some point wants to make changes to the Just Cause protection without addressing the COVID non-payment.
Well, that's good. Thank you. So just to be clear, the two primary issues, the non-payment or repayment, and then the just cause, are currently tied together, and they are tied together underneath our emergency proclamation. Now, is there still a state emergency proclamation for COVID? And is anything tied to that, or is it all to our local at this point?
Yes, there is still a state proclamation. My understanding is that unless lifted by the state, it expires on June 30th. And no, there is no direct relationship between the state's emergency proclamation and the tenant protection ordinances passed by the county specifically. That's solely about the county's emergency declaration.
Our emergency proclamation, the local one, is of our own volition. It does not automatically expire on the 30th of June as the state would. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay, so that's one touch point for us to consider. Okay, and then so a couple things that we have before us is, I think, for review in the future, not as much today, is our county emergency proclamation, number one. Then number two is whether we keep them adjoined as the non-payment and the just cause going forward. And then number three is, outside of all that, policy discussions on where we stand for the future of our policy on all these issues. Does that sound relevant, Liz?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the be asking.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go to my colleagues right now. I see a question. Supervisor Corsi, first over to you.
It's hard to believe that anybody would be confused by any of this. So Liz, you said that the state's non-payment legislation overrides ours. It expires though later on this year. If it expires, can ours continue as long as we continue our emergency ordinance?
Supervisor Corsi, my understanding is that, yes, it is true that the preemption from the state statute does expire in April. So how that language reads is that no enactment prior to April by a local entity will have any effect before that date, and I believe it's April 1st. So the fair read of that is that anything new after April 1st that the county passes should not be prevented from that language specifically. That
Would we
said,
have to pass a new ordinance though, or would ours, since it already exists, would it just go into effect for as long as our emergency ordinance was in effect? Or emergency declaration?
because, well, I think technically the county's ordinance is still in effect and would still be in effect after April 1st, whether or not any further action is taken. If the question is whether the prior protections that mean that rent unpaid for a new time period that comes after April 1st, if there's sort of a springing back into the prior setup where one could not be evicted unless they paid, no, that it will not spring back up on its own, because the state has set up the repayment period requirements that require the prepayment or the repayment period, whether or not the emergency has been lifted, the repayment period must trigger by May 1st. So the board could take affirmative steps, assuming the facts still support it, to create some sort of a new situation that protects people from new non-payment of rent. But I don't think that without further action from the board, the prior protection would come back into effect in such a manner that a new non-payment of rent would be covered in the same manner it would have been prior to expiration, if that answers your question.
I'm sure it does somewhere. Rather than trying to dive into the details right here, I'll just say that my feeling is that we are far from through with this crisis. Even if the immediate health crisis is gone, the economic crisis is going to continue for a while. There are a lot of people who are still dealing with that and will be going into the future. So my question is, how do we as a board get to the place where we can look at options that have to deal with rent payment or non-payment, and with just cause evictions and other tenant protections, continuing after some of these protections otherwise would expire?
I'm not clear if that question was directed at me or back to the board.
I'm happy to get an answer from anybody at this point.
Yeah.
What's the appropriate place, time, and forum for that?
From a legal and structural manner, my recommendation would be, if the board wants to take substantive action to revive protection for non-payment related to COVID-19, it directs myself, my office, to come back with some proposals for how to effectuate that once the limitation on the protections written into the current state statute has sunsetted.
Which date is that? 6:30?
Well,
Or is that the April 1st?
April 1st is the date prior to which there can be no new county action on this particular topic and have it come into effect. That's a slightly different question from when the state protections themselves sunset, and they're fairly limited right now.
I'm trying to come back to a conceptual side of this, is like, when do I bring this before the board? That's what I'm looking at. And so I'm wondering if, from a legal perspective, if the ideal for me to bring this before the board would be to run through and maybe connect it with our local emergency and bring that back after budget in July, that we would run through. Right now, we have a packed calendar. If we have a requirement that we have to act before then, and we have to create a special board meeting or something else to review this, then we could do it. But on the other side, the state emergency is set to sunset at the end of June. And in that time of June and July, we could be looking at if we continue our local emergency and to what degree, and also potentially legislating on where we want to see this going forward. Because as much as one person or all of us might have different opinions on what the emergency is, there's also, I think, the other question, which is, how effective and fine-tuned is this legislation? What are changes that need to be made vis-a-vis the current situation? Liz, can you talk about timing from a ordinance and a legal part?
I think at this time, in light of the fact that the state level protections require landlords to submit a request for payment prior to March 30th, and says nothing going forward after that. I think even unrelated to when the state's general emergency declaration sunsets, unless it's changed, the time is probably now in terms of coming back to the board with proposals if the board wants to take further affirmative action. Folks who
I don't want to belay this. There's further affirmative action versus a gut check and a review of the entire policy. Further affirmative action is one thing. So let's put that aside. If I have a board majority that wants to bring back further affirmative action to add to what's already there, what I think I'm hearing more is a gut check review of the entire policy at an appropriate time.
I think that time would be as soon as the board could fit it on the calendar, only because depending on which direction you want to go, inaction will itself become action once the end of March has passed and the state no longer requires landlords to request repayment through the state program prior to evicting folks.
Well, the plot thickens because here we are on March 22nd. Okay, I'm going to go to other questions from my board and then back to maybe us to kind of figure out next steps. Anybody else? Supervisor Rabbit, anything on this? Supervisors on this side, any questions? Okay, so want to go to public comment on this? I don't know if we're doing these. I don't think any comments here in the area. No, thank you very much. We have we're going to go to online comments. Marcy, well, first of all, anybody who has a comment, please raise your hand. Marcy, do we see any comments?
Yes, thank you. There is one hand raised.
Okay, we'll give them a couple minutes, 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hey, Margaret, if you can please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon, supervisors and Chair Gore. This is a confusing topic, and I do appreciate Elizabeth Coleman's explanation. I know I've been trying to explain it for a while myself, and I also appreciate your attention to this matter now. It is critical, and this is impacting our clients specifically. Many Sonoma County tenants have avoided dire circumstances via the protections passed locally and by the state, including protections against price gouging. The economic effect of the tenant protections are going to be felt more fully as they expire. We have all sorts of folks, including undocumented individuals and families, unable to access ERAP that were otherwise protected from eviction by local and state price gouging gaps and the local just cause moratorium. As these diminish, the stability of our local recovery is going to be upset. We're glad the county is seeking up to $20 million in additional funding and urge the board to authorize the process. We have many clients awaiting their approved funds, not including the many clients who tried to access ERAP this month, but were unable to as the CDC portal was intermittently closed or waitlisted, or those whose ERAP was exhausted but are still in need. Folks are still experiencing COVID-related loss of income and effects on an ongoing basis. And I should note that our clients, while the portal was closed, were not able to submit an application. So there is no record that they attempted, and they won't be subject to the Tenant Protection Act or the tenant protections of AB 832, which expires at the end of the month. Regarding the just cause protections, legal aid urges the board to consider either amending the ordinance 6337 or passing new legislation that ensures economic stability for tenants, rather than just extending the state of emergency alone, which will not address tenant protections head on. Thank you for your time on this.
Thank you. That will conclude public comment.
Okay, coming back to the board, I think the first thing is that it seems pretty straightforward, the first item. The second one, unfortunately, sitting here today, I do not have a specific time to bring this back to the board. What I would let the board know is that I think what I'll do is consult with the county administrator after this meeting and legal staff to identify, Liz, what we've been talking through and find an appropriate time either on our existing calendar or potentially a special board meeting if we feel that there's a trigger necessary. And when I say this, feel that there's a trigger necessary, what I might do is have the county administrator report out at the next board meeting on this item so that it's not just me deciding, but like some proposed options to the board during board member comments. So in the next week, get some guidance and some discussions, maybe bring it up in agenda review and for us to look through when and how we address this on the third item, Liz, that you brought forward. But with that being said, yeah, Supervisor Corsi.
Can I just suggest that we couch this in more affirmative and actionable terms that we ask staff to bring back either an extension of the ordinance or a new ordinance on just cause evictions and an extension of the emergency declaration. So we can actually make a decision at the time that comes back to us instead of kind of chipping around the edges and putting it off for another meeting after that.
Any comments on that from my colleagues? Supervisor? I think the key here is also though what comes back because, for my part, I appreciate the comment. I am not ready to support everything that is in place without a gut check and a review. So however we bring a working session, I think the draft has to be based on, there's this idea of like, do we just come back and do this? Do we do community outreach? How do we figure this out? We definitely have a tenant side and a landlord side. And I want to make sure both of those are heard and understood. I was just, reminding myself of this whole program with scrims and all these other things. And that last year, ironically, the city of Santa Rosa had brought forward a measure to potentially change their eviction moratorium, but had delayed it. And so the opportunity to talk to some other jurisdictions. So I'm fine for it to come back as items listed thus. But I think, Liz, for your part is that when we bring this back, this is going to be a thorough discussion. So we're going to have to figure out, as I agree with the points that Supervisor Corsi talked about bringing back options to act upon as opposed to just workshopping it and letting it sit. But at the same point, there's deep policy work that we have to devote to this before, during, and after. So I want to make sure that we work with you to set up the right kind of forum with the right voices here in the board meeting, even if we're not going to do a bunch of community outreach and delay this because we have time constraints. Does that work for the board? Does that work for you? Does that work for everybody? Okay, so I like that. That's a good, that's a welcome addition. So we don't just come back with another open-ended conversation, but we actually have, when we do decide to bring this back on the agenda, we have an item that says, that's focused on the local ordinance in relation to the state ordinance timeline, how that impacts these two areas. I think, Liz, the other part was keeping the two items adjoined or separating them. And then beneath all those is the true discussion on what is going to be the next iteration of a just cause eviction ordinance and what is not. Okay. So with that being said, I do want to move forward on a roll call vote on items A, B, and C. Receive the update, authorize the executive director to apply for and accept reallocated funds in the amount of 20 million. And then for authorizing the interim executive director to enter into new and updated contracts to allocate these monies. And then for us, as we said before, I'm not going to ask for a vote on this, but an understanding that we're going to bring back the other items. So I'm going to look for a vote on this. We'll start with District 1 and Supervisor Gorn.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
That's an aye from me. That is a 5-0. Thank you very much. Liz, I think it'd be appropriate to follow up with, County Council Pittman and the County Administrator and Christina for us to find the right time to kind of internalize this with either agenda review or the like. So let's make sure we follow up on that, Christina, if you don't mind. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 16. Item number 6, we are at 11:47. I'm going to ask my colleagues if you need to just use the restroom as necessary. We want to do this right. There's 2 more items before we break for closed session. Reminder, we only have 2 items on closed session, and I don't see those as taking an inordinate amount of time, hopefully. But then when we get into the afternoon, we have the Skype, not the whole business plan, which some of you are being briefed on right now, but the bonding authorization that should be pretty straightforward, even though once again, it says an hour of duration. So maybe you can check in with the presenters there and get back to me and let me know where we're at. And then immediately after that, we would bring in, this is in the afternoon, Peter Bruland. Okay, it looks like our estimate for the Skype is 30 minutes. For closed session is 30 minutes, okay. And then we'd come back into the fee hearings in the afternoon. And just a reminder that the way we've looked at the fee hearings in the past, I want to recognize that instead of presenting for 3 hours on every department and every fee hearing and every justification, the goal that we've done in past years, unless any supervisors have anything specific they want to dive into, is looking at specific items, whether there's subsidies for departments on the table, whether there's increases above and beyond CPI, and other things like that. So just setting up Peter for, more of a discussion about those items that we have looked at in the past, and for board members to be ready to weigh in on specific items. With that being said, I'm going to pass this over. I want to thank you both for being with us here today. There's been a lot of work put into this. So Director Godley and Director De La Cruz, this is not titled as the implementation of SB 160 because SB 160 was really the requirement for cultural competency to be built into your emergency operations plans. But this is the overall emergency operation plan with the SB 160, the cultural competency items embedded into it. And I want to thank not only you two for leaning in, I want to thank all of the individuals in the community that have participated in multiple forums, 100+ recommendations in this, and then the understanding that that many of these recommendations that are coming from the community have to live in community, and in potentially some of our work with ARPA and the COAD and other constructs. Some of them are going to be embedded into emergency services, some health and human services, but this is important work, and this is one of the most important pieces that's coming together post our 5-year cycle of disaster and disruption. So I thank you both for being with us here today. And I especially thank the work on the equity side for the amazing voices that we heard that started as frustration and turned into focus and recommendations. And so I'll pass it over to you, Mr. Godley, and Director De La Cruz to take us forward.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Christopher Godley, your Director of Emergency Management. I'm joined by Alegria de la Cruz, the Director of the Office of Equity, as well as Carmen Flores, who represent the Community Advisory Group that helped us develop the Emergency Operations Plan. Next 2 slides, please. We're actually going to discuss 4 areas very briefly. The plan itself, SB 160, as the chair mentioned, the Community Advisory Group, and just a brief note on associated costs with the effort. Next slide, please. As your board is more than well aware, Sonoma County is no stranger to emergency and disaster, especially since October of 2017. To that end, addressing the needs of residents and providing effective response to disasters is really a fundamental role of government. I like to say at 3 o'clock in the morning, this may actually be the most important document the county ever produces. Next slide, please. The Emergency Operations Plan itself is to establish policies and procedures, assign responsibilities, and define the emergency management organization for the Sonoma County operational area, which indirectly includes the cities and special districts. The primary audience for this document are county departments, cities, special districts, and community-based organizations with a role in disaster response. The UMP may also be of interest to the larger community as it explains the broad approach to how the county will respond in a disaster. Next slide, please. The UOP is organized in 8 parts. We won't go into too much detail. The structure for the document actually addresses and incorporates state and federal planning guidance, as well as being able to support easy access to the very many subject areas covered in the plan. I would note that the plan itself is only 57 pages in length, so we hope that it's much more approachable for our community and stakeholders. Next slide, please. Key features of this version of the Emergency Operations Plan is that it's really incorporating significant and tremendous changes since its last update in 2014. These include lessons learned from real-world events and our experiences, improvements that were identified in planning workshops, drills, and exercises, new state and federal requirements for this kind of plan, changes reflecting the establishment of the Department of Emergency Management, as well as input, recommendations, and feedback from our residents in the Community Advisory Group. The EOP now incorporates clarifying graphics to make it easier for stakeholder agencies and residents to visually navigate the document. And it does reflect the latest concepts, practices, and processes in emergency management, especially as related to requirements in regard to cultural responsiveness, which we'll go into in a moment. The emergency plan also includes new demographic information that will help inform county officials about the populations that may experience institutional marginalization during disaster, and to take corresponding mitigation actions, including commitment to new ways of communicating, serving, and working with community partners. And then finally, the EOP is also supported by several hazard discipline specific annexes. These annexes provide greater detail, including coordinated procedures, responsibilities, and references that may be specific to a hazard, such as the Russian River flooding, or an emergency response function, such as alert warning. We brought almost half a dozen of these annexes to board in the last 2 years. Next slide, please. In developing the emergency operations plan, it was important not just look at the final product, but how the process was developed and ensuring that we can incorporate information input from a wide variety of stakeholders. The Department of Emergency Management includes outreach and stakeholder engagement with our emergency coordinators forum, who represent cities, special districts, educational institutions, our county disaster council, as well as our actionable and functional needs committee review. This is very important. And then finally, we've also placed the plan in request with the state for their review as required by yet another piece of legislation. And we're hoping to hear later this summer if they'll pick up our plan for their first round of reviews. Next slide, please. And at this point, I turn it over to Alegria to discuss how the county approached this relative to cultural competence.
Thanks, Chris. Good morning still. Board of Supervisors, Madam Administrator, County Council, Alegria de la Cruz, Director of the Office of Equity, speaking to new legislation that passed in 2019, SB 160, which required or authorized counties to establish a community advisory group for the purpose of engaging culturally diverse communities. It's important for us to say that that piece of legislation gave us some authorities, but it didn't necessarily kind of direct us to a final outcome. And so that was really the intent of the work that Chris and I shared and shared with our communities who have long been engaged with us in providing important recommendations as to how we can improve our responses. So cultural competency was the kind of the floor that the state set. And we in Sonoma County understand that and understand kind of our move towards a continuum towards cultural responsiveness, which we find much more fitting to describe the work that we want to do. And just to note also that there's a lot of synchronicity with our definition of cultural responsiveness and our distinction between responsiveness and competency, and how that lines up with our strategic plan and specifically around the race, equity, and social justice pillar. Next slide, please. So at our first community meeting, we wanted to make sure that we and our community partners engaged in this effort shared an understanding of cultural responsiveness and that we were very clear on how the community understood its expectations for this process. And so, this little wordle here lays out a few of the responses that community members shared with us around language access, language justice, the respect for lived experiences, amongst many others here. And so we took this first step here in recognition that our history of disasters that our communities have gone through also really have a specific impact on specific communities because of the languages that they share, the cultures that they live in, the kind of work that they do. And so it was really important for us to share that definition of the work that was before us. And so in this step, we've really decided to be intentional and name the work before us with our communities. Next slide, please. So we had that first slide in English. I just wanted to note that. So I'm gonna take us through the English slide in my presentation and have the Spanish one here. So that we're really prioritizing a shared conversation with our communities. So this is just a kind of brief brushstrokes of what SB 160 requires us to implement. And again, required by law, cultural competence, and the way we implemented it, the way we understood it is through cultural responsiveness. The legislation says, engage with your community, make sure that there's community participation in this. And the way that we did that was by having 5 meetings in each supervisorial district, additional meetings with stakeholders, and making sure that we understood in a very broad, but also a deep way, what the specific needs were in our communities. All of our meetings were held in Spanish with English translation to really facilitate having a conversation. All of the EOP documents were translated into Spanish, and thanks to the advocacy from our community advisory group, all of the annexes were also ultimately translated into Spanish. So this is just kind of, again, a foundation of what our community should expect from us as we move into increased community engagement around some of these important issues. Next slide, please. So just speaking to how we created our community advisory group, we worked with an important collaborative of different community-based organizations and community members formed as the Just Recovery Partnership. And the intention there was to really utilize the existing networks in our community and not creating kind of a new table where we invited folks into, but really going to where community was and how they were organized. So the Just Recovery Partnership is a collaborative funded by the Latino Community Foundation. Thank you to them. Made up of La Luz, Corazon Healdsburg, Raíces Collective, KBBF Radio, Movimiento Cultural de la Unión Indígena, or MCUI, North Bay Organizing Project, North Bay Jobs with Justice, and the North Bay Organizing Project's Immigrant Defense Task Force. So again, saying that our intent here was to have meetings as conversations, making sure that our dominant language was Spanish, with a lot of space for folks speaking Indigenous languages. We also included people from different community health worker networks, recognizing that talking to people on the ground who are actually doing a lot of the service provision and a lot of the immediate response was critical, because in chaos, we understand the disconnection that can happen from people and their institutions. So the second thing that we did in being really intentional about building strong partnerships with our community members and community-based organizations was to recognize the value of the work that people shared with us in going through highly technical, long documents and spending hours and hours with us and with you supervisors in these meetings. And so we structured stipends for core members of the advisory group. And it was the Just Recovery Partnership and those community-based organizations who really determined who would be eligible for those stipends and how to make sure that they were being equitably distributed to the people who were doing the work. Next slide, please. Back to you, Chris.
Very briefly, as a part of the effort post-2017 to collect community input from the various groups, as well as the more deliberate effort with the community advisory group, staff was able to develop and identify 137 recommendations in total. It's important to know these recommendations, a number, almost 24, were repeated, but of the other remaining recommendations, I'd only highlight that 4 of them have already been instituted. This especially includes language access for alert and warning systems. 37 recommendations were incorporated into this emergency operations plan, as well as an additional 18 currently in progress within our Department of Emergency Management. Of the remaining recommendations, almost 36 are going to be referred to other departments or agencies for their action or potential consideration. 15, of course, required potentially policy changes in excess of county authority, for example, changing how the federal government applies benefits in a federal disaster. And then finally, 5 are going to be now taken up as part of our long-term recovery and planning effort. This is a planning effort we're hoping to undertake later this year. We did decline 1, which was actually trying to assign Spanish-speaking officers to assist evacuations as not being operationally feasible. And then again, the 23 repeated. So those are the categories. I've just highlighted a couple more examples on the next slide, please. And it really does come down to being to meaningfully engage the community, especially in language. So at this time, the county has already developed a policy of issuing all alerts and warnings simultaneously in both English and Spanish, as well as addressing emergency public information simultaneously in English and Spanish. And that includes the use of social media. Our goal is also to ensure that people feel comfortable going to shelters with bilingual signage being appropriately placed at those shelters. And we're looking at supporting the community organizations active in disaster, or COAD, as a potential network for enhancing the immediate access to services in a disaster response.
Thanks, Chris. So the other thing that we wanted to make sure that you saw, and that we think is a very critical part of this presentation and what's before you today, are the kind of combined recommendations, all 137 of them that are attached to this item. We recognize that there is additional work. We recognize that our work together with our communities does not stop in the approval of this plan. And so really thinking about how do we understand direction from your board around those recommendations that may sit outside of kind of the work of Chris and Department of Emergency Management and the Office of Equity. How are we really making sure that we are having a multi-departmental, multi-sectoral approach to some of these recommendations, because that's what they're asking of us, is to move forward in that way. So I would make sure that everyone sees that list of recommendations and recognizes the wealth and the richness that is there for us to consider as we move into the future. Okay. So this is a moment here for us to recognize that refining of this emergency operations plan is not just a work of staff, but really did meaningfully attempt to create community space. And so in that spirit and continuing that effort, we want to invite Carmen Flores to join us today to tell us and to share with us en confianza, right, with lots of recognition that this is a safe space and a shared space, about the experience of community members and promotoras in this process. So Carmen Flores from Rosa and CBI and from the Network of Community Health Workers, the Red de Promotoras. Carmen, I'd love to have you join us now.
No. Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Flores. I'm coming from Rosa and CBI group, and working in collaboration with network promoters, who invites me to talk about my experiences from the last meeting. In my personal opinion, I could say that we are here as network promoters who wants to participate in the emergency operation plan. It's very important to be clear in order to focus what could be our collaboration, what is our role, and what could be our activities to implement the emergency operation plan to having better opportunities in our future conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. And next slide, please. Very briefly, I would highlight that as important as the input has been from our community, really what's also been important for us as staff has been the process, what we've learned through this community engagement effort. We really do believe this is going to serve as a significant touchstone for future efforts the county may undertake relative to any of their services and community engagement. Alegria, if you wanted to touch on a couple items.
Thank you, Chris. So again, in that spirit of making sure that we are reflecting and learning every time we engage in these ways, A couple that we wanted to elevate, recognizing that the county does not have an easy way to value community partnerships and to value the work of folks who in many ways are helping us to do our jobs. How are we going to make sure that those contributions are valued, those hours and hours of community meetings and reviewing plans? So we're working to find some more flexibility and some more effective ways to partner with community-based organizations and with community members to value that work. The other thing that we wanted to highlight was recognizing that when we came into this effort, we really wanted to reflect the way the community was organized. And so we worked with the Just Recovery Partnership, but one of the things that we recognize is the importance of being formal and of formalizing the membership of the community advisory group and making sure that folks are very clear on kind of how we understand them and what their work is. It helps us to kind of keep that accountability framework with our community members and with us as staff, both making sure that we are identifying ourselves and our responsibilities on the inside and how critical that is to do similarly on the outside. The third thing that we wanted to lift up that we heard very clearly, again, I've said this before, this work that we have together does not end with the approval of this plan. So we have a lot of long-term recovery needs that don't fit neatly in this place. We have some additional things that may take the form of new annexes in the future, but we recognize the live-in nature of this document and the ongoing need for strong partnerships to ensure that we are equitably responding to disasters as well as recovering from them over the long term.
I think I agree. It's interesting to note as we go forward as part of lessons learned, even though the state passed SB 160 and the county of Sonoma is taking it further, there is no implementing guidance or language for doing this. And so we're actually the first county in the state to really aggressively integrate and incorporate not just cultural competency, but really that true touch with our community as part of this EOP development. And then finally, as a data point going forward, we felt it was important to capture some of the hard costs associated with the community engagement effort relative to translation costs, both for documents, meetings, as well as the modification of the EOP design and advisory group per diem costs. Total at this point about $44,000 for the project effort. And this does not include staff time for county staff. Next slide, please. And then pending your questions or discussion, this completes the staff presentation.
Wow. There's been a lot of time and effort put into this. That's why I say wow. And I want to thank you. I want to acknowledge also Carmen Flores for calling in right now. Muchas gracias, Carmen, para el esfuerzo de usted y todos que participaron. Okay, so a lot of questions, I think, and other things from the board. I think I want to start over here to my left. Is there anything from my colleagues? I have a couple questions too, but I want to offer the opportunity to weigh in first if you'd like to.
Well, I just want to acknowledge the good work and the outreach. Are we good? Just wanted to acknowledge the good work and the outreach on this, and proud that our county actually jumped out ahead. And I think we were one of the first, if not the first county to implement this. So thank you for that leadership. I appreciate that. I mean, obviously we've had far too many circumstances to deal with over the course of the year since 17. And remembering back then, shout out to Daniel Sanchez, who was in my office translating documents back then. And
Wow.
it is, as the chair has often said, about continual improvement. And this is a milestone along that path. But I'm sure that we'll continue in that vein to make sure that we continue to improve our processes and at the same time, hopefully never use them in terms of the disasters that are out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, I also want to thank staff for this effort and also thank the members of the community that worked so hard on this. I know that this was a labor of love for all of you, but definitely a labor. Not easy. I know that there are frustrations as we come toward the end of this particular process, but I also want to say to everybody who took part in this, that you made a difference. You know, this document is so different from what would have been created without the participation of the community group, without SB 160, frankly, without, you know, all of the experience we've had, good and bad, over the last 5 or 6 years. It's a community-centered document. It reflects who we are much better than it would have been otherwise. I do want to raise a question, and that is, how do we use this, all of the recommendations that were brought forward by the community advisory group that are not being implemented in this particular place? And, you know, there's a reason for that. Every document, every plan, every project has its purpose. And the purpose of this plan was not to fix everything that needs fixing in this community. But we heard a lot about other things that need to be fixed. And I'm wondering how and where in this organization, I'm not putting this on Alegria and Chris, but where in this organization do we take those recommendations that aren't implemented in this plan and put them to good use elsewhere?
So through the chair, I would just add that the Department of Emergency Management, in crafting the document that tracks these recommendations, had an eye for the long game in mind. We believe that by formally categorizing and documenting these recommendations and identifying future actions, we can track this now as a tool for us. We also believe that this is going to serve as a model for other community departments, agencies, and services. As they engage and receive community input, how are they going to more formally identify, integrate, and track progress across all of that input? And so our department will own the current set of recommendations that have been provided since 2017 relative to disaster preparedness, response, and recovery. And I'd certainly turn it over to Director De La Cruz for a broader interpretation of your question.
Thank you, Chris. So Supervisor, I hear your question also asking kind of what does this table of recommendations, what is its future? I would note that the community asked this table to be included in the EOP as an annex, as a way of recognizing and institutionalizing the seriousness of their recommendations. That was a decision that was made not to include it, but recognizing that this table of recommendations, as Director Godley said, is really, again, just rich information. I think the other thing is that there is the way that we characterize what is being done with the recommendation. So we kind of noted who the recommendation needed to sit with, and this was a way of really increasing transparency for the community to understand the way in which the inside of the county works and who sits with what responsibilities. So we did a lot of work with community members to say, you know, shelters are actually held by human services during disasters. So there's a way in which we can figure out how to do some cross-departmental work here. And, you know, the provision of medical services inside of shelters is actually handled by the Department of Health Services. And so, you know, helping them to understand the ways in which we organize ourselves to respond to a disaster also helps them to be clear and where they're directing their attention and their requests moving further. The last thing that I would say is, for those things that don't currently sit, you know, with a very clear home, with respect, that is a decision that the supervisors have before them, right? Is to say, which of these recommendations do you want to lift up, and direct staff with resources to take on those recommendations and to either vet them or to continue to work towards implementation of them, but making sure that they have a very clear home, and to ensure that there is public accountability with, you know, who is taking those recommendations up and who has responsibility for coming back to your board and to the public with the ways in which they've heard those recommendations and how we will move forward with them and understand how we move forward with them. So again, I feel like that that list is just gold, and that is certainly something that the Office of Equity will continue to use as we engage with community members, especially around, you know, questions of long-term recovery, but as we continue to make sure that the EOP is in fact a living document.
And forgive me for not knowing the answer to this already, but has that list been divided into where each of those recommendations might fit into the strategic plan?
No, that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful as well as part of our guiding document for where we're going with the organization. Thank you very much to all. Questions? Yep.
I'm just very interested in the conversation around what is next. A tremendous amount of work has gone into this, and I'm thinking about not just putting this on your shoulders, right, but also looking at our safety net departments, also looking at sort of all countywide service provision. And I'm just curious if either of you have thoughts on what potential next steps we could take. I do feel like this is part and parcel of what our strategic plan is about. And so I don't think that this is sort of an addition of work, but it's really more about fulfilling our obligations and our commitments that we've made to the community. How can we leverage this into even greater progress to address both pre, post, and during disaster inequities?
So one of the questions that did come up quite a bit was recognition that the Office of Recovery and Resiliency no longer exists in the County of Sonoma. And so the question was raised by the community, who holds that responsibility over the longer term? And so Director Godley was great in making sure that folks understood that he held the first 30 days of recovery. And then after that, it really was up to a partnership of different departments working in different ways to achieve equitable recovery. I think that there could be some clarity around exactly how we are structured and resourced and organized, whether it's safety net departments, but also I think land use departments, also, roads and looking at the ways in which our infrastructure is recovering over time. So how are we as a county organized to really ensure equitable long-term recovery across departments and sectors? So that question was raised by community and with a notable acknowledgement that ORR no longer exists. So that is something that we are struggling with, and that we'd love some direction from your board about who exactly is responsible for holding some of that longer term work, and how can we support that work moving forward.
And I would only add to the chair that the long-term recovery effort, we're actually hoping to bring a proposal back to your board through the ARPA process in the next 2 months that is really designed to be developing a community-centric recovery framework and network. Really build on the strengths and the experiences that the county has developed since 2017, kind of formalize that and resource it to the point where it can sustainably continue to serve the community in future disasters as well. And that said, other questions may also be coming back to your board, especially language access were significant points of input relative to the EOP development process. I know the Office of Equity and all county departments will be working to help bring a proposal to your board that will really meaningfully address that one issue, which carries over into all of our county services.
Thank you so much. And I just look forward to this being kind of a stepping stone for greater progress. And also just really exciting to get this across the finish line. And finally, I just want to say thank you so much to Carmen Flores for her leadership and for speaking and presenting to us today. And I just think it's so important to actually listen directly to the community and to acknowledge the local leadership and local participation of folks, who really dedicate such a huge portion of their own lives to the service of their community and sort of representing the interests of their community, even when it means engaging in what can sometimes be frustrating bureaucratic processes. So thank you to all of the community leaders who contributed to this process.
And I just want to echo those comments very much. Alegria and Mr. Godley, thank you so much for being flexible and accepting the comments from the community made in all earnestness and with passion, because we know our diverse community wants to be safe in case of emergencies. And sadly, we've had too much experience in this, and it's not serving our diverse community as well as it should be. So I think this is a step in the right direction, and we'll continue to make strides to really look at the recommendations going forward, how we can improve, make language and emergency information more accessible, and hope we don't have to use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. I want to lean in on a couple items. First of all, as I mentioned before, acknowledge three different things that were kind of brought up. I'm going to start with the tail end. Alegria, you had mentioned this idea of kind of as a generalized statement is how do we honor people who put in time and effort into community projects. And one of the things that we've talked about at the board that you have already implemented into some of your working groups has been stipends and other things that appropriately acknowledge the individuals who are not of means or have multiple, well, I'd say financial means, they are of other ways, but not of financial means that have disproportionate impacts from being able to participate in the process. So that's one thing that I'm thinking. But anything else come to mind in terms of these community advisory groups and how we get people involved and not just have them spend 50 hours of time. As I saw some of the individuals from the Immigrant Defense Task Force who, weighed in heavily and were, putting their kids to bed and at the same time sitting there in a closet with a Zoom trying to provide comments on a very esoteric emergency operations plan.
It's a great question, Supervisor, Mr. Chairman. And one of the things that we're excited about is that this was, our kind of pilot project to really guide our community engagement strategy and plan that will be in development towards the end of this calendar year. Recognizing that document and that process will provide some more guidance in ways that the state legislation maybe didn't about what are best practices and how do you value community members. I think it's really important that we recognize that we don't have those answers and that those answers have to come from the community members that we are engaging with. And so again, as we work to move on the continuum from just sharing information in a one-sided way to really sharing ownership over ultimate policies and documents and projects that we engage in, that is the feedback that we will get. I think the question for us is, what will we do when we hear those recommendations and those requests? And how will we meet them? I think one of the things that we recognized again through this process is, this table of how we heard recommendations and then what we did with them was supremely helpful to Director Godley and I and to our staff, because it was a way for us to really kind of catalog all of the community's concerns and public comment letters and everything since 2017 until to date. And so how are we really providing that same kind of place for people to share and then to hear back something, so that there is this kind of loop and conversation rather than just a one-sided pouring into the void and not hearing anything back. So I think we're really looking forward to taking up this community engagement plan and bringing it back to your board with some of those best practices, including where should this work sit and how much is it going to cost and what does it look like to be meaningful to our community, right? That is going to be the conversation that we will begin this summer and hopefully bring back to your board as soon as humanly possible.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The other thing is at the onset, one of the things that I was referencing, because I met with both of you, and this is something that with the creation of the Office of Equity is absolutely a core participatory way forward for us to work. This is a great model to me. I mean, this is how do we get something embedded into a department, but also identify what the department can do and what are the things that need to be invested in community also. So, what this means is that there's many recommendations that came out of here that are for what is needed in emergency response, but some of those are not the Department of Emergency Management. And the only reason I say that, it's not built for that. It hasn't been built as a service provider. And so some of them might be, as my colleague said, Health and Human Services. Others might be in community-based organizations. And so that leads me to the next point, which is my understanding, we've given direction from the dais a few times as a priority in the ARPA funds, the community funds for ARPA, the America Rescue Plan Act. We have the notice of funds availability out. Do you all anticipate working together to see a proposal come from either the COAD, the Community Organizations Active in Disasters, or others to try and identify these? Because I know that these items were also written as a priority into the NOFA itself.
That's a great question, Mr. Chairman. So the answer is yes, and so that we don't do anything untoward in the middle of a procurement process for the NOFA that's currently on the street. I think I'll just say yes with a big, huge smile and lots of excitement about the work that is being done currently that will come back to your board for a decision.
Well, and all that has to be done, in the right way. And that's why I want to thank you all from the other side of those maybe listening in, is for putting that into the NOFA. I mean, that was direction made. So excited to see where that develops, because we need the muscles to be built in community, not just in a government agency. And that's true accountability ultimately, is for us not to own it all as the agency or float it all into community, but have that crosswalk of what's the delivery long term. So thank you very much. I want to go to public comment on this item and then come back to our board. Any comments on? Yeah, come on up, sir, Mr. Thomas. And anybody else outside? I don't think so, but we're going to start here with 2 minutes in the chambers, and then anybody who's online before we come back. Excited for this. In the middle of a day, at noon, 12:30. A lot of work went into this. Yeah.
Well, again, thank you for the opportunity to comment and really thank both the Office of Equity and your board for directing each of these things. And I mean, I'm not going to address myself to ARPA, but that's really important in that funding. But I wanted to address the question that Alegria was mentioning, or the direction of that, which is how does this integrate with the other departments? And so there'd be a lot of departments where what I'm going to say isn't going to have implications, but there certainly are some with respect to community planning and the infrastructure that Alegria was mentioning. And when you have community planning and that integrates with or interfaces with the infrastructure planning, it's required by state law to have a civil engineer in responsible charge of the planning, not of the design, but of the planning itself for those parts that integrate. And I would suggest that would be a really important thing to integrate into that part that deals with the infrastructure. And I mentioned before about the Hearn Avenue overcrossing. It's completely inadequate, but potentially you have the opportunity before it gets done. First of all, just to think about it, it's going to be removed for more than a year, probably 2 years. I mean, Supervisor Rabbit knows how much time it takes to do ramps and so on when you're dealing with, Caltrans and their improvements and things. It just takes forever. That's going to be closed while that Hearn Avenue overcrossing is removed. The thing is completely removed. How are you going to evacuate people? So the whole design is inappropriate. The future design is completely poor, let alone the interim problems of the years of incapacity. So I would recommend to you and this would be really important, both for the Office of Equity and for the infrastructure and for the evacuations and equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Online comments, 2 minutes as well.
Thank you. If the commenter can please, Gabriella, if you can please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for your time and for the presentation today. My name is Gabriela Orantes. I am the Just Recovery Partnership Manager. Mentioned, and our partnership was mentioned as one of the key partners in this effort. I just wanted to provide a little more context to add to what Alegria shared about us. Our partnership is made up of 10 organizations in the Sonoma and Napa County region. La Luz, Corazon Healdsburg, North Bay Organizing Project, KBBF 89.1, Movimiento Cultural de la Unión Indígena, and Up Valley Family Centers, Puertas Abiertas, Community Health Initiative, and the Neighborhood Initiative Program of On the Move. The last four pertain to the county of Napa, but our regional partnership is a force of on-the-ground grassroots service providers, organizer organizations, arts organizations. I left out Raices Collective, I'm sorry, and communications organizations that are have been embedded in community for quite some time, and especially during the disasters that we have confronted as a region since 2017 and previously. And for that reason, being tapped to participate in this process was an opportunity that we saw to ensure that members and communities who have been impacted in a different way who could be centered. And we were grateful for the opportunity for our 19 of our Promotora network participants to participate in this process. One of the areas that I'd like to...
For the comment. I do believe that concludes the time. Thank you.
Why don't you go, let's give you another minute, Gabriela. I'd love you to just keep going until, I'd love to.
Sure.
You spent a lot of time with us on this.
Thank you. Grateful for the opportunity to attempt to center the voices of those impacted and who experienced a variety of gaps and inadequacies in formal disaster response systems, and the ways in which the county staff who participated from multiple agencies were open to listening to feedback that has been developing over the past 5 years. An incredible way to ensure that lived experiences from the ground made their way into plans that ultimately continued to be highly technical and at times out of reach for community members, but have direct impacts on their lives. And one of the ways that we saw these being able, as far as next steps, grateful that the annexes that are repeatedly referenced in the emergency operations plan, that they were translated into Spanish, because as they were referenced, it was hard and challenging then to go to these annexes for the details that where perhaps some of the recommendations were more appropriate, to really flesh that out if it was all in English. And so grateful that this opportunity made it possible for the annexes to be translated, and then to offer better engagement. However, the annexes being one area where there's a potential next step in terms of including them in the approval process of this emergency operations plan, where currently they are not, they're just referenced in there and they go through a different approval process. But the hope that the community's input on the annexes can follow a similar process, since really the details of operations, of how the county and its partners will respond specific to those annex references is where that's kind of where it hits the ground for community members who provided expertise. And so looking forward to the ways in which we can further that with you.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for taking the extra time. I want to thank you for, as you say, attempting to bring voice and center voice of so many who brought their voices to this, and appreciate your work and the work we have to do going forward. So I'm going to—
Through the chair, I apologize. We did get another hand.
Okay, great. Let's go to it.
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you, Daisy. If you can please unmute and begin.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Daisy.
Daisy, one moment. Taylor, if we can please have 4 minutes on our timer. If not, you know what? Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Daisy.
Bueno, gracias. Mi nombre es Daisy Carreño, y estoy aquí como parte de una comunidad que ha sido afectada en los desastres. Vengo a dar mi opinión como residente, inmigrante y afectada directamente del TAPS ahí en el 2017. Agradezco los esfuerzos del condado para realizar este plan, donde la ley SB 160 habla de la sensibilidad cultural. Y creo yo que aún este plan carece de protección y seguridad para las comunidades que son más afectadas en los desastres. Se acaba de decir que son más de 100 recomendaciones, que no todas fueron implementadas y, como se menciona y se resalta, vienen de la comunidad. Y eso para mí debería de tener más valor a la hora de realizar un plan. Al escucharlos ahorita hablar a todos, le interesa a los supervisores y al Departamento de Emergencias y Alegría, me da esperanza de ver que tienen interés en ayudar a nuestra comunidad, la comunidad que ha sido más afectada. Me gustaría, en lo personal, como parte de la comunidad y parte de que he estado asistiendo a los foros que han estado haciendo comunitarios para realizar este plan, me gustaría que hubiera un seguimiento formal de los departamentos y del condado para que las recomendaciones que aún no fueron implementadas en este plan lleven un proceso para darle protección a la comunidad inmigrante. Quiero dejar un mensaje muy claro a todas las comunidades en general de este condado. Los inmigrantes indocumentados no queremos un trato especial en la hora de los desastres. Queremos igualdad y queremos respeto como cualquier residente de este condado. Queremos que el condado realmente haga un plan y no nada más lleve para realizar solamente un proyecto. Queremos que realmente se interese en nuestra comunidad. Queremos ver en el condado que haya igualdad ante todos. Gracias.
Thank you. And there's another commenter. So Chair Gore, I'll just confirm the general time.
All right,
Thank you very
Marcy,
much,
can I ask a clarifying question? So for those people who were listening to Ms. Carreño's comments, did they have to click on the English channel in order to hear the translation?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that is well understood as we have people who come to the board to give comments in Spanish, that's the way to hear what she's saying. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. We set it up front at the beginning of the meeting, but it's important on these items to restate that. Thank you. Marcy, yeah, we're going forward with the 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rocio?
Hi, my name is Rosa Rodriguez, and I'm the director of Sonoma County COAD, Community Organizations Active in Disaster. And I first and foremost want to thank the mentions of COAD. It's come a long way since I even started, and even more so since 2017 when COAD was first stood up. And I just want to say that I support Alegría and the Office of Equity. I support and celebrate everything that Gabriela Orantes also just shared, and all the other commenters as well. And there's a lot of work to be done, and COAD is here to support and grow and build all the work that community is doing to promote social justice in the work that we're doing, especially in creating an equitable disaster response, and even further than that, equitable disaster preparedness, so that we have more of an equitable disaster response and recovery. And we will always be pushing for it, and always happy to do this in conjunction with our government partners. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that will conclude public comment for this item.
Well, that's just perfect. I also really appreciate Daisy, Gabriela, and Rocio at the end. Rocio, thank you for calling a lot. We just you might have heard, your ears might have been tickling that we were talking about the further implementation of so much of this, invested in community as community lead in the organizations and the departments providing the support services, but leading some of this community work from within the community organizations with the COAD and others. And I think that's exciting work. So the one thing I just want to state to the rest of the board is I think one thing to look at, and especially with the pillar, the social justice and racial equity pillar that Supervisor Hopkins and I sit on, is that this idea that of taking a very hard to understand big bureaucratic plan that is designed to qualify you for federal funding and state funding, and then just looking at either translating that or trying to have that be something that's implemented into equity work is a very difficult thing. And we want to acknowledge that. And so I mention this because one of the things that we have on our agenda for later this year that we've already budgeted out of the America Rescue Plan is language access policy. And I know that what we'll be taking up as the pillar, but I think one of the things here is that is not a transactional discussion about translation and what to translate and not. That's also a potential to lean in on things like plain language requirements, right? You know, I say that because a lot of government documents are created with a lot of legalese and other things that make them very hard to understand. And I think it's disingenuous and difficult that sometimes that's referred to as dumbing it down, when in fact what you are doing is creating we'll get the video back up in a minute, but you're creating barriers to access. At the federal side, there has been implementation of something called the Plain Language Act that actually requires that you make your announcements and your information in a way that's accessible, that you don't just say transparency is either putting into a paper or translating and putting on a website something that is very thick and written for technical experts. So excited to take some of these other things forward and put them into that work. And I want to pass it over to Supervisor Hopkins, who I see leaning in, and anybody else for final comments as we approve this. And after we approve this, Chris, I want to, we're still going to go forward into the next item. We're just going to try and make it abbreviated. I saw it said 30. I see you saying 3. That is exactly what I'm looking for. You don't want to sit online and wait for an hour and a half to come back to us, I assume. Supervisor Hopkins.
I just want to support what Chair Gore said and really look forward to seeing this as a call to action for next steps. And I think in addition to talking about how we respond to the community during a disaster, we need to have a serious conversation as a board about the needs of our workforce, about things like paid disaster leave and sort of the challenges that workers face when they are out of work. So kind of starting to look at more of the secondary impacts of disaster. And I also want to recognize what Equity Officer De La Cruz said with respect to, you know, we don't have an ORR anymore. So who holds that space? Well, it's all of us. And we also know the danger that when it's all of us, it's none of us. So how do we kind of make sure that this is an absolute top priority going forward? And how do we continue, honestly, the great work, the grassroots efforts with the community and sort of empower their leadership to help us tackle some of these challenges? So I'm just looking forward to what we can do going forward, and whatever ad hoc it winds up in. I look forward to either diving in as a member of that ad hoc or, looking forward to having those conversations with a full board of supervisors. And I especially am excited about the potential opportunity for ARPA funds being utilized to address some of these concerns and to really put our money where our mouth is with respect to what we heard from the community.
You know, since we're sitting here on a dais and you brought that issue up, one thing I want to encourage the ad hoc that you talked about, is there something specific attributed to this, which is the either ag access or evacuation zone access ad hoc. And there's a potential that as much as policies is as you all have a meeting with some of the ARPA staff to talk about, what kind of programs. There was a lot of intention put into the discussion on especially farm worker and ag access areas, and with the ARPA discussion, and that's a potential avenue when you have one of your meetings to go forward on. So thank you for that. Anything else that you wanted from staff on the comments that you had made? Okay. Anybody else comments right now? So I want to, progress is hard. Thank you very much. Gracias a todos ustedes que participaron, no solo participaron, pero están metiendo la pata, el pie en el futuro. Y cada etapa no alcanza a 100%, pero este es el progreso en mi mente. Entonces, como les agradecemos. Thank you very much. This is extreme progress. I love that we're the first in the state. I would dare say that we might even be the first in the nation with this law being implemented. And all it means is that we have more work to do. That's it. So that's what these works are about, is taking ownership of what you can now and then keep it forward. Council Pittman, anything on this?
Resolution that you need to adopt?
Yep. That was just getting there. Would you like to read it? Thank you very much. So I'm going to come back to my board and look for a formal vote. Do you need me to read the resolution into the record, or can we just vote straight up on the item? I think we're going straight onto the item. So I'm going to go to my colleague, Supervisor Gorin.
Is this a vote?
Yeah. Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Corsi.
Aye.
Hopkins.
Yes.
Gore, it's an aye. This is a 5-0. I want you guys to take a deep breath, both of you, your teams, and the community, and honor that this is just celebrate a small victory and more to come. Thank you. We're going to go on to the next item. Chris, as we said, you held up your fingers, so we're going to hold you to this. This is information only item, but it's based on a grant. Thank you very much, Alegria. Chris, why don't you lay into us and tell us any updates you have on this and anything you need.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Briefly, on a related item, we're going to discuss the Community Emergency Resilience Centers, an update for a grant project already underway that your board has approved for participation. I'll briefly talk about concept, site selection, as well as funding timeline. The concept of the Community Emergency Resilience Centers, to refresh your memory from our last appearance on the item almost a year and a half ago, was to build a cost-effective distributed network of dedicated community-based logistics and operational resources that can truly support a dynamic community-level disaster response. Each steel building will be about 3,500 square feet of warehouse, as well as a small ADA-compliant office and restroom. And each facility could support several functions, including storage of disaster response equipment, supplies, and supporting community emergency preparedness training programs. The site selection is really dictated by two major considerations: grant requirements, in that participating in community development block grant is a significant challenge to ensure we remain completely in tune with both the letter and the spirit of the grant itself, in that the properties effectively, due to the timeline, have to be county owned and controlled. Really, you would need to support low and moderate income areas across the county, and cannot be located in a high hazard area themselves, i.e. can't be in a floodplain or a high wildfire hazard area. Operationally, we also take into account the need to identify and support communities that could be at risk of the natural hazard or risk of isolation by a hazard. We wanted these facilities to eventually be accessible by residents. We were looking for locations that would provide easy access to facilities and utility connections to keep costs down. And of course, we're taking a broader look at the alignment with existing proposed county, public safety, and government facilities. The proposed locations submitted, and we're looking to see if you're having staff or any feedback for staff on this, are fivefold. I'll go through them very briefly. The Sonoma Veterans Building, tucked away back and behind between the bleachers and the Sonoma Vets Building, provides us a really great site in the southern end of the county, especially in the southeast corner. The County Administration Center, we're looking at a potential site which would be located in the area that would be not subject to redevelopment for commercial properties. This would not circumvent or compromise the ability of the county to develop the site for the larger county administration center that's currently under discussion. This would be near the Information Services Department. It has good access both to the Sheriff's Department and the new Public Health Lab, which will go in across the street. The next site would be Forestville out in West County. We recommend going out to the West County just because of the challenges and access out there. And Forestville does provide us an area that's out of both floodplain area and high fire hazard severity zones. Alternate sites include the Santa Rosa Veterans Memorial Building, which would replace a number of steel containers currently on site, and the Petaluma Veterans Building, which would be a significant build for us, a lot more engineering and work. But the southern end of the county is also a priority, as is the northern end of the county, but again, the grant considerations are significant. In terms of funding and timeline, we are looking at obtaining, hopefully in the next month or so, favorable approval of a grant submitted to the Community Development Block Grant Program for almost $2 million, as well as the $812,000 your board previously appropriated for the PG&E settlement for the 2017 fires. Our timeline would be looking at doing site surveys starting even as soon as this month and working through design, RFP and permits by the end of the year, construction next year, and completing construction on all sites certainly by December of 2024, if not sooner. Pending your questions, that completes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Just
Supervisor Rabbit, and then Supervisor Gore.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. I appreciate the opportunity, and distributed, as we've talked about many times since 2017 and probably even before with floods and whatnot, distributed emergency services, warehousing is such a great tool. I will say the architect in me, and I understand these are pre-manufactured, for all intents and purposes, metal buildings. So the architect in me just wants to make sure that at whatever site we select, and including this county campus site, which is having a multi-million-dollar courthouse designed by a very high-end architect that's going to look spectacular, no doubt. And no doubt we will add something to that. Having a metal prefabricated building is, there's a saying in architecture school, you had to shrub it up or something. You plant ivy all around it or trees or something, but we got to make sure that we are sensitive to the location. I would say the same thing about the Sonoma Veterans Hall, which is that campus is actually very nice and pleasant, and just want to make sure that how we make those choices shouldn't necessarily be governed upon the fact that we could just get the money and build it, but we should make sure that it's going to be an appropriate fit for the long term. So that's my little lecture on design. Thank you.
Just a quick comment. Chris, you and I have had this conversation before. When we began the conversation about an appropriate location for such a facility, it was my hope that we could site it somewhere where the population actually was, away from the threat of fire coming down the hill. And this location is pretty far removed from the population center of the Springs and the rest of Sonoma Valley. But I recognize the constraints that you are under in choosing a site already owned by the county. So at some point, we'll think about the next step of a location maybe a little further up Sonoma Valley to act as an additional resource to this one. But, and I also puckishly asked if you had challenges working with the veterans to cite this, and you said, oh, maybe not. I'm a veteran. So you speak the language and you got the support from the veterans, apparently. So I guess that's my question. Have you gotten the support from the veterans for this location and Recreation and Parks, because it backs up to Arnold Field?
So through the chair, Madam Supervisor, we have had a couple conversations with the veterans regarding the Sonoma site. We're very sensitive to the long-term vision that veterans have for the site, as well as the concerns that neighbors in the immediate area have about use of the site. And so looking at the potential siting on the property, it really is tucked in behind, almost like the utility component of that building, if you would. Not something that's going to show up on a postcard going home from the tourists. But we do recognize that this effort is going to require significant coordination with a number of parties to make sure it's not only sited properly, but as Supervisor Rabbit's, the aesthetic of the site, of the building itself, also has to work in with the existing facility and layout, The veterans are supportive because they understand that this could really significantly benefit that part of the valley and really increase their capabilities. Being a veteran myself, it's part of our ethos to continue to serve. And so I was heartened to hear from the veterans that they weren't going to reject everything flat out, but that with real contemplative efforts and real communication that they're supportive.
And it is immediately adjacent to the generator that we just installed, creating resilience for the Veterans Building, and I would assume this building as well. But that was the path of the fire about 4 years ago coming down the hill. So I'm sure we will have our firefighters' attention to all hands on deck to avert any pathway from the fire in the future.
And so if I might just address that, there's not a lot of good property in Sonoma County that's not flooded or fire prone. And to be quite honest, we see these facilities as being the most beneficial in response to a major earthquake. And so that's why we really want to get out there geographically and disperse them.
And I appreciate that. Your fear is a major earthquake, and there is a major earthquake fault running right down the center, up the center of Sonoma Valley. So you better ready those temporary bridges to bridge any earthquake fault to actually provide resources to the population in Sonoma Valley. So thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? We go to public comment on this item. 2 minutes. Anybody here? Nobody here in the chambers. Anybody online, Marcy?
Thank you. If you could please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you would like to comment on this item. Number 17 on today's agenda. Thank you. There are no hands for comment.
Thank you. Coming back to the board, I want to thank you, Chris, for not only this work, but one of the things that I don't know if you've told everybody is that the CDBG DR money, I think there was, as you told me, 6 different groups or agencies that were interested in applying, but it is so difficult, esoteric, and so many requirements on the grant funding that everybody except you backed out of even applying for it. So thank you for delivering this. It's crazy that it's so hard to get this money on the ground, but that's one of the things we're fighting for at the national level is to get more of these in block grants and qualify through our other work. So thank you for that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we're going to go to closed session and we'll do public comment on the closed session items. Real quickly, we only have 2 items, 18 and 19. And so any comments inside on closed session? None here. Any online for closed session, Marcy?
Again, if you can please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on the closed session calendar items, either of those before the board today. And thank you. There are no hands for comment.
Okay. We're going to recess into closed session. Our goal is to be out here still in just maybe 1:30, 1:40. What do you think we got?
140 or 145.
1:45,
Yeah.
1:45. And then we have one item before we get into a series of fee hearings. And then one item, not after that, but then public comment at 4 p.m. Thank you very much. Me or
He's trying to catch Supervisor.
Susan? I think you're.
Good afternoon, all. Just one moment while we get started for the afternoon. Excellent. I think you should be able to hear me, and Chair Gore, you can continue.
Thank you very much. Here we go into our afternoon. First, I'm going to look to our county council to report out on closed session.
Thank you, Chair Gore. And we've got two closed sessions we are reporting out on. On March 18th, the Board of Supervisors held a special closed session to consider the matters listed as items 1 through 2A on the March 18th agenda. On item 1, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the public employee performance evaluation for the Director of Health Services. No reportable action was taken by the board. Direction was given to staff. On item 2, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors.
You should be able to hear me, and Chair Gore, you can continue.
Thank you very much. Here we go into our afternoon. First, I'm going to look to our county council to report out on closed session.
Thank you, Chair Gore. And we've got two closed sessions.
Through the chair, are you experiencing some audio issues?
The Board of Supervisors held a special closed session to consider the matters listed as
Control, Alt, Delete. Shut down the system.
Board of Supervisors.
I'll
Death
request
Star.
just a brief recess while we look into this. Thank you.
Health Services. No reportable action was taken by the board. Direction was given to staff. On item 2, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors.
I think you can hear the room, and Chair Gore, you can continue. Okay, all right. I think we've solved the problem. Before we continue, can I please just get a quick sound check that you can hear me in the chambers and vice versa?
We can hear you, Marcy.
Excellent, thank you. And without a loop, please. Sorry, apologies for the interruption.
Hello, low, 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 hello. There's an echo. Echo. County Council Pittman, would you like to report out on closed session?
Thank you, Chair Gore. All right, we're going to start this again. On March 18th, the Board of Supervisors held a special closed session to consider the matters listed as items 1 through 2A on the March 18th agenda. On item 1, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the public employee performance evaluation for the Director of Health Services. No reportable action was taken by the board. Direction was given to staff. On item 2, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to confer with the agency's labor negotiators for all employee organizations and unrepresented employees. No reportable action was taken. The boards gave direction to their labor negotiators. On item 2A, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel regarding the potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 in one matter. The board did not authorize initiation of litigation, but provided direction to legal counsel and staff. That concludes the closed session report out from March 18th. This afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 18 and 19 on today's agenda. On item 18, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, the significant exposure to litigation in one potential case involving the credible threat of litigation against the County of Sonoma by the City of Sebastopol, seeking recovery of losses arising out of a fraudulent wire fraud transfer of funds. No reportable action was taken. The board gave direction to legal counsel and staff. On item 19, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Christopher Vivian versus the County of Sonoma in a workers' compensation appeal board case. No reportable action was taken by the board. Direction was given to legal counsel and staff. And that concludes the closed session report out.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. I appreciate that. I'll go to the rest of the items for this afternoon. So first thing we have is item number 20, which is the Sonoma County Energy Independence Program Semi-Annual Bonding Authorization and Program Update. And as we get into this item, I do have a question as we move in, which is we're reviewing this item now. I believe, I had an update call with you all about program and other things. And then we also have a calendar item for the Skype program for business plan in May. So if you can, when you lean in, please let us know what you want us to talk about today, and as much as you do the presentation and what is reserved for that date in the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore and members of the board. I'm Eric Rosa, the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and Program Administrator for the Sonoma County Energy Independence Program. And I'm joined today by Barbara Lee, the Climate Action and Resiliency Director, and Jane Elias, the Energy and Sustainability Division Manager. We are back before you today to provide a brief program update and seek your approval of the semi-annual bonding authorization. And
Eric, before you go in, I just want to answer that question that I had first, which was today, is this the time where we're going to talk about the whole business program and everything under the sun? Or are we going to reserve that for May and have this be very specific to the requirement to have this be on regular calendar for the bonding update?
My apologies, Chair Gore. Today, we'll provide a brief program update, not get into the business plan details.
Okay.
And request the bonding authorization. And we will return in May for a more robust discussion about the finances of the program.
And that's so May is more of the conversation about financing, where we're at with the bonds, not with respect to issuing them, where we're at with the home hardening and the other programs, right? Like the bigger collaborative discussion is for May.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay. So I will turn it over to Jane to present the next slide.
Thank you, Eric. Good afternoon, members of the board. We are giving just a brief update on a couple of items here, some information that we've been working on that we're really excited to share with you and with the public regarding the Skype assessments over the entire program. We have mapped this before in the past as far as where the assessments have been placed throughout the county. However, we have never done this with the census data on median income. So with the most current census data, and that is equivalent to that is shared in the updated Portrait of Sonoma, we took the median income blocks that we have available and we overlaid that with the Skype assessments throughout the county. The blue dots are representing residential and the red are commercial. And because the program does not look at any of the underwriting criteria traditional to most financing opportunities that people may have, we don't gather personal income data, credit scores, look at debt to income ratios. So we've never really taken a look at how this overlaid with the median income and what that looks like. And surprisingly enough, or not surprisingly actually, we kind of figured that everybody did utilize the financing and broad range. And looking at the median income, we then did break it down by the districts. so that you had an opportunity to see in your district who's utilizing the financing, and then just broadly the median income ranges. And so that is what's represented on this slide. And like I had mentioned, this was in light of looking at trying to evaluate the equity standpoint of the Skype financing and who it is that we are able to reach out to. And so if you have any questions regarding that, I'm happy to answer it. And moving on, we'll go ahead and I think Eric will pick up any cumulative results that we have.
Okay, since its inception in 2009, Skype has helped to eliminate over 126,481 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions, created or retained over 1,718 jobs, and dispersed over 85.9 million in financing, with 90% of the projects being completed by local contractors. Next slide, please. And that brings us to the recommended actions before you, which include authorizing the continued issuance of Skype bonds and authorizing the county treasurer and Sonoma Water to invest in Skype bonds. And as previously mentioned, staff will come back to your board in May with a more comprehensive Skype business plan update. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from the board on the bond reauthorization? Nope. I'm going to go to public comment on this item. Nobody in the chambers. Anybody online on this item?
If you would like to comment on this item, can you please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9? This is number 20 on today's agenda. And there are no hands for comment.
Okay, thank you. Back to the board. First of all, I want to look at all of you and thank you for your work. Thank you for the updates you're providing, and really looking forward to having the discussion with you on the overall business plan. Just for the colleagues, I know one of the things that I spoke with everyone about was the digging deeper and deeper into the home hardening and all the stuff that we're working on. So I look forward to that coming back, and potential partnership with insurance companies as well on that. So I have to follow up with you all for a call that we talked about having with some state leaders. I believe I sent that out, but appreciate your work. And any comments? So we are going to take this as a vote of the board. Let's do a roll call vote, as this is a formal item. Supervisor Gorin.
Aye. Thank you for
Supervisor
your work.
Rabbit. Oh, sorry. Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore is an aye. That's a 5-0. Thank you all very much. Okay, we're going to go into our next item, or series of items, and just as we go into this, whether it's Peter, Christina, or Bob, I just had a conversation about how to process this item. We have the fee hearings, and I believe we're going to have a presentation with some key points, but maybe we can provide an overview of how we're going to do this, because in the past, some of you might remember that at times we would open up the public hearing for each individual fee hearing. But then, as I was reminded of, is that this past year, we moved over to open up the formal hearing for all items at once. But then we will have to come back to the board after that hearing, and we will have to take individual votes on every fee area, every department fee area. So is that consistent with what we talked about? So we're going to have Peter leading in with a presentation on the items that we're going to go over, as I mentioned before. Really, for you all, be ready with questions, because Peter's not going to go through the tome of information of his Magnus Obra. And whilst he moves through this item, instead, we're going to focus on I believe the items that we either have subsidies, the things above CPI, and another form of criteria, the things that we want to look at. So Peter, I'm going to pass it over to you. You know what we're looking for. You've dealt with this for the last couple of years, and I want to thank you for the work over the last 3 or 4 years to clean this up. Cristina Rivera.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
also as a reminder, for the public, this is a public hearing. The chair will be opening the hearing and closing the hearing and then bringing it back to the board.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Gore, members of the board. Really happy to be back in the chambers with you for the first time in 2 years. I was just trying to remember if the 2020 consolidated fee hearing was my last time appearing in front of you in person or the first time appearing in front of you on Zoom. And I'm not quite sure where it happened to fall on the line that year. But this does bring us full circle. So I do want to quickly present to you, or not so quickly, we'll see how quickly I get, the fiscal year 22-23 consolidated fee hearings, or as I like to call it, Fun Spring Happy Day. So just very quickly, this item, I'll be giving a brief overview of the fee packet, discussing some of the departmental changes, discussion of the fee study. One of the things that is a little different this year, we've had the last couple of years, I have told you about a fee study that was a reason why several of our major departments were not coming before you. That fee study has been completed, and because it was a comprehensive fee study of Permit Sonoma, animal care and control, and agriculture weights and measures, I'm treating those a little bit differently in this presentation just because they're not the sort of normal updates. They haven't been updated for several years and are based on this comprehensive study. And finally, we'll go to recommended actions. I will be giving the presentation and answering sort of basic questions that you might have, but if there are specific departmental questions, all the departments with packets in this item are available on the Zoom and can respond to those questions. So just very quickly, we held a consolidated fee hearing each year to bring our fees together. The idea of this is that we have greater transparency because we have all of the fees coming at once. So it's not catching it when it comes at various points throughout the year. As we are required by law, this fee hearing was noticed twice, at least 2 weeks, over 2 weeks, with a week in between. And we always put this in the spring so that adjustments can take effect at the start of the new fiscal year and can be included in departments' budgets for the next year. Just a quick reminder that we do still have officially in the board's policies that the fees are intended to be full cost recovery as laid out in the point here. One of the things we will talk a little bit about as we get into the fee study portion is that that is not always the case, and sometimes there are very good reasons why that is not the case. And so that is your prerogative to set, as it notes here, to provide for the public benefit. The board can set a rate lower than full cost recovery, although obviously it cannot set a rate higher than full cost recovery. So what do proposed changes reflect? They reflect increased costs of doing business. They reflect changes to service delivery methods. They reflect updated cost studies. And in some cases, they reflect statutory increases. So there are some fees that are set by the state and have formulas for how they might adjust. This packet is a little larger than we've seen the last few years. It includes the tax collector's office, county administrator's office, clerk recorder assessor, public health lab, regional parks Sonoma water. So because Spring Lake Park is technically a Sonoma water facility, that's technically a Sonoma water fee, but it's being brought by regional parks, the sheriff's office, and the airport under transportation and public work. These are the ones that are doing sort of regular fee adjustments. And for these regular fee adjustments, what you're really seeing is two primary factors that drive them. First off, changes in salary and benefits. We're expecting that in fiscal year 22-23, typo on the slide there, we'll see salary and benefits increasing by between 1 and 2.5%, depending on the department. That's always going to vary different times. That's lower than we would normally expect. That's lower than actually our cost of living adjustment on the current contracts will be, and that's because some of the 2003 pension obligation bond payments are starting to drop off, and so our salary and benefits are increases are offset by a decrease in what we're collecting on that next year. We also have a component that is based on goods and services. Obviously, no surprise to anyone, we are seeing higher rates of inflation than we have seen in the last number of years. Now, looking at the January number for San Francisco Bay Area, which is what we usually look at as kind of our starting point, or the December number, which comes out in January, I should say. That was actually 4.2%, which was below the national average, interestingly enough. But overall, we are seeing higher rates there. And so each year, what we kind of talk about is what we can count on as an average adjustment for departments. And there's no one average, but we could count on roughly 3% being this year, what we would expect to see just based on changes to the costs of business. But again, potentially varying from department to department. Now, that last list I mentioned did not include 3 departments that are in this packet. And that's because these are the ones I mentioned a minute ago, had a comprehensive fee study that was launched in 2019. It was delayed due to COVID, but was finally completed this year. Those departments are the Animal Care and Control Division of Health Services, the Agriculture Weights and Measures Department in Permit Sonoma. And so because they have a comprehensive study, those are having more sort of comprehensive changes to their fees, and I'll talk about them a little bit separately. But when we go back to that initial list, what we're seeing on those other 7 areas, similar to what we've seen in the past, we've got 158 fee items that are changing, 128 increasing, 12 decreasing, 1 fee being eliminated, 17 new fees. All of these changes would be effective on 7/1, so at the start of the new fiscal year. By department, you can just see quickly where those changes are across the departments. I'm not going to go through this one in depth, but you can see that there. A couple of things to keep in mind for those fees that are increasing. I mentioned 3% as kind of that rough estimate of what that cutoff is, or what we would expect. Almost 2/3 are increasing by 3% or less of those fees that are increasing. Another chunk are a little bit over that, but under 6%. So under twice that, that gets us to about 80%. And then there are 20% that are a higher rate. And that's usually because there have been very specific changes to that one. So either new cost studies that have been done, fees that have not been updated for a number of years, et cetera. Very quickly, from these departments outside of the 3 with this full study, we're talking about roughly $322,000 in increased revenue that would be expected next year. And I'll go through that a little bit more as we talk about individual departments. But you can see here where that would be divided. And so now to go through some of those individual departments. The Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector is proposing 3 new fees. These fees are all around collection efforts in coordination with the state. So there are 2 fees that they are looking to enter into a new program that allows for local governments to collect some of their delinquent revenues in conjunction with the state through withholdings on state income tax returns, as well as lottery proceeds and a couple of other funds that are done through the state. There's no direct cost to the county on this, entering into this program on collection of revenues. But instead, what the county is asked to do is to put in place some fees that then go through to the state and to the collectors, so that those fees get added to the debt and tacked on and are where they are able to collect that. And this is a program that's been put in place in a number of other states. The California version is called the Caltrex. It's being done in conjunction with CSAC and with NACO, and is something that a lot of counties are jumping onto now. And the second is a $1 fee that would go to the Department of Motor Vehicles, and that's a vessel registration hold fee that's to help with collection of unsecured property tax related to vessels. So none of that is revenue that would actually flow to the county, although we would hope that participating in these programs might increase our ability to collect on some of our other outstanding debts. Jail booking fees. So each year, the county administrator's office gets to present the jail booking fee and jail access fees. These are fees that are set by the state that would be billed in certain cases to arresting agencies. So not to people who are being booked into the jail, but to arresting agencies. The jail booking fee is only charged if the state does not appropriate a certain amount of money, which goes to partially offset our costs. And the state is expected to appropriate that money again, as they have every year since this was put in place. So we are not expecting to actually charge this fee, but the state law does set a rate of increase for it tied to the CPI. And so each year we adjust it upward with that, such that should the state ever not appropriate that money, we will be able to recoup some of that from arresting agencies. The second is a jail access fee, and this is increasing. There is a slight amount of revenue, that's $672 associated with this. This is charged again to arresting agencies on certain low priority misdemeanors if levels exceed prior year averages. So it's not a very common thing, but it's again put in place under state law. And it's something that we do adjust each year in accordance with the formulas they give us. The Clerk Recorder Assessor's Office has the largest of our sort of regular fee adjustments here with an estimated $216,000 in revenue. Most of that is actually tied again to a new state law, AB 1466. This is a law that relates to authorizes a $2 fee for the recorder's office. It's related to deeds, recording deeds and reviewing them to make sure that they don't have discriminatory language in them. So in the past, you've had deeds that might have racially or otherwise discriminatory language. And the state passed this law, which requires local agencies to review those, expunge any such language. It's stricken out so that it's there for historical records that it once existed, but it's expunged from it. And there's a small fee associated with that. It also has adjustments to a number of assessors' fees. That is in line actually with a fee study that the department conducted themselves with a third-party consultant, which is where you see a wide range of changes with some large percentage increases, but mostly to very small dollar fees. So kind of things where you might see a $5 fee become a $10 fee. And that's a chunk of where you're seeing that 20% over the 6% adjustments are those sorts of things. A lot of these are fees that have not been really thoroughly studied and adjusted in a number of years. And finally, there's some new fees related to information requests. The public health lab is primarily funded by sources other than fees, but it does charge fees around some of the services it provides either to individuals or to other jurisdictions. That makes up about 10% of the total health lab budget, whereas the largest share, about 1.2 million, is from realignment funding that your board has dedicated towards keeping the costs lower at the health lab. They are proposing 2% increases to all of their fees, which would help maintain this sort of roughly 10% level in terms of cost recovery. And the primary revenue increases here, you'll see there's 56,000 in revenue increases. That's actually primarily related to an expected change in the volume of some of the services they're providing rather than to the actual dollars of the fees. Our regional parks is looking to adjust two fees. First off is an increase in campsite electrical hookup fees from $10 to $12. As you know, energy prices, one of the prices that I think we're all seeing our bills go up and up this year. Regional parks, no exception. And so they are looking to bring that in closer to offsetting their costs and adjusting that up. The other fee they're adjusting is a residence maintenance fee, which they adjust annually with sort of the cost of living 3%. This is related to actually ranger residences. So it's charged, I believe, to the ranger who's living there. So it's not a major source of income or a major thing, but it is part of how they are able to recoup that cost. They are making the same 2 adjustments at Spring Lake Park. That gets a separate item because, as I mentioned, it's technically Sonoma water, and obviously a much smaller dollar value for the one park. The sheriff's office is adjusting a variety of fees based on changes to their costs and new time studies that they've conducted. And what you're seeing is 29,000 in expected revenue increases, which are primarily around security services. So when the sheriff provides security at an event and gets recouped for some of that time, and as well as body removal fees. Not going to go into that one. Transportation and Public Works Airport has some adjustments that they are making, although not a big dollar value. But again, they look each year to try and keep their costs and their fees in level so that they're not doing sort of major increases all at once. They are looking at some new parking fees. That would be some convenience fees around online bookings, as well as a fee for street parking on the airport site that currently is not feed. So whereas all of the lots are, so it would bring it more in line with that. They're also looking at some increases to ground leases at a pretty moderate rate and some slightly larger increases to commercial vehicle operator permits. So shuttle vans and those sorts of things that are going to the airport. That's the end of the sort of regular fees. Now, as I mentioned, we have the 3 departments that had their larger fee study launched in 2019, delayed due to COVID. It was completed earlier this spring, and we did reference it briefly, in this fall, sorry, getting my months confused. But we did reference it briefly in our fall fiscal update. But now we're adjusting fees based on that. So looking at this, again, just a quick reminder, it's designed to determine the full cost of providing a service, which is what legally we are allowed as a county to charge up to as the maximum. It's not designed to look at efficiencies. That's more of a departmental review. And it does include a comparison to other agencies. So within this, there were, and the full fee study was attached to the item, but there was a comparison to various other agencies. But it's important to note that, well, that can provide guidance to the board and the departments as to what might seem like a reasonable level. Again, what determines what is legal is in almost all cases, with a few exceptions on things like use of county property, it is the full cost recovery is what determines what could be charged. And then again, the board has the prerogative to charge less, realizing that the services don't cost any less. And so that's essentially requires a subsidy from non-fee sources, from discretionary sources like general fund. So what do we see with this fee study? Looking at the Department of Agriculture weights and measures, what we see is that currently the department is about 51% cost recovery, or, at the time that this was put in place, and without raising fees since then, they're probably actually a little below that at this point. The remainder is subsidized by the general fund as well as some state and grant funds. Subsidies vary across divisions, with the highest in the land stewardship division, which does VESCO, the sort of the vineyard planting ordinances and orchard ordinances, as well as the frost ordinance. The lowest are on the weights and measures department, which is pretty close to cost recovery. That's the one that measures scales and scanners and things. You see the seals on all the gas pumps every time you go and pay exorbitant prices for gas these days. So a quick thing here, recommendations. So staff is actually recommending that, given how far down, we do not recommend going to a full cost recovery. We recommend that the board keep in place existing funding to the department, which will allow for some of that continued subsidy, as well as actually increasing by $145,000 to mitigate some of these increases. There are still adjustments to the fees that would bring the agricultural division more to around 62% from 57% cost recovery. It would also increase land stewardship fees from about 50% to 57%, noting that we currently have about a $300,000 subsidy on the VESCO program. And it would increase weights and measures fees, would come up to go from about 83% to 92% cost recovery. The department is also looking to preface that on some of these, they would look to do sort of moderate increases over the next couple of years to bring these a little closer. And that does twofold. One thing is that reduces the need for some of the subsidy, but it also allows, right now, some of the subsidy hasn't come from money that we formally set aside to subsidize it, but it's come from funding that otherwise would go to other ag programs. And so it makes it harder for us to draw down state revenues that they can draw down as matching revenues on those, as well as some other things. Animal care and control also had their fee study. They actually came out that as a whole, their cost recovery was pretty close to full cost recovery. However, there was a widespread between fees. Most of these fees had not been reviewed in 15 years, and in some cases not in 20 or 30 years. So they were initially put in place at a point where the cost of delivering services was very different and potentially had some changes, as well as some of the laws around how fees are set. So some of those fees now are recovering above costs due to efficiencies, whereas others are well below costs. And the division does receive support from the general fund and to the tune of about $1.4 million, as well as receiving contract revenues from cities for whom it provides services and some other revenues in addition to its fees. Our recommendations here, we are obviously, number one, any fees that are above full cost recovery will be brought down to cost recovery. Through some are increasing general support by $234,000. And this really will utilize that well goes down. We can also continue to set fee rates. Some beer would promote good outcomes. So for example, older pets, like less free pet, is fine people adopt that. So, charging us for the 8-year-old cat that charge for the kitten on the adoption fees helps make sure that we can get some of those animals to shelters and into homes, as well as allowing for subsidies, for example, so that we're not unwanted pets that are eventually going to end up back in the shelter. So we are asking for that increase. There is also an increase in other fees by an average of 13%. And this is really in line with their changes to cost of doing business from 2019 to 22. Study was sort of determined this and keep that in line. And I should note that there was a review of the Animal Services Department conducted, and that's going to look at whether there should be any changes to structure in terms of where it's time for the budget to implement. So there we're still looking at the similar situation. Finally, permit Sonoma. Permit Sonoma is our largest fee-based department. So in terms of what should the total revenues that come in on fees and charges for services, they subsidize that remaining 20% and keep them below that lowest recovery. And in recent they received additional that's recovery in the fees with the services that are being provided. So there's a lot of changes, particularly in the buildings, that are deleting old fees that didn't necessarily align with the way we do business or need to be inspecting things now, and putting in place new ones. Most of which are not designed to have a net sort of major increase in the total revenues, but which are designed to, again, better align to what the services that are actually being provided. Overall, their recommendations, we are recommending that an additional 1 million in general fund be given to support and limit increases to these fees. This is in addition to the roughly 700,000 that we'd expect in additional revenue based on their changes. We are also looking to restructure the fee schedule to better align with services provided and to increase fees by which were a little less than the sort of increases we saw over that same period from the animal care and control division, but again, to keep them at a similar level while also increasing our general fund subsidy and maintaining the general fund subsidy that we are providing, because we do feel that there's a public benefit around making sure that these fees don't increase too sharply and go out of control. So overall, our recommendations are to approve the additional ongoing general fund support for the departments as just mentioned, the 145,000 for agriculture weights and measures, 234,000 for animal care and control, and 1 million for permit Sonoma, and to approve fee adjustments as described in the individual board items. And that is my presentation. So I will stop my share.
Thank you very much, Peter. I appreciate that. So what I want to do right now is go to my colleagues' questions, any kind of specific things we want to noodle in on. And once again, those can go into any of these different areas. But I think the core question kind of before us also is this just general fund support and kind of where we're at. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Supervisor Rabbit, who I count on to be my voice as much as all of ours on the fiscal side of these fair hearings. We've done a lot of work over the years on this. Peter, thank you for bringing this forward. Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you, Peter, and thank you to all the staff for bringing this forward. Obviously fees are an important part of doing business and really a fair and equitable way to charge the person benefiting from. We can have a philosophical argument about the community benefit therein. There are certain fees I think that do provide for a bigger, broader community benefit than just to the person who's actually applying for and receiving the particular fee. And I guess, we've talked a lot about fees, and I do appreciate the fact that you differentiate those that are kind of up above and beyond the CPI. And I do appreciate the fact that we've updated some of the fee studies this year. I know that we don't look at efficiencies within that, but that's for me is so important that we somehow capture, and whether it's not in the fees, it needs to be captured somehow, some way going forward, because it can't just be that numerator and denominator going forward. It has to be looking at how we do business, and is there a better way to do it than putting a new fee in place. I guess my question overall, and again, you mentioned the fees that we haven't, or the fee studies that are older and haven't been updated. Does that also mean that we haven't automatically updated those fees for CPI or the adjustments in the intervening years? Because I know that we also, like today, right, we're adding some percentages to fees that we don't necessarily have new fee studies for, but we're assuming that the 3% is going to cover this particular year's additional cost of doing business, right?
Yeah. So I think in most cases, those fees have been updated on a year-to-year basis. Not necessarily every year. I think, what you see from many departments and much of the time is that they will wait a few years in which they may be feeling like they're close enough that they can continue operating. Then you may see a slightly larger increase because it's a couple of years there. But no, in terms of like the animal care and control, those are ones that haven't seen a fee study in quite a while, but they have potentially been updated year to year. And I don't have for each one of the, I do actually have some within their fee packet. They have, I believe, when those were updated, but I don't have that right in front of me for each of them.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just know, not unlike the Golden Gate Bridge, of which I serve, which used to be very difficult to raise tolls. And you would only do it once every so many years and it would become a larger amount. Now with all electronic tolls, you do it often and you don't hear, I think people understand paying the additional 3% per year. They know that cost of things continue to escalate or go up in that fashion. I hope that we can move in that direction so that we don't have to have big jumps, that we could just kind of have that incremental additional costs at the same time looking at the efficiencies going forward. And then I guess my other, I don't have specifics, but other than looking at, for example, in ag weights and measures, the hourly rate is going up 27%. And it has anticipated units within there decreasing by, what is that? 15% maybe overall. Talk about how the fee study uses the anticipated units in setting the fees, because I think it's also, for me, that's also been something that goes back to the unfortunate kind of numerator denominator anecdote that I've used too often. We're having less units to bill overall, so therefore the rate is going up. It's like it's water conservation as an example. Tell me how that reaches within the adjustment for fees above and beyond the CPI.
So generally the way the fee study is working is that it will determine a cost for an hour of work, say. So what is the hour of work? And that would be looking at both the direct staff costs for a position that might be working on it, but it would also be including what they'd call sort of the fully loaded rate of, your overhead, some share of the building you're working in, or the electricity, or your management time to manage that person, et cetera. And so that gets an hourly rate. And then generally the way the fee study was looking at it was essentially a time study to say, so how long does it take to do task A or task B? Come out with that, multiply your time by your hourly rate and get a dollar value. So it's not quite just as simple as here's my total cost, here's how many units I think I'm going to do, divide one by the other, and you have the amount per fee. But there is some of that built in on determining what that hourly rate is looking at what are all the costs associated with that. And I see.
And through the chair, Supervisor Rabbit, indeed, the studies that were completed with the 2019 studies that were completed using the 2019-2020 estimated costs, the consultant MBS simply accepted the units estimated by staff. And so, as Peter explains, you calculate the cost of delivering the service. The consultant asks the staff what their average estimated units of delivery are, and they apply it to their calculation.
Yeah, I've never really, and this is me, I've never really been sold on that as a concept. You can never do that in the private sector. As an architect, I can't say, I have one job this year and I'm going to bill 2,080 hours to that job at such and such a rate. But yet that's what we're doing with these units, spreading out the overall cost. So I don't understand why we do that in this particular fashion. In getting back to the efficiencies, how long something takes is different than how long it should take and how much one could charge for that and still have, again, in the private sector, customers coming through the door. But I know that that's the system that we inherently work in because that's what fee studies do. And that's what really, ever since I was on the Petaluma City Council in my first fee study, when I discovered that, it was like, how does this work in this particular vein? With that said, I hope that we just continue to kind of focus on that. I do appreciate the focus on everything above the 3% and going forward. I do think it's important to kind of, and you did, Peter, and I appreciate it, focus on those things that are additional state mandates that we're now having to implement in different body of work. But continually, we need to continue, in my opinion, just keep looking for those ways to make sure that people can do business with the county and not get priced out or ignore the permits that they should be coming in and getting. So thanks for the work, Peter. I know it's a huge task going forward, but we need to kind of continue in that vein. I think we'd be better off for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks for the report, Peter. I want to focus in on the three outlying departments, Animal Services, Ag Weights and Measures, and Permit Sonoma. And probably more on Animal Services and Permit Sonoma. $5 million of general fund subsidy between the two of them now. It looks like the recommendation is that would go up to almost $6.5 million. And that seems like the wrong direction. I mean, I understand that we don't want to have huge increases to get everybody full cost recovery in one fell swoop. On the other hand, we're increasing the general fund subsidy instead of reducing it. And even with these fee studies, I don't see, I'm wondering, where is the plan going forward to get these to full cost recovery? And at what point is the decision, and maybe it's now, that we don't want full cost recovery from these departments? Again, I can see it in some cases, Animal Services trying to impact people's behavior and the type of animals that they're willing to adopt, I think is a reasonable reason to adjust fees. I'm not hearing those kind of arguments in Permit Sonoma and Ag Weights and Measures, though. And I'm just wondering how we get to that conversation with the board, or maybe if I'm the only one that wants to have it, we don't get to that conversation.
So, thank you, through the chair. I do think one of the things we tried to do with this fee study and have tried to do today that we have not done a good job of in the past is highlighting what that amount is that we are currently putting in. And so that does allow your board to make an informed decision and an informed discussion on whether you think that's too great or too little an amount. There are some places where it is, where it may be hard, like you've mentioned. There are places where it's a decision around guiding behavior, perhaps, or encouraging behavior. There are cases where it may be a question around, for example, on the Permit Sonoma fees, do we want to make it more expensive to build in this county or not? Or conversely, do we want to be subsidizing, in some cases, large construction, projects? So that's certainly a place for your board to have that conversation. And so I think today is an appropriate time to start that. If there is a desire from the board to bring back a larger conversation in the future, we can also do that. But what we are trying to do is make that give you the ability to have that conversation by letting you know what those dollar amounts are, where those are going, and so that you can have that as an informed conversation and not have what we have done in the past, which has largely been around, we see our costs increasing by 4%, 3%, so we're going up 3%. never mind whether we were at cost recovery before or not. And so I think that's what we're trying to do.
Thanks for that. And, you know, I would just like information to start with. As in Permit Sonoma, where are those subsidies going right now? If we're going to have subsidies in Permit Sonoma, can we have them in areas where we want to incentivize certain types of development? And do we want to put full cost recovery on others? That you know, I don't want to dismiss other types of development as unnecessary, but let's do our subsidizing thoughtfully and intentionally, because I don't feel that here. And maybe that's because I haven't delved into the specifics enough. But I think that it's a discussion that we ought to have. And for today, I'm curious about my fellow board members, whether we want to increase Permit Sonoma's subsidy by more than 25%. I haven't done the math here, but by another $1 million when it's already $3.6 million a year.
Thank you. If I may, I would just like to point out one thing that is, well, the permanent subsidy has been about 3.6 million in terms of their general fund contribution. We have given them, I think we gave them an additional 800,000 in the current year's budget just as one-time wellness fee study because we knew they weren't catching up on the fee study. So there has been a somewhat larger there. And we've also seen with them in the past couple of years, and we did actually reduce their general fund contribution a few years back, about 5 years ago. But what we have seen is that they have had a few years where their revenues came in significantly below target, which since they are a general fund department, that essentially means we were providing a larger subsidy because obviously we didn't retroactively lay people off or something when revenues were below. But I think that is a good point for that question. I just want to clarify that while it is additional money, they've effectively been getting most of that for the last year or two. We just haven't put it into their baseline budget.
So should we be considering their current subsidy about 4.4 instead of 3.6? Is
that would be closer to their current year subsidy? Yes.
Okay.
For the 21-22.
Okay. It doesn't change my mind. Thanks.
Christina?
And if I may, through the chair, in the case of Permit Sonoma services, the majority of your subsidy goes to the programs that have to do with planning, right? Programs that don't collect a fee per se. So you have a planning department that conducts a number of studies, that completes a number of reviews, environmental, specific focus, and those don't collect a fee. So the lion's share of the general fund subsidy that you are providing as a board, and as Ms. Brulin indicated, it's going more so to those programs that don't collect a fee.
Through the chair, just to add on to that, I think, the general plan, if one looks at the general plan as, is that a responsibility of PRMD and only those who are going to build in the general plan, or is that a responsibility of all of us? And I think that, as I understand it, through the director, the PRMD fees or Permit Sonoma fees cover 98% of the building permit costs and support the general plan with a 19.5% fee, which is really coming the other way. So I think we need to make sure that we're always looking at apples to apples in that. I appreciate there are a lot of permit or planning issues that are out there that are beyond just those that are going to involve individuals coming in the door paying a fee.
There's another part of this, which is for two of the items, Permit Sonoma and Animal Care and Control, we have ongoing reviews for the future of those departments. We have a management review that goes into the organizational excellence pillar. With Permit Sonoma, we have an RFP that's going to go out with that. With Animal Services, we have with our new director, Rivera, review in May to bring that forward. And there are significant budgetary discussions that need to be had that fit with what's our future strategy there. And so one thing, just as an option, we could look at is applying these funds for a year, reviewing those things and having them come back as a part of a comprehensive flow. Just one thought. Want to see if there's any questions from Supervisor Hopkins.
I had questions specifically about the vacation rental fees, which I was looking at in attachment C. And it looks as though our vacation rental noticing, annual monitoring, and property manager certification is we're only recovering between 47 and 64% of our costs. Is that accurate?
So that is a question I would have to defer to the department if there are specifics on that level.
Okay.
Yeah, and if Marcy can locate, Regina de la Cruz.
Yeah.
Just one moment.
Regina de la Cruz.
And I would just also like to sort of follow up on some of my colleagues' comments, which is that I'm very interested in kind of going in with a laser to look at what we are subsidizing and what we aren't. For instance, to me, I think it's ridiculous that vacation rentals don't pay their own way, for monitoring. And so I'm sort of curious that has a flat fee. And yet, many of our permits that we are sort of residents are going through are charged on an hourly basis. So just any information about the vacation rental noticing and annual monitoring and property manager certification would be really helpful. And I can refer you to the, let's see what page it is, if that would be helpful for you all.
Please, through the chair. And thank you, Supervisor, for the question.
Yeah, so it's Appendix A.3 and actually page 64 of 178. You guys gave us a lot of reading this week.
Regina?
Yes, through the chair. I've also invited Scott Orr, who is intimately involved specifically with the vacation rental. We are currently only at 2% cost recovery on vacation rentals. Scott, hopefully he's joining us, can give us a little bit of detail on that specific.
Out of the fire and into the flame.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I'm not seeing Scott yet, but I'll keep an eye out.
But I believe, through the chair, I believe the supervisor is correct in her characterization of the fees.
We are.
Oh, go ahead.
We're at 47% cost recovery with and requesting a 9% increase on that existing fee. So we'll get closer to full cost recovery.
So could we go to full cost recovery on that? To me, it doesn't seem, just speaking personally, we've got plenty of vacation rentals in West County. We're having a policy conversation about the challenges right now. It seems a little odd for taxpayers to subsidize that industry.
Yes.
Okay, that's the proposal that I'll make during discussion. But one other question is, we have heard a lot of concerns from residents, and I know that this was also discussed at the Planning Commission regarding the need for greater enforcement capacity, in particular, this idea of a 24/7 hotline, which other counties have implemented to address vacation rental complaints in real time. And I'm wondering sort of what kind of cost recovery scenario could we potentially set up? And is that something that we'd want to be considering in these fee hearings, or how would that be funded? Because it seems like that should be borne right by the vacation rentals themselves to ensure that there's accountability for their operations.
Through the chair, I'd be happy to look at that again. I think it would be best for us to do that possibly through the budget hearings coming up, though.
And question, I guess, for the CAO or for County Council would we have an opportunity to potentially adjust fees at that time as sort of a second fee hearing if that was called for at that point?
So I can defer to County Council, but just I would say that as long as we go through the proper noticing requirements and everything, we can adjust fees at any point.
Because I'm guessing that rather than making this up on the fly, you all would probably like to develop a budget and understand how much this would cost before we just sort of jump in and start slapping fees around. Yeah.
And through the chair,
also
the sequence of your fees are the assumptions going into your recommended budget. So there is there is an opportunity, as you said, to revisit them again. If nothing else, if we walk away with certain changes so that they're properly noticed and then adopted as you indicate. But we will have to, what I'm trying to project is that we will have to give the department some sort of certainty of revenue that is going to be coming their way for balancing their budget, right? Otherwise, you're not gonna want them to present you with an imbalanced budget.
Right. I promise I won't hold up this whole thing over vacation rentals, but I would like to see that actually achieve full cost recovery because I think that makes sense. And then my other question is just with actually, and this is also for Permit Sonoma, so I appreciate having you all up here, is just with respect to communicating the fee schedule with members of the public. I think that one of the challenges that we often have just in our office of constituents saying, hey, I went in and I thought that I was going to be paying $500 and suddenly it turned into $2,500 and I can't afford that. And so, I recognize that some of the work that you do is charged hourly, but it seems like, sometimes people think that there are hidden fees and unexpected expenses. And I know that you have taken pains to work with our constituents in some of these more challenging cases. What can you share about managing expectations, sort of transparency, they get the bill and it's sort of that versus paying their electric bill or paying their mortgage that month, right? Where they're really surprised by the cost of, say, a permit.
Thank you for the question. It is an ongoing improvement. One of the things we are working on is getting to, especially for ad cost agreements, I'm working to some of the more, to a city, we have a relatively complicated fee schedule because we charge a number of different fees for different special districts. So we tried, and other particular keep fees down as being particular in what we charge for. Rather than coming with an easier schedule to understand, but also a blunter tool for imposing fees. And that's the balance we're always trying to strike. So you see some of our fees consolidated, so you see some eliminated. And I think one of the better ways that we can get to cost containment is doing the kind of time versus efficiency studies that I think Chair Gore and Supervisor Rabbit may have been alluding to. And we can do that through the management consultant work, but also looking at where we just need to stop regulating or regulate in a smarter way that actually either eliminates the cost or reduces its cost permanently. And that's what we're really going to be focused on this next year.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Back to the chair.
Thank you. I am delighted that Supervisor Hopkins asked the questions that she did because she and I are in agreement, surprise, on full cost recovery for vacation rental permits. But the question that I ask of you is we're discussing a different system, perhaps with business licenses, requiring business licenses for owners. And is that the way to increase and full cost recovery for issuing the business license? Or is it the vacation rental permits, or are they both going to be the same at some point?
Through the chair, well, if licensing replaces permitting, that may be a less expensive proposition to administer. So we'll just need to see what the chosen approach is. And then after that, estimate the costs for processing that particular type of entitlement before adjusting.
And I think that makes some sense, but we have an opportunity to look at the fees during, during the budget hearings. And the conversations regarding business licenses might not come to the end of the year or August or September. And so is there a way to, sorry, tickle in my throat.
Sorry.
Increase the fees temporarily and then convert it to a business license?
Fees rather than, we might end up coming back to you multiple times for reconciliation if we don't pick the right, if we act to first identify the regulatory tool and then figure out what it's going to cost afterward.
Scott, I want to, I see your hand's been up on this issue a little bit. Please weigh in.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to clarify that in regards to the discussion of the license, we do currently have a monitoring fee, which is about $2 would be a change at least. So that covers about an hour and a half, 2 hours of work, which is appropriate for something that we're looking to renew on an annual basis, because it doesn't have the same amount of work that goes into that initial approval for the land use permit.
Well, I think you get the sense of where at least two of the supervisors are coming. We want to see full cost recovery in whatever process we use going forward. And I would include the 24/7 hotline, which I've been asking for what, 6, 7 years now, and code enforcement, any code enforcement or whatever other services we pay for. That should be borne on the back of the owners of vacation rentals going forward. I'd like to find gas as well, but I'm not sure that's within our purview yet.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Gorin.
And just let me ask one more question. And I know we've had this conversation before. Often when someone moves something forward, whether it's a winery or just a permit for a vacation rental that is contested by a neighbor, the fee is borne by the applicant and not necessarily by the neighbor. I don't know that there is a way to figure that out, but sometimes the fees for the applicants are astronomical when it's no fault of their own. And is there some way that we can rethink that?
Through the chair, if the board wanted to rethink that, I think the most appropriate portion would be on what that appeal fee is. So at the moment, the appeal fee is about $1,200. So essentially the appellant is paying for $1,200 of work towards carrying the appeal forward, and then the rest goes to the applicant. So if there was a desire to have the appellant bear more of that burden, there could be a consideration of increasing the appeal fee to provide a bigger buffer before it shifts back to the applicant as one potential option.
Thanks, Scott. I'd have to think through that because some of the issues are a larger fee would be pretty onerous on some of the neighbors. And yet the appeal fee for a small, like a hosted rental permit is pretty enormous also on the applicant. So it cuts both ways. And then finally, can we, during appeals or other per hour basis, provide better estimates to the customer on what the fees might be? Because as an example, an exclusion zone was supposed to be a process was supposed to be much smaller. And then they got this bill at the end of the process that knocked their socks off. This is not necessarily a question, but a comment. Can we figure out better estimations to those folks asking for services so that they're not going into bankruptcy trying to pay our fees? Just kidding.
So one process improvement that we have started acting on recently is including in the initial completeness letter an estimate of what the total cost of the project may be. So it's more than just what the initial submittal requirement is. It's the we have a feeling your project's going to be contentious and have to go through these certain number of hearings with this amount of public participation, and this is what we expect the cost to be in its entirety. So it's that difference between the amount to get through the door and the amount to get through a Board of Zoning Adjustments or Board of Supervisors hearing. And it's a pretty good estimate, and we'll continue to refine that to provide a better service to the public.
Thanks. I appreciate all of your answers. I think you know where I am. We'll see if one other board member chimes in on vacation rentals, but go ahead, full cost recovery, ready to go.
Supervisor Corsi. I wanted to follow up on the mention of the 19.5% fee for planning administration. My understanding is that the general plan is going to take more than what has been collected with that. So that'll be additional subsidy, if you will, for general plan. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I will add my name to the list on that discussion about full cost recovery. No matter what, that should be taken care of. So if that's what you were looking for. That's one that I do think, though, I'd like to see it come back with a review of the program. As you guys have talked about, Scott, as you've said, is that if the monitoring fee is not, thrown together with what Appendix 57 sub-5 says, that's a joke, by the way. We'll come back to it. So I think that's a yes, looking at what we're applying for now. And as we've talked about is that we can make sure that with Madam Budget here beside me and Senor Budget, Presupuesto here in front of me is that you can find an appropriate place to put that, right? For us to review. So with that being said, if I don't have any more questions, I'm going to look to my counsel first and state that my understanding is that I'm going to open up the public hearing on all of these items and get comments and then come back to the board and then we will cut it up, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm formally opening the public hearing on fees, consolidated fees for items listed before us. And I'm going to go, I don't see any public comment here in the chambers. See anybody? And Marcy, first of all, if there's anybody online, raise your hand.
Thank you. Just looking to see if anyone does raise their hand. And there are no hands for comment.
Okay. This is one of those items that you only have public input if it really goes wrong. I remember my first board meeting when I came on fee hearings, and it was a notice going around, and it was about farmers markets and a drastic fee increase, and it was as hot and humid as you could imagine. So, okay, I do have, before we go to other items and specific votes on these other areas, I have a question for county administrator or county council, which is, I see that two of the items listed here require a 4/5 vote. That is the item which is number 22 for Department of Ag Weights and Measures, and then the final one, which is the item number 31, which is the airport land and facility use. The other ones, I do not see that. I'm not anticipating a lot of dissension here, but I'm just looking for clarification on any idea on why those are listed in that way. Okay. I would assume that the fiscal year consolidated fee hearing summary, item 21, is actually the one that requires a 4/5 because it's allocating money during a non-budget hearing, correct?
So the overall, that allocation of money does not require.
Don't yawn,
4/5
Dennis.
because it will be through.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go right ahead. Sorry.
I do apologize.
No, that's my fault.
Through the chair.
Yep. I said, don't yawn to tennis. I wasn't talking to you. I was
Okay, I was
being, no.
Thought
No,
I was-
you go right ahead.
I thought I was cutting you off in
Yeah.
probably a very important statement.
Can I start saying through the chair?
And bring peace in Ukraine.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'm going to start
Um,
saying through myself, through the chair. Go ahead, Peter.
So the overall, the recommendation on the increase to general fund does not require a 4/5 because we're not changing the current year budget. This would be direction to staff to include that in next year's recommended budget. Which will be adopted in June. And so that's when the actual action takes place. And oddly enough, the adoption of the budget is a majority vote while amending it later in the year as a supermajority.
Mhm.
I am not aware of why those two items are listed as 4/5. I don't know of a specific reason they would need to be,
Maybe it's a
but it
statutory
may
reason.
be the statutory within those specific laws.
Okay.
I think council.
So I heard from Linda Shulkin, who did review these items. 22 is a mistake. It should not be a 4/5 vote. We're checking on the airport land use facility use. That might be a statutory requirement.
Okay. Okay. So before I go to votes, there's a big item before us, before the individual ones, which is item number 21. So item number 21 is the direction to staff on the general fund amount of $1 million for Permit Sonoma in additional general fund. As Supervisor Corsi alluded to, it looks like we've been already front loading about 800,000 of that towards it. 145,000 for ag weights and measures and 234,000 for animal care and control. I'm interested in if there's any reticence to move forward with those items or to approve them not forever into the future, but approve them for a 1 year as we do those reviews. Because if not, we're going to be moving forward with a recommendation from staff to fund them fully. Any comments on that? Any questions? Okay, so I am in concurrence with that. The fee studies that have been set forth, I read them. I've had updates multiple times with you guys, and I think more than anything is that it is for these two different items is for us to acknowledge that both of these departments have ongoing work that's going to potentially transform their future and the budget and how we manage that. So these will be embedded within that. So Bob, am I going to go just call for a roll call vote on each item 21 through 31, I believe is what I got.
21 through 26, yes, and 28 through 31.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We need to do a little bit different on 27 because it includes separate entities.
Okay, so that's we're gonna be going through
21 through 26.
through 26, 27. We're gonna go back to you, and then we'll go through 28 through 31 similarly quick. Okay. Okay. So, is there another question? Comment? Yeah, sure. Go for it.
I just wanted to check in on the sort of appropriate time to propose an alteration to the permit Sonoma fee schedule to increase the vacation rentals to full cost recovery. So that's item 27. And I have the numbers of the permits it's 1162, 1163, and 1164.
So it'll be the second tranche. He's going to do
Great.
21 through 26, and then we're going to jump into 27.
Great, perfect.
And
Yeah, go ahead.
I will defer to council, but through the chair, my recommendation would be that we adopt the permit Sonoma fees as set forth, but with direction to staff to return to bring those forward rather than trying to amend the fee schedule, which I think would implement a new noticing requirement.
We could continue this to the 5th or bring it back on the 5th with the corrected schedule. The uniqueness you have with land use fees is they don't require a first reading and a second reading, so you can bring it back when all the other ordinances come back for second reading and reintroduce it. So that was the recommendation of Linda.
So
Yeah,
basically,
go
we
ahead.
could approve this today with
Yep.
direction, and then it could come back and be finalized at the second reading with the changes. Is that what you're saying? Or,
I think Bob
Or
is
just-
saying continue just that one item and then still pass it when they all come back because that one doesn't require a reading now and then a further one and it
Okay.
only
Make the
require one
correction that you
afterwards.
want, and
okay,
then-
great.
What's that?
We would adopt everything under that item except those general fees with the short-term vacation rental, and we'd come back with that.
Great.
And those would come back for the second reading of all of them, but it would be their first reading and they would be able to go through in that way.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're adopted on one
Okay.
reading.
sounds good. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so here we go. Item number 21, and I want to state that it's always amazing to be in the middle of the day at 3:15 on a Tuesday, and this is a big deal. There's been a lot of work put into this, especially item number 21. So Peter, not only for you, but the three identified areas with the fee study So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go through a roll call vote, and I'll just administer that on item number 21, fiscal year 22-23 consolidated hearing summary, items A and B. Item B provides direction to staff to put general fund amounts of $1,145,000 and $234,000 into permit Sonoma, weights and measures, and animal control, respectively, and put those fee increases to come back to us as part of the 22-23 budget. Supervisor Gorn.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore, yes. That's a 5-0. Okay, item number 22, which is the ag weights and measures fee hearings overall. I'm not going to read through the details unless you tell me I have to. These are listed, so I'm going to come back to Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Rabbit.
Aye.
Corsi.
Yes.
Hopkins.
Yes.
Gore, yes, 5-0. Coming back with item number 23, this is for the auditor, controller, tax collector. So once again, looking for a resolution of support. Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Rabbit.
Aye.
Corsi.
Yes.
Hopkins.
Yes.
Gore, yes, that's 5. We have item number 24, clerk recorder, assessor, register of voters. First reading. Once again, resolution of support or not a vote to support, excuse me. Supervisor Gorn.
Aye.
Rabbit.
Aye.
Corsi.
Yes.
Yes.
Hopkins. Gore, yes. Item number 25, jail booking and jail access fees. Looking for support. Supervisor Gorn.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Gore, yes. Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Item number 26, first reading on health services fees, proposed ordinance. Also, it identifies down here an increase ongoing contribution, $233,830,000 for animal services, bringing that item back at a later date as well. Well, not this item, but the animal services. So looking for support. Supervisor Corsi. Rabbit.
Aye.
Hopkins.
Yes.
Gorn.
Aye.
Gore. Yes.
That was nasty.
Okay, now we move on to item number 27, Council Pittman.
Okay, 27 is a little bit trickier. So they've got 7 actions underneath them. I need you to take action item A separately, which is the transfer of the funds. Cost recovery, cumulative and charge increases. So we can get a motion on that first.
Okay.
Vote.
Supervisor looking for a vote on item 27A. Supervisor Gorn.
Aye.
Rabbit.
Aye.
Hopkins.
Yes.
Corsi. Gore, yes, that's a 5-0.
On item 27B, I believe this is where Supervisor Hopkins wanted to make a change.
Okay.
So I would propose that we approve this item with direction to staff to bring back specifically the permit, the fees for items 1162, 1163, 1164, and 1116 vacation rentals only on 1116, because that includes multiple categories of permits, because that's a zoning permit, to include full cost recovery for the vacation rental program.
All right, and that item will be continued to April 5th and will be brought back with the other resolutions or other ordinances. I apologize.
And I need clarification about the numbers that you read off. What does that include? Because I had wanted to have full cost recovery of the hotline and code enforcement associated with vacation rentals.
So this includes the vacation rental noticing, the vacation rental annual monitoring, the vacation rental property manager certification, and the initial zoning permit for vacation rentals, all of which are hovering around 50% between sort of 40-something and 60-something% of cost recovery, meaning they're being subsidized. And I totally support what you're looking for too, but I think that we're going to have to do that during budget hearings because we need more information about how much money the 24/7 hotline would be. So I'm happy to wrap that into direction to staff to bring that back during budget hearings.
And what percentage of code enforcement is involved with vacation rentals? Yes, and that's satisfying to me.
In one way that we could do that could be as a budget request, budget information request type thing, so that we can prepare and be able to package it for budget hearings.
Great. That'll be terrific.
You've got two supervisors.
Yep.
And so are you
That
going to
sounds
carry
good.
that? We'll work together.
So I had a proposal from Supervisor Hopkins on that. On the original item, the direction to staff, I actually think maybe working with Christina, Peter, in your offices to do that budget information request for the additional item. But Supervisor Goring, are you supporting Supervisor Hopkins' proposal for the items
Yes.
listed already?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. So I'll consider that a motion and a second as a part of this. So we'll just loop that all into one vote in general, which is a motion to approve and also add that direction to staff for bringing that back.
And specifically to continue that particular item, right,
Yes.
for those permits. Yes.
Okay, continue it to pass at its first reading along with the others at their second reading on April 5th. Okay, Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Hopkins,
Aye.
Corsi, Rabbit,
Aye.
Gore, yes. That's a 5-0. Okay, back to County Council, item C.
Interesting. So item C is the fee schedule for the Sonoma County Water Agency. Item E is the fee schedule for Occidental County Sanitation District. Item F is for the Russian River County Sanitation District. And item G is for the South Park County Sanitation District. So those 4 items you can take as one motion because you are the board of directors for each of those entities.
So that's not D because Sonoma
Not D,
Valley
because
County
these are different
Sanitation is Supervisor Gorin and I, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm going to take a vote to approve items C, E, F, G, and I or no?
Yes.
And I.
No, I is part of G, I think.
I think it is too. There you go. I guess there would be an H. I guess the next one would be JH. Yeah, okay. So let me just restate. Looking for a vote to approve C, E, F, and G. Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Hopkins? Gore, yes. Corsi?
Yes.
Rabbit?
Aye.
That's a 5-0. So we'll come back and have the Sonoma County item number D, which is the Board of Directors of Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District. And that is myself, Supervisor Gorin, and Mayor
Ding.
Ding.
And we will reflect his absence.
And we'll respect, okay. So Supervisor Gorin, item number D.
Aye.
Supervisor Gore, aye. Mayor Ding, absent. So that's a 2-0-1 vote
Correct.
on that. And then, so now we're going to go back to fun and games with regional parks. Item number 28, regional parks fee package. Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi, Supervisor Hopkins, Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Gore, aye, 5-0. Spring Lake adjustments, item number 29. Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Hopkins, Gore, aye. Corsi, Rabbit.
Aye.
Done. So item number 30, fee changes for Sheriff Coroner's Office. Let's see here. Yes, item number 30, Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi, Gore, yes. Hopkins, Gorin.
Yes.
Item number 31, airport land use facility use. Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Aye.
Rabbit,
Aye.
Corsi,
Yes.
Gore, aye. We have completed our fee hearings. Peter, are we good?
I believe so.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye, sir.
That's a big aye for Peter.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues, for those areas. So here's what we have. We have board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, or other attended meetings. Then we actually have a little while until 4 p.m., which is public comment on items not on the agenda. So we will recess and come back. And so we will first, though, just jump in and do board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, or other meetings. Supervisor Rabbit,
Yeah.
ready to go, as always.
On the 16th, attended the Smart Board meeting, and on the 18th, of course, the Special Board of Supervisors meeting.
Thank you.
Light week.
Supervisor Corsi.
Smart board meeting on the 16th. The Sierra retirement board meeting on the 17th and the closed session on the 18th.
Okay. Supervisor Gorin, always my favorite to ask about these.
No, I did attend the Yosemite conference, as I said before, great speakers from the state talking about housing, homelessness, transportation, climate change, lots of good ideas from the CCAs around the state, at which I'll talk with our representative, Linda about, and Jeff Cyphers. The Community Economic Resilience Fund, powering our communities, which was incentives, supporting virtual life post-pandemic, great conversations talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and new ways of doing things, and lots of different things. So I came back jazzed,
Good.
excited, and Yosemite is always special.
And that group is special. Thank you for going out there. That's magic. I know you've had a lot of engagement with them over the years, back to when you were mayor. So Supervisor Hopkins.
I had a Bay Area Air Quality Management District Legislative Committee, as well as a Board of Directors meeting, as well as a special meeting as the sole member of the Clean Air Foundation. Also had a Sonoma Coast Municipal Advisory Council meeting, as well as a Bay Area Air Quality Management District Stationary Source and Climate Impacts Committee meeting. And that gets me up to date.
Thank you very much. For my part, obviously, just like you all, the special closed session meeting on the 18th. And let me see here. Series of NACO and CSAC meetings that I don't have to report out on. So that's all I have for right now. Anything from County Administrator Office? Okay, so we are going to recess until 4 p.m., at which time we will do public comment on items not listed on the agenda, and then we will adjourn afterwards.
All right. And at this time, we will be returning to the meeting agenda.
We're live.
Hello.
Chair Gore, please resume when ready.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment on items not listed on the agenda, but within the purview of the supervisors and county business. So as always, a reminder to anybody commenting that of the items that we review and what's relevant to us, and to make it germane to the conversation. And so without further ado, we're going to go to public comment. We're going to provide 2 minutes for each speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And confirming there are no commenters in the chambers. Thank you. And the first two attendees are phone attendees. So if you can please unmute and state your name.
I'm calling right now. Hello, this is Robert McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Biden and Congress lie. This is a collapse, not Trump. I'm looking at a picture of the World Trade Center South Tower being demolished, and to this day they still say it's a collapse. As Ken Lay and Larry Silverstein planned 9/11, the asbestos-loaded Twin Towers were to be demolished, unoccupied. But there were thousands of unplanned New Yorkers inside, caused by Enron puppet peddle President Bush attempting to get our First Lady killed. The towers and Building 7 were demolished by 6 weeks new 99-year World Trade Center lessee Larry. Top Enron investor Warren Buffett saved Laura, but it caused thousands of New Yorkers to be demolished. Ask the Donald. Hey, our unconstitutional County of Sonoma constitutionalist Sheriff Mark Essick. Will our Willie Brown-stained County of Sonoma admit that a 9/11 was mainly Enron builder Ken Lay trying to save Enron from bankruptcy by planning four of 25 Al-Qaeda Martyrdom Battalion suicide bombers, hijack United Airlines Flight 93, and crash it into the West Wing of the White House to painlessly take out VP Dick Cheney and his anti-Enron VP staff from Halliburton in the most heavily guarded airspace in the world. 21 other Al-Qaeda goons hijacked 5 other domestic airlines to distract NORAD from Star hijacked Flight 93. 2 were forced to land in Canada. Hijacked American Airlines Flight 11 crashed into the North Tower, shown in Exhibit 1, before it crash landed. United Airlines Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower, shown in Exhibit 2, before it crash landed. The exhibits are in our accompanying Abuse News 6641, entitled 10 Constitution Violations and 25 Exhibits of 9/11. Ken Lay wanted to complete a pipeline through Afghanistan to get Caspian Basin oil and natural gas into communist China and avoid bankruptcy.
That does conclude the time for comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
This is Daniel, continuing on 9/11 News Campaign. I'm still calling. B, 6 weeks new World Trade Center boss Larry Silverstein demolished the asbestos-loaded Twin Towers and Building 7. The Twin Towers had thousands of unplanned New York occupants caused by Warren Buffett saving Laura Bush, who had planned to be in Florida to launch her Read, Don't Watch campaign at Booker Elementary School. C, Enron puppet pedophile President Bush tried to get our First Lady killed in the White House on 9/11 while he took over her Read, Don't Watch campaign at Booker Elementary School in Florida. D, Communist China's secret war against America is costing most of our unconstitutional democracy, destroying $29.271 trillion Exhibit 1 national debt, including $1.1 billion Exhibit 1-1 to Communist China. This unconstitutional debt is destroying our 231-year-young democracy without firing a shot for Communist China. E, Communist China demolished over 5,000 Sonoma County homes in under 90 minutes on Sunday night, October 8th, 2017. Only 24 of us were murdered, thanks to you, Sheriff Essick, and your staff. And F, Communist China has murdered over 1 million of we, the American people, with Communist China's created COVID-19, 472 in our Sonoma County. We, the people, are unconstitutionally forced to pay over $562.3 billion in interest, Exhibit 3.2, every year. Most of our Communist China, Exhibit 3-3. Sheriff Essick, thank you for saving thousands of Sonoma lives from Communist China's so-called wildfire attack on the Sunday night starting at 9:45 p.m.
And
north of
that does
Palisade.
conclude the time for comment. And the next commenter is a phone attendee. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is John with the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Sheriff Essick, thank you for saving thousands of Sonoma County lives from Communist China's so-called wildfire attack on Sunday night, starting at 9:45 p.m. north of Calistoga, that were ignited by satellite-directed energy laser beams from the desk of the Communist China. Demolition of over 5,000 Sonoma County homes, Exhibits 4, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4, in less than 90 minutes, but killed only 24 citizens. No doubt, thanks to you and our deputies under your directions rescued thousands of Sonoma County residents from certain death by Communist China's wildfires. The question is, who warned you? Probably China's top foreign agent, Willie Brown, the wizard of deception. Tell us, Willie, your silence is treason with a death penalty. We seem to be the only American whistleblowers who exposed this. Says well. American and international corporations in China, Exhibit 5. Location. Even though this is a very long list of American and other foreign corporations in Communist China, it is certainly not a complete listing. We have only included a few of the names you may recognize. This is a list of companies who either own factories or have contract factories producing their products by Communist China's slave labor in Communist China. Some of the companies produce 100% of their products there, and others only produce parts or certain ingredients for their products. The list is approximately 1% of the actual corporate list. Companies such as Avon, GE, AT&T, for example. There are in Exhibit 3 have been Communist China.
Thank you for the comment. That does conclude the time. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Rich and 9/11 Truth Campaign. Companies such as Avon, GE, and AT&T, for example, there are 300 listed in Exhibit 3 have been in Communist China and manufacturing products with Communist China's slave labor for 20 to 30 years. Most American consumers simply had no idea. Previously, their source was Japan, but Japan had no slave labor. Oh, now get it. Below are a few companies, corporations that make money on Communist China slaves, more shown in Company Exhibit 5. Avenda, Avon, Estee Lauder, Clinique, Neogena, Revlon, for just a few. Sheriff Mark Essick, please run for re-election and help us fight against our board of super puppets building an 18-story, surely this must be a joke, $20.7 million new administration campus that nobody wants or needs, including county employees, mostly because there's no free parking and half of the county's employees are working remotely from home for the last 2 years since COVID was launched by Communist China. This new administration campus reportedly will cost up to $50 million yearly. Public comments are overwhelmingly against this project, with developers and corrupt supervisors being the only supporters and benefactors. Our super puppets illegally meet in closed session, apparently to plan how they can cover up diverting taxpayer funds to pay for it, probably from our $250 million PG&E wildfire settlement for Communist China's demolishing over 5,000 county homes in 90 minutes, that you or your staff must have been forewarned, probably by Communist China, top agent, grand intimidator Willie Brown, or Communist China's puppet pedophile VP Mike Underpants. PG&E took the blame and paid $250 million for we the suckers will pay in our PG&E bills for the rest of our lives. Our super puppets no doubt got rewarded under the table by communist China. Arrest them all for treason. Please help our USA avoid bankruptcy and recovery of re-educated communist China slaves
And
like the
thank you for
Europeans.
the comment. That does conclude the time. The next commenter should be able to unmute.
This is Rosa Schneider, continuing with John Jenkins' document and the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Please help us. Please help our USA avoid bankruptcy and recovery as re-educated communist China slaves like the Uyghurs and Xinjiang province. Help us stop Russia's warfare against Ukraine to genocide Ukrainians and gain Ukraine's natural resources. How? Start with arresting our unconstitutional presiding judge, Barbara J. DeMaio, for treason. If our presiding judge, Barbara J. DeMaio, had provided John and the 9/11 Truth Campaign due process of law for our 25-page petition for redress of grievances, Exhibit 4, which his dishonor is sworn to provide under his oath of office, Authority 1, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, 10 times documented traitor and communist China's slave Joe Biden, A, would not have been inaugurated as our president. B, the Donald would have stayed in office, saving our democracy. C, our south border would not be open to drug smugglers, human traffickers, and illegal laborers promoted by communist China. D, migrant children would not be detained at our southern border for U.S. government-sponsored child traffickers, transporting them in the middle of the night to closed military bases all over the United States for pedophiles in our U.S. government. And E, Russia would not attack Ukraine to genocide Ukrainians and take over their abundant.
That does conclude time for comment. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
This is Don with the 9/11 Truth Campaign. On January 12th, 2022, your Honorable Duty Sergeant Brandon Van Camp served we the people 337 million abused and endangered Americans who are forced to pay over $582.3 billion in interest for infinity on District of Columbia's 29,079 billion bankrupting debt by aiding our 9/11 Truth campaign's effort to hold elected public servant chair super puppet James Gore accountable for publicly dismissing John's Zoomed January 10th public comment that all of the mischief and treason that has arrived in our country by an open border for 3 million people who don't belong here as racist. His public dismissal of John's life and democracy-saving public comment gave aid and comfort to smugglers of illegal migrants for cheap labor, to smuggling fentanyl and other killer drugs, and to human traffickers of thousands of migrant children transported from our southern border in charter planes in the middle of the night to close military bases all over the U.S., apparently to harvest adrenochrome. We can't think of any other possible reasons. Can you? 2, John's witness recorded public comment had absolutely nothing to do with racism and everything to do with Communist China's secret war against our Washington, D.C., bankrupted USA. With the aid of 2 bought-off American lawyers, Willie Brown, the Grand Intimidator, who was a 30-year for hire California State Assemblyman with 15 years as boss Democrat of California and Phantom California Governor, who is now our Phantom U.S. President.
And that concludes time for comment. The next commenter can unmute now, please, and state your name.
This is Mary Morrison. For over 1 year since before Joe Biden was inaugurated, our presiding judge, Bradford J. DeMayo, has prevented and hindered Superior Court due process of law for John Jangle and 15 co-petitioners by his refusal to assign a Superior Court case number to their 25-page petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibition to prohibit 5-time documented traitor Joe Biden from holding any office under the U.S., which petitioners attempted to file on December 8th and December 12th, 2020, but was denied based on a 10-year-old trumped-up vexatious litigant order against John Jingle by the court. The First Amendment protects we the people's right to petition government for redress of grievances, free speech, among other things. It is abundantly clear in the U.S. Constitution, Article 5, that, quote, the Constitution is the supreme law in our land and that judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or law of any state to the contrary notwithstanding, unquote. We the people's right to petition government for redress of grievances is protected by the First Amendment in our Constitution. And that means the judges are bound to it, and that any laws to the contrary notwithstanding, including any vexatious litigant ordered by the court. There are no exceptions whatsoever as far as this process goes, and it is illegal for the court to do so. Apparently, this judge must be protecting a pedophile, just like all the other pedophiles that are protecting pedophiles, which Joe Biden is one. What other reason could there be for him not wanting to process a petition by we the people?
Okay, I'm just looking briefly. I thought I saw another hand. And seeing no additional hands, that will conclude public comment.
All right, let me grab the chair notes here. I think the last thing that we have on the agenda is an adjournment. And you want to do this? Join me. Silence will adjourn today's meeting for our friend, in honor of our friend, Stephen Gale. Thanks, everyone. We're adjourned.